At the bar getting tipsy. Yo, every time I look at this jump like this, I get confused. Like I'm looking at this side of the jump, like I be tripping. But anyway, I just want to make sure the mics was clear for the YouTube before we get started. Rocked and rolled and loaded, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the program. Make sure I got my gym on tight. All right, you ready? I ain't gonna lie to you. That Chris Brown and Quavo situation, the one thing it has let me, one thing I already know for a fact that I don't really like to talk. I say this a million times and I mean this respectfully. I don't like talking hip hop. I'm not gonna say all women, but it's just a certain group of women, and especially the Chris Brown group of women, because let's be realistically. They Chris Brown fans regardless. So there's no way you gonna stir them left or right. They didn't hail Chris Brown. If you think they didn't hail Chris Brown through Rihanna and whatever allegations with Carucci or him wilding out on Good Morning America, and y'all think Quavo dissing him is gonna make them take a change, it's not gonna happen. But you know what I had to do? I literally said, let me Google, has Chris Brown been in a fight before? I'm like, let me see it, because the way people talk about Chris Brown, like I'm thinking like, y'all seen Chris Brown put paws on somebody, because I'm making like y'all talking like the Migos is sweet, and I'm just like, all right, maybe I feel like I've lived in it. I don't feel like you got to study the culture. I've lived in the culture my entire life, so I'm just like, when did I miss Chris Brown actually out here putting paws on people? Now, of course, he had that situation in that New York club where him and Drake was throwing bottles at each other, and I think Tony Parker and whoever he was dating at the time or whoever he was married to at the time got hit with a bottle. That's throwing bottles. That's not physically actually putting your fist to somebody's face. That never happened. So realistically, on YouTube, the only person that two things, if you Google Chris, so for people who think I'm tripping, all you have to do is Google, get on YouTube and put Chris Brown fight. Guess what's gonna come up? The Migos about to jump him, and a altercation that nobody's seen. It just says that somebody's telling you, TMZ telling you the story about him and Frank Ocean getting into it at the studio. So you're telling me somebody that y'all are going out on a limb on and swearing to God he can beat somebody. He's only beat a gay man who sprained his ankle at Coachella for ice skating. Like, dog, stop what y'all doing. I get it, and this is what I'm saying, and this is why I don't believe in women when they tell you the body types they like or nothing, because you're basically judging because Chris Brown is in good shape and you can watch him do backflips. And let's be clear, I'm sure a lot of men have done the same thing when it was him versus Soulja Boy. We all thought he's gonna put paws on Soulja Boy because he can do backflips and he can dance. That don't have nothing to do with fighting. Let's be clear. And in two, you can go on YouTube and put in Migos fighting, and I promise you 50 videos is gonna come up of them fighting regular street dudes in the crowd at shows when they were becoming up as the Migos, when Versace was just getting hot. And some of them just was before even Versace got hot. Like, it's endless videos of them. And listen to what I'm saying. I live in the DMV area. All you have to do is go on Migos chain, go on World Star, whatever, put it in. They literally stomped the dude out who grabbed his chain. What the hell are y'all talking about? There's endless videos of the Migos putting fists to cuffs on somebody's face and body, dog. I don't know what y'all be thinking of, but listen to what I'm saying. It's women. And sometimes, and I catch myself every day when I be like, you got to remember two things. Akademiks page gonna have all the nerds on there, so you don't want to argue with them. And Shade Room and Neighborhood Talk, that's made for women and gays. I cannot argue about Chris Brown with women and gay men. It's not gonna happen. That's gonna be an argument you're never gonna win, especially on those pages. But because they post rappers, sometimes in your mind you're thinking, oh, people can actually engage in hip hop. No, they can't. Slow down, Cinderella. Pull yourself out of this conversation, because I'm telling you, you're going to lose every time, because guess what they are? Die-hard C Breezy fans. And I'm not mad at it. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm always here for I will get exhausted. I'm not about to sit here and, okay, if I feel like the Quavo and Takeoff jump was fire, I'm not about to even say in post, because I don't want to argue with women. I let y'all gas me up the other day. I woke up to some DMs and they was like, oh, you better talk about this new Chris Brown jump. I'm like, oh, I really don't want to, but okay, cool. If I get a couple of DMs, I can only get 3 DMs. If somebody said they want to hear my voice on my pen or something, I'm going to give it up. And then, of course, it do work in my favor because it end up catching traction on social media. But I just realized, like, I've seen so many women, and this is the nastiest when it get to, when y'all was like, oh, everybody wished that it was, like what Chris Brown said in his verse where he wished that it was if he wished, instead of Takeoff passing, he wished that it was Quavo. And I'm like, dog, I've never seen nobody. I've lived that time. I've commented. I talked about it. Dog, nobody felt that way. Nobody sit here and say they wish it was one. Nobody wish it didn't happen at all. Can you blame it on Quavo and say, oh, it was his fault? Absolutely, you can. But nobody literally sit here. And I seen women in the comments. I'm like, bro, y'all can't be this nasty. And that's why only thing I would tell men is to, I know y'all be horny. The summertime coming, women gonna get naked. But bro, just sometimes, just go in the comment section and look, just so you can understand what you are willing to get yourself into when it comes to dating. Because you may just see a girl that you be lusting over. Go pay attention to her comments in the comment section, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. That turns me off immediately, because it'd be just so drastic and nasty.
You really be seeing common people in there?
I mean, like people that I know?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell, I don't be saying. I mean, Like if it's y'all's, I'll be seeing y'all, but I don't be seeing like other. I don't see
because it probably because you may not. Let's just sit here and say you may be one of the people because I mean you when you scroll you may be like on the explore page most of the time. So if you're not really actually just like people that you actually pay attention to and follow, it may not never even come up. So it may just be whatever the most popular thing or people you actually like. So if you engage with me on social media all the time, of course, if I comment on something, then my comment will come up the most. But even if it's not, I still look at women though. It still be women or be women who may comment under another comment though in the comment section be so nasty. And I'm like, bro, I get it that y'all Chris Brown fans, but y'all are dragging it. Like, and my only thing with, and there's something, a conversation we're gonna have in a few when we talking about just learning how to support. It is different ways to support, but when we talking about music, bro, y'all be talking about Chris Brown, like Chris Brown numbers be mid as hell. Like, excuse me, for somebody who's not known as a solo artist, Chris Brown and Quavo last two projects they just dropped from each other was only like a couple thousand difference. It wasn't no dramatic, huge difference between the two. Chris Brown is a solo artist. Quavo was still not known as a solo artist. Offset sold more than Chris Brown the last time. And I hate to bring the numbers in, but sometimes you just got to just bring y'all back down to reality. Like everybody is in such an uproar and hoo-ha and want to just scream and loud for. See, bro, if y'all want to support him, listen to his music.
But that's what I'm saying. People listen to it, but I don't think they would care about the whole, how many he sold. I don't think nobody really, especially Chris Brown. I never heard nobody like, oh, he sold this many records.
Yeah, because R&B, that's not the conversation for R&B people. Chris Brown, people only pick it up with Chris Brown because Chris Brown is kind of like R&B and hip hop, like same way with like a Mary J. Blige. Because Chris Brown, of course, because he teeters on that line. A perfect example, he's putting out a diss record, he's rapping, so people do mention his numbers because they won't do it with no other R&B artists. I don't know what
because nobody
Ari Lennox or somebody, maybe SZA, because SZA is just such a big artist, or Taylor Swift. Like Taylor Swift numbers is just OD. Like she doing 2 million in the first week.
Yeah.
Like that's crazy. Like them numbers is out of the roof. But my whole thing of it is, it's cool. I'm not sitting here saying that we got to categorize by numbers, but you cannot sit here and prop somebody up and act like he is the greatest thing on earth and his numbers don't equal that. That's all I'm saying. Or even if you're going off a tour wise, dog, when Drake come to a city, he can be here for a week if he wants to. Chris Brown is squeezing in a day barely with another big name artist. Chris Brown don't go on tour by himself. He go on tour with a big name artist, and we know for a fact that big name artist got to be able to move tickets just as much as Chris Brown, or Chris Brown ain't putting him on the tour.
Nah, this one he ain't got no big. What's the big name artist he got on this one? I don't think he.
This one he probably got like 6 niggas though because he don't got a big name with him.
I'm trying to think the last time I heard him with a big
Lil Baby.
No, the last time that's the only one. Other than that, the other tours he done been on, I never heard him with a big name artist.
I don't know because I'm not about to make it like I'm some crazy little Chris Brown fan. But the last tour he literally was just on, it was him and Lil Baby, and we not about to act like Lil Baby don't sell tickets because Lil Baby do. Lil Baby, the same tours that he'd have done with Chris Brown, he'd have done without Chris Brown. The same exact arena. So we not about to sit here and make it like.
But I think that I feel like when people even with Chris Brown catalog, you got to think about his past. Like I feel like a lot of people still fans from the beginning. You might not be
which is what I'm saying, which is cool. I'm not disagreeing with. I'm not even trying to discredit him, but I'm not about to sit here and gas it up like this is the greatest thing we heard on life. Like I literally don't. I swear to God, all you got to do when you get time later on this evening or tomorrow, sometime when you're bored, just go in the comments. Even go to Quavo page or even go to Akademiks page. I've never seen that many girls in an Akademiks comment section because they gonna say it off the rip and say, "Oh, that Quavo joint is trash." But you go on social media, you see every man from Lil Duval to whoever else. All you see is dudes like, "Dang, that's low key fire." I ain't gonna lie. Quavo was out of pocket for getting Takeoff to sit here and make this a hit. Like people was like, dang, I like this because you miss hearing the Migos. So when you hear it, it was like, oh, this sounds like a Migos song. Like, what we about to act like, oh, the Migos don't got bigger songs than Chris Brown in the last 10 years? Are you absolutely out of your mind, nigga? You're crazy as shit. Like, stop lying to yourself. I understand you're Chris Brown friends, but Chris Brown don't got a Bad and Bougie in his catalog. Sorry, it never happened, dog. He don't got a Versace. I don't care what y'all talking about. It's certain things like, yes, everybody love Chris Brown, but let's not get crazy because I hear people, and I'm not an R&B dude, but I listen to other people who talk about R&B, and they sit here and do the Chris Brown don't got a classic under his belt all the time. He put out a lot of music like Gucci Mane, but he ain't got a classic album under his belt. Nigga, I'm not an R&B person, so I can't argue with you. I'm only repeating what I've heard other people talk about when they talk about R&B. I literally listened to Hot 97 talk about it, and I heard the Breakfast Club talk about it today when they were talking about the Chris Brown versus Quavo thing. And they was like, I don't listen to R&B, so I'm not the person to sit here and tell you who got a classic or who don't. But I'm just telling you for a fact, I've heard people say that's still an argument for Chris Brown under his catalog and why people don't say he's the greatest R&B of all time because he don't have a classic album. Even when they talk about when they was comparing him to Usher, I'm just repeating conversations I heard. Even when it was him and versus Usher, like people like, all right, but Usher got like 2 classic albums on his belt. Chris Brown only got 1. Like Chris Brown got hit records, but classic albums he don't got. But listen to what I'm telling you. Just go in the comment section and look. I swear to God, I'm like, dog, I've never seen this many women in a Quavo posted the joint itself. I ain't never seen this many women in Quavo.
But that's what, and I was just thinking, I was going to ask you that too. I was going to see how, like, even just being Quavo don't have that strong fan base. It's just like, all right, you do have Team Breezy, you have that fan base.
Of course, for sure. And listen,
that's why I say even like the shit that he was saying, I'm like, okay, you saying everything that everybody already knew about him, and like even when he did the whole you doing Google bars and all that. So after I was like, damn, that's a kind of because like Quavo don't have a fan base like how the Breezes.
Yeah, of course. So you're going online. So realistically, online, you're going to lose that debate. Like, let's be clear. Online, that's why I sit here. I said, oh my God, I cannot wait to sit here and record. Like Mondays be eating me up because I just be like, pause, no Diddy. Because I just be like, I want to save whatever my good takes for the podcast because this is just how it all started. I can't just turn it into a clip situation. So I was like, I'm gonna wait. But then even when I'm sitting here looking at the Chris Brown thing, I'm telling you how Chris Brown got a crazy fan base. We've watched women go crazy on dudes for telling us about women they slept with that we didn't know. Nobody cared that he did that to Sweetie. That's how crazy Chris Brown fan base is. Because that's the only thing I said in the video. I'm like, dog, if this was anybody else, y'all would go ham on him for doing this. But because it's Chris Brown, everybody is cool with, Chris Brown can tell us whatever, it don't matter because Chris Brown is our favorite. That's when I knew that I don't want to talk about Chris Brown ever again, especially in an indirect or negative way, because his fan base is delusional as hell. For that fact that y'all to sit here and act like I've literally watched women. Oh my God, when that dude, what was the Bama that went on No Jumping, he was talking about whatever women he was dating. Y'all, niggas always running their mouth. Niggas is like bitches these days, this and the third. That was all the wording I've watched y'all use about multiple dudes who've got on podcasts or whatever the case may be and told y'all about a woman he slept with that nobody knew. Chris Brown told y'all that he slept with Sweetie and y'all act like that was the hardest thing you heard in your life. Like, oh my God, it went over y'all head when he said don't bittersweet and this, that, and the third. He let y'all know that was Sweetie. I'm like, bro, relax. He just pillow talked and y'all okay with it because it's Chris Brown. If this was anybody else, you would to crucify him if this wasn't CBZ.
I feel like that's the only thing that you can do nowadays. I mean, look at all the beefs is over females. The future.
Yeah, but you can't not make it like it's okay though, neither, dog. That's still corny. Like if it's corny when a dude get on the podcast and talk about his past, and we're talking about women that people never knew that y'all had anything to do, because nobody never knew that. Because when people seen them two at the USC game, they made it was like, oh, why girls can't, because they did this for Sweetie twice. When she went to a basketball game with Roddy Ricch, they defended Sweetie. Oh, so girls can't go to a basketball game. And then when she went to it was at a USC game, because you got to think about USC. I mean, of course, now y'all think like it's popular, but it's not. It's a LA thing, but of course, because Juju there. But Chris Brown and Sweetie was sitting literally knee to knee right next to each other at a USC game. And everybody in their mouth was like, oh, it's nothing. They just both from California, but they just showing Juju some love. Cool. Because Chris Brown and the game was on the Juju train before everybody else. Like them two was the first celebrities. And we talked about that a couple of weeks ago, that I seen at Juju games multiple times before this whole big thing with the women's basketball. So I give Chris Brown his credit and I give Game his credit on that as well. And Gilbert Arenas. Like there's certain people who already kind of been champion Juju beforehand, but I'm literally telling y'all, I watch people defend Sweetie when it was that, but then when it comes to now, Chris Brown spilled the tea, and then it's like everybody like, oh, it's cool, it's Chris Brown, we don't care. I'm not sitting here telling y'all pick or choose what music you like. If you like Chris Brown, cool. I'm not discrediting what he did. I'm not even saying the raps was horrible or nothing. But I just watch how people just jump out there. And I'm telling dudes, you got to be careful, because just for dudes in general, like you think about when you dating a woman and how women jump dudes out there, oh, I'll get my brother, I'll get somebody to knock you out. This and that. Just think how quick they get somebody, making it seem like they know for a fact that Chris Brown really got hands. Ain't never seen him throw hands a day in his life. Never. But that's why I'm saying. So that's why I'm telling men, you got to be careful and pay attention to stuff like that, and always be careful on how you can get put in harm's way, because it's conversations and it's little stuff like this where women will jump you out there and don't know nothing about who they jumping you out there with. That's my only thing. That's the only reason why I wanted to have I got to lead with this conversation, because I just know for a fact it's so many dudes who will go into the blind behind arguing because of an argument that a woman may have started. And I'm not saying that with Chris Brown and Quavo, but I'm just sitting here saying that's just how it go. Even for the champion, like I seen people saying, "Oh, what was the hardest jump? Was it with Drake and Chris Brown? With Drake dropped the AI jump?" We get into that in like 2 seconds. But that was it. That was my thing. I had to get that off the chest. I just want to tell fellas, be careful, pay attention. I understand most of y'all, you try to stay off of some of those pages, but sometimes I would just tell you, especially if you are a single man and you're thinking about getting into the dating pool, you may just want to sometimes pay attention to how the women at 24 think. That's it. That's my only advice with that one. Is just pay attention, because it can get tricky. That's just the God honest truth. I don't know what to tell y'all. You can look at it how you want. Let that pot load up. Drop and give me 50. Drop and give me 50. I had to get CB 50 real quick. Drop and give me 50. Drop and give me 50. If you're new on the YouTube, it's just real quick. Take a little break to let it upload on the podcast app. But like, share, subscribe, tell another friend. We will be clipping all these Jones up and turning them into a little different little slots of his own 13, 15 minute, 20, 30 minute pieces. Depends on what we're talking about. But next, I do want to get into the WNBA situation because they've been dragged. I'll wait till I cut the journal because that Paige. I seen Paige Beckham name trending on Twitter today. I'm like, bro, why is her name trending? And it's not no basketball playing. She ain't know nothing. Nigga, they leaked her and one of her teammates getting nigga, her and one of her teammates. I ain't see it, but I'm just reading the tweet. I'm reading like through it because I didn't see the actual video. But of course, after people start talking about it, people who did see it was talking about her and one of her teammates must have had like a sex tape or something leaked. And the super Christian people, they was going crazy about, oh my God, I love Paige Beckham, but I can't believe that she said he ain't got a sex tape out and this, that, and the third. Like I didn't see it. I only could read behind the tweets. And then I seen women who were coming to be like, oh, but now, because of course, Paige Beckham is a white woman. And they was like, they brung back up when Angel Reese was like, she told y'all a couple of weeks ago, like people were sexualizing her, this, that, and the third. And just look, but the good thing I will sit here and say, and this is one of the things, a conversation that I do want to have, the difference between white people and black people is they defended her so much. If you go search Paige Beckham name right now and whatever that girl name is, it's like a Z. I can't remember what her name is. Something like AZ something. Only thing is their highlights. So it's like every tweet is somebody tweeting saying that's the best duo or such and such. So they basically cleaning it up. So if you see their name trending, it's only for basketball purposes. So if you didn't catch it early when their names was trending, you wouldn't even know what the conversation was. Or if you don't follow people who already seen it before you did, if you literally just go, if you search Paige Beckham name right now on Twitter, the only thing that's gonna come up is just her basketball highlights. Like people just talking about her and the girl doing the pick and roll and this, that, and the third. Like they cleaned it up super fast. And I was like, damn, that's crazy. I respect how y'all ride for your own. And that is one of the conversations that I did want to have when it comes to, of course, for people who may not be familiar or don't know, it's the numbers is out there. I don't necessarily know if the number is true yet, but it is a, did I send it to you? I know I sent it to myself, I believe. There's a number out here where they're saying how much Caitlin Clark got for a Nike deal. I don't know if it's true or not. I do want to play that one. Damn, I should have already had it pulled up because it was. Oh, here you go. Yep.
3 finalists. Under Armour, Stephen Curry was part of that pitch meeting. I'm told the plan in that scenario would have been for her to be a part of Under Armour and Curry brand and possibly wear Curry brand. Steph Curry actually FaceTimed into the meeting, talked to Caitlin Clark, talked to her parents. Adidas was another company that met with her. But Nike came over the top. 8 figures. I'm not a math major. That's $10 million at the least. I'm told it's well beyond $10 million. It's
okay, but 8 figures, there's a big gap there. There's a big tax. There's like 19 tax brackets in to 8 figures. So
sure.
we're talking.
I think it's fair to say that it's above $20 million. Her business portfolio off the court, she is making significant money to get a signature shoe.
So for people, so let's be clear, it's 2 conversations that was going on over the week, especially after the draft. It was a number, so people started to see the numbers that WNBA players was getting paid. And of course, this is for people who've been following basketball for a while. This number has already been out there. So it may have, and it may not been as egregious before to people because the people that you probably already popular, did you already may like a Brittany Griner or Aja Wilson or some of them, they already have exceeded the 4-year thing. So their pay isn't out there. So we seen, okay, for Brittany Griner, when she got locked up, the number she was getting paid from the WNBA was $230,000. So people kind of was cool with that. Like, all right, that's not that big of a deal. Who really cares? Like she only playing like what the WNBA season is from what, like May to August or May to maybe like September. They only play like, I think they play like 30 games. So $230,000 for let's just say 3 or 4 months of work. I'm sure most of us listening right now, you will take that in any day. So realistically, the numbers came up for Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark. And because they are super popular, both on social media right now, their names are hot and trending. So everybody picked it up. So it was almost basically like $73,000 a year. So I guess the total was, I think for 4 years, it was like $333,000 or something like that, or $330,000. I think their two pay from each other was maybe like $3,000 off. So people were looking at it like this, in which realistically, I think I'm not gonna say it's misleading because that is what it is, but let's be clear, both of them are already going into the WNBA as millionaires. Angel Reese is already Google Angel Reese NIL. We talked about that during the season last year. Like, she's already, I want to say she was at like, I think we said she was in the top 10 as NIL deals for sports athletes, and that's from football or whatever the case may be.
Now that's what I want to know. Do it stop?
Now, but they in because some of their you got to think about it. Like, let's say for Angel Reese, she's still gonna have her Fashion Nova deal for the Raising Cane thing. She's still gonna have that. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like some of those.
And I know some of them are also tied with the the university uses.
Yeah, of
too.
course.
So
Some of them are with the university.
That's why I'm just wondering, is it, you know what I'm saying, like, do it trickle down a little bit more once they in the pros and you got agents and all that other stuff. So that's why I'm just
wondering. But you got to think about it, they already had agents. Like even for Adria Reese, she already had an agent. Like she tagged her even during draft day, she was tagging her agent and whatever the case may be. Or even when she announced her draft, I mean, that she was leaving, she tagged these people. So this is already in the conversation. So that's what I'm saying. Like I get, okay, yeah, this is their salary, and people were sitting here saying, and this I do want people to understand. Even when we're talking about supporting, and that is one of the conversations that I wanted to have. Was like, I don't want people to think because I can't make it to a game. Because let's be clear, I know for a fact, I looked at something like some of the Chicago Sky, some of these like t-shirts for like $50. I'm like, bro, these t-shirts ain't worth $50. And let's be clear, you can go to Angel Reese and she got her own t-shirts and they way cheaper. So Angel Reese may got t-shirts on it that's $25, $30, which realistically is more reasonable. And I'm not saying if I'm being honest, like none of those, even the designs for her stuff or their stuff, it's not nothing crazy. Like when I'm thinking of like, especially something about $50 for a t-shirt, like bro, the t-shirt gotta be fire for $50. Because I'm sure all of us be on social media. You see a regular clothing brand all day long selling their shirts and their t-shirts for $50, you're gonna get the bells and whistles. It ain't gonna be just some whatever sky on the, like it ain't gonna be something plain Jane. Like they really trying to get over, like, all right, it ain't that yet. But I don't want people to feel like I'm not supporting because I don't have enough money to buy a t-shirt or buy a jersey. Because somebody like me, I don't wear stuff a bunch of times. So if I buy something, especially for let's say a jersey, 120, I am gonna go to the game because they do play the Mystics like literally a day before my birthday. So I'm definitely gonna still go to that game and I'm going to have me an Angel Reese jersey by then. But everybody don't got $120 to spend. So I don't want people to think I'm not supporting because I don't have money to waste on a jersey or some t-shirts, because though times is hard. Though we literally, they not gonna say and say, but though we in the middle of a recession right now, bro. Gas prices is going up daily. Everything in life is continuously going up. So I don't want you to feel like you're not supporting, because the way you can support me and a homegirl of mine, I tell her about that all the time. Like you can't not sit here. And of course, you can do it through me because, of course, I got a platform. I'm building up a platform to even be bigger, so I can speak on certain things. But you can't sit here and just hide behind me. If you like certain stuff, you have to support it. And I don't want to bunch in topics, but literally the same homegirl, like even the reason why we even started talking about Devin Haney on this show is because she got me hip to it. Saturday, I forgot. All right, Lakers and Nuggets lost. I know how I get sometimes when the Lakers lose. I'm like, all right, bro, I'm going to sleep. I'm pissed. I lost money. I'm tired. I forgot that they was even fighting because I'm mad. Because of course, I know sometimes if I see a crazy odds betting, I sit here and bet. I forgot so much, so I literally cut the fight on like literally right before it came out, like right before the fight came on, and I'm hitting her like, "Oh, you watching your man?" Because by the time I text her,
that came on.
Shit, that fight may have came on like close to like 12, I want to say. Because I think about the Lakers game was over at like like close to 11. So and it was still somebody, when I literally remembered that they was fighting, it was still somebody else fighting at like 11 something. So that the fight had to come on like around like 12ish or something like that. So just even like I said, with all that even being said, I'm telling her, I'm like, dog, how you get me hip to this nigga? You're not even watching this fight. But that's my point of what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about supporting. Like you can literally, because let's be clear, when everybody say, "Oh, go buy jerseys and go buy tickets," yeah, that's cool. But realistically, where the NBA makes all their money is TV commercials, TV deals. That's what. As long as you got a TV, you can cut them games on, watch them. And even if you can't, still you can tweet about them, you can post about them on your social medias, and not even just keep posting them on your stories. Like talk about them, get the conversations going, because you never know. It could be one person that follow you and be like, "Oh, dang, I'm not even hip. I ain't even watch a game yet. Well, I didn't know this game was going on," because you can still support in that way. I don't want people to sit here and only get caught up on, "Oh, I got to buy a jersey," because you see a lot of people say that, because I've seen people going back and forth when we get into Asia Wilson in a second. And it was dudes defending her. And it was so crazy because you'll be surprised how many people actually already had Asia Wilson jerseys already. Because when people were arguing, that's the first thing people say, "Oh, y'all fake supporters. Y'all ain't been supporting her. Now y'all trying to compare, saying she need to get a shoe because Caitlin Clark got a shoe." And that's what I'm saying. It was a lot. I was surprised how many men actually already had her jersey. It was this one dude, I don't even know, he a news reporter or something. Nigga, this nigga had like 5 Aces jerseys. He had like 2 different colorways of the Asia Wilson Jones. Then he had like a what's the lady, I think like her last name Young or something. Like, no, he had like 5, literally like 5 jerseys.
Tia Young.
Not Tia Young. It's she the point guard. She a dark skinned older woman. Yeah, for the Aces. Yeah, but so anyway, just my whole point of it is, it's just, you don't have to, all I'm just saying, telling people is don't get caught up in that, because social media will make you feel like if you ain't buying something, you're not supporting. That's a lie. Because I could sit here and go buy a jersey for $100, or I can make a video and get hundreds of thousands of people to watch and comment on it constantly through the season. I'm sure all those women will appreciate, especially as a male, speaking out and promoting their sport, than me sitting here buying one jersey. So just imagine if I bought one jersey and just went to one game and never made a video, never talked about it. Yeah, what they not realistic at this point, even if
that is the fucked up thing. And I feel like I wish they was in a negotiation deal, because
they're not there yet.
They're not in a negotiating deal. So for real, even with Caitlin, and that's why I say I get a lot of people with their argument because Asia Wilson, but I'm like, but at the end of the day, Caitlin Clark moves the number.
For
She
sure,
moves
but
the
even for
everywhere.
her, but even for her right now, it's not even fair for her because let's just say all them tickets is getting sold out, and all them extra, she don't get no percentage of that. So that's my, so that's my,
the fucked up thing. We even with, and that's why I say I appreciate how you saying yes, we need to support more of the women's sports and all that, because you look at what Caitlin Clark did, and even when we went on, I sent you that message last week about how she made the university $83 million off of just that, off the women's basketball. Now, even in college, you probably see some of that because
because I think she still made like, I want to say she made like last year, I want to say she made like maybe like 4.3 million off of her NIL deals.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure you have boosters or whatever in line. That
of course, they was definitely getting her right. They was definitely getting her right for sure.
For the WNBA right now, you saying all these arenas now have to move, and it's just like even with the Mystics, they're gonna have to play their game in the Capital One arena, which they've been playing it for years until they went down to the other arena because nobody was coming out to the game.
But guess, so that was my point of even just what I'm saying. So two things real quick for people who don't know what me and Marcus is talking about. Right now for the WNBA, they don't get no so for the difference between the NBA and the WNBA is for the NBA they get 50% of revenue. So that means whatever TV commercials, jersey sales, TV deals, whatever the case may be, that goes into the, and that's why the NBA players. That's why somebody like Jaylen Brown getting like damn near almost $300 million a year.
And y'all better be careful right now because I'm telling you, I think they might. I heard of what's the name I seen the other day. They were saying that TNT about their contract is about to be up with the NBA. So if they don't give them the money, you're gonna start seeing a lot of these games on these damn streaming apps. Yeah, just like how the NFL last year did. He put it on Peacock where you had to pay for it.
Yeah, but I'm sure that I think that I will, which realistically I know for a fact that TNT will give up the money. Two reasons why. Because
they ain't got shit.
No, because they don't have nothing else on TNT to make people watch. And then two, you got to think about it. TNT, even right now, they in bed with HBO Max. So it's HBO Max, Bleacher Report, and TNT. So them three companies together, they gonna benefit off of it a lot. Because realistically, HBO Max they had certain games that wasn't on nothing else. So you can go watch HBO Max and you can see it. So, but really, like I said, so for the WNBA, they don't get none of that right now. So running out to just even go buy a bunch of tickets and buy a bunch of jerseys, those players are not going to realistically benefit off that. So for when we talk about Angel Reese, you can go support Angel Reese by personally just going on her website and buying Angel Reese merchandise, where that money literally goes directly to her. It's not nobody in the middle, man. And like I said, those shirts and stuff are more affordable. Or you can go into Dick's Sporting Goods. We talked about that maybe months ago when she literally the first college athlete that had her own merchandise inside of a Dick's Sporting Goods. So you can literally go into a Dick's Sporting Goods. If they still don't have them, they probably by now they probably sold out. But even you can still go on her website and still purchase stuff. And shout outs to her because she sent Shannon Sharper Jones and he wore her varsity jersey on nightcap. So that's my point of it's like you can still support her, and realistically it was cheap. It was a reasonable joint. It was like $150 for a varsity jacket. That's a good price. Realistically, if you talking about, especially if you really into shopping or you into fashion like that, nigga, varsity jackets will spank you. You talking about them at a low price. $150 is a cheap varsity jacket because them shits can go up to like $1,500. It depends on who designed it and how much detail into the junk. So so it go like that. So that's my only thing that I would sit here and tell people. It's different ways that you can sit here.
And I feel like that's what, if everybody want to support or want these equal, that's when y'all need to start putting y'all fuss and y'all complaints to, because of how they getting splits. They're not even getting the splits. And it's just like the stuff that everybody else get. Cause we just think about it. The Vegas, they've been in that arena maybe 2-3 years now. Mm-hmm. They've been in that,
but their Jones been sold out.
Right, theirs been sold out. But now you saying because she coming,
now they moving it up and they going so they need another 80.
You got to argue about it
because
like shit. Remember that one time we was talking about it on here? I think the dude who was the New York Knicks, the Liberties GM. One of them got in trouble because they kept flying them private.
Instead of doing
the
commercial.
Y'all don't look at that, and that's why I get what y'all want to be fussing about Age Wilson, but y'all also got to look at how the WNBA is set up and how things are set up. Because right now, if Caitlin Clark put out a shoe and Angel Wilson put out a shoe today, Caitlin Clark is going to sell.
Oh no, let's be clear. But not even just the name. A conversation that we'd had all the time. And I'm not trying to make it a race thing, but sometimes you got to be honest. When I was telling my homegirl, I'm like, that's the difference between Black people and white people, because white people gonna always show up. Like when I was telling her about the Devin Haney situation, I'm like, bro, you can't never get mad at people who support Trump, because guess what they not gonna do? They are not going to miss their time to show up for. I swear to God, guess what on social media ain't never gonna happen? You ain't never. Excuse me, especially if your platform big enough, you ain't never gonna be able to say nothing slick about Caitlin Clark and think her crowd ain't gonna show up to support her, though. That's what I'm saying. They are going to always show up for her. So you're absolutely right. Asia Wilson can be 100 times better basketball player than Caitlin Clark. And I think realistically for most people, what got them upset wasn't necessarily that Caitlin Clark was, because I think if you got common sense, you can see, dog, she moving the needle ridiculously. I think a lot of people were getting upset because what's the girl, Sabrina and Stewie got their own sneakers from Nike, and she is a Nike athlete. And of course, I think I want to say I thought we talked about this on here last year during the championship when Coach Becky Ham sit here and say something, because LeBron made his own custom shoes for Asia Wilson, but Becky Ham was like, LeBron shouldn't have to do this. LeBron shouldn't have to sit here and give her own custom shoe for the finals. She should have her own signature shoe. And don't get it. And let's be clear. I guess sometimes we can always be serious with the race thing, because you can kind of find like Stewie got MVP, and let's be clear, the Aces cooked she cooked Stewie, ate her ass for lunch. Them two girls, they got their own sneaker before Caitlin Clark. Both of them play for the New York Liberty. Both of them are white women. And guess what Asia Wilson did? She cooked the shit out of both of them in the finals. And that's why she gets super drunk and started to turn up and pipe up. And no, let's be clear. And even when people talk about marketability, I love Asia Wilson. Yeah, but listen to what I'm telling you. I've told y'all on here last year when I started to follow them on TikTok. I followed them because the girls see it. Because let's be clear, it's a difference between when we talk about marketability. Sometimes it comes with personality. Even y'all sit here thinking about podcasts, and there's be so many people who spend a lot of money on the look, but your person, you gotta clean your shit look cool. It fits that little form. But bro, the videos be dry as hell. Yeah, it look cool. People gonna like it. You gotta pander to an audience because you ain't got no personality.
But that's my question. I think it's just with her, or even just your representation. I feel like, were you really being marketed out there to these reps to, like, hey, you need this? Because like I said, if your game is not necessarily, your game is doing what it's supposed to do, but are your business people really marketing you like, oh, well, you need to push the needle? Because I'm pretty sure, like, and if we just stick on Caitlin's shoe deal, I'm pretty sure the deals came down to, okay, what else can you offer me? What else can I? And I'm pretty sure Nike can outbid everybody.
Oh, no, of course.
And give you more benefits than what everybody else get. But now, when you look at the Asia Wilson, it's like, all right, when you first came, we ain't think you was gonna be this. But yes, you are that. But it's just like, damn, do everybody come out for you?
No, not even just that though, Marcus. It's still, you still have to have a personality to be able to sell shoes. Perfect example. Like, let's be clear. Nobody can realistically. You can almost debate that the Joker is the best basketball player right now in the NBA. Like, this man is literally unstoppable. This nigga don't have nothing though. He don't. And listen to tell y'all, I love Dirk Nowitzki. Y'all know Steve Nash was my guy. I love Peyton Manning. I'm talking about, nigga, I will literally argue whoever about Dirk Nowitzki and Peyton Manning. I've called y'all racist because y'all don't support Nowitzki or Manning because they're white. So listen to what I'm telling you. And guess what? Neither one of them niggas ain't never going to have a tennis shoe. You know why? Because I'm sorry. And this is the difference between women and men. And that's why sometimes I say you got to give credit where credit is due with Caitlin Clark is. Because guess what? They know for a fact her white audience is going to support more than Tom Brady. Tom Brady and Peyton Manning are two of the greatest football players to ever play football, especially at their position. And ain't neither one of them. I'm talking about now they get commercials when they retire. Think about it. And people probably figured out that Peyton Manning got a personality since he retired. But as a player, you talking about this is my favorite player of all times. I don't care who it is. Though he ain't never had a commercial until he retired, dog. He ain't have nothing. You know why? Because nobody knew he had that personality. So that's why when we talk about marketing and promotion, like, you can't. That's why I don't like when you, like, y'all know, if I can find a way to make it a race thing, cool, I'm with it. But let's be clear, dog. It's a lot of white dudes who ain't got it. Dog. I love Nowitzki. I never in my life seen a Dirk Nowitzki commercial. Nigga, he beat the Miami Heat, LeBron James, and Dwayne to Chris Bosh in their fucking prime, dog. And beat Kobe Bryant, Kevin Durant, James Harden. And guess what? He ain't get shit. Y'all still don't even want to sit here and say he a top 5 power forward all times. But why? Because he's white and he's quiet. But guess what? That nigga is married to a black woman with black kids. The hell are y'all talking about? He still don't have a sneaker. He don't have nothing but a statue in front of the goddamn Mavericks jump. Like, come on, dog. That's all I'm saying. Telling you, sometimes it's not about just how good you play sports. We talking about selling a product. You have to have some type of personality. And I'm gonna play this commercial. And this is the perfect example. I've told y'all before. Asia Wilson can be the best player on that team, but she ain't got the biggest personality. It's the players around her. And that's why when I told y'all when I followed them on TikTok, it was because everybody else, and she was just in the videos. Hold on, let me play that jump.
Target, and I saw this pickleball tournament. I never say no to parking lot pickleball.
Pickleball? I didn't even know Kelsey played.
Having Kelsey on my team was huge. She's a 2-time WNBA champion.
When I first saw her come on the court, I thought, wow, she's stronger than all of us, fitter than all of us. so that was not great.
She's always involved in stuff, but I'm here to support her no matter what.
She has a cannon for an arm.
I was here to win another championship.
I knew she was going to slay. There's nothing she can't do.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, that commercial was just like, all right, bro. And that's what I'm saying. But this is what I'm telling you. And I'm not sitting here, and let's be clear. I don't think that if we're talking about personality, I don't think that Caitlin Clark got the biggest and greatest personality either.
I don't think she needed it.
But yet she don't need it because she just did Donald Trump. She is their Donald Trump with a bra and panties, dog. I'm sorry. That's it. And I don't get the people who that's who gonna rock and roll for her, and she can shoot the level off the damn ball, dog. I'm sorry. And I told y'all that's Steph Curry fault. If y'all mad at anybody, be mad at Steph Curry, dog. He made that shooting nigga Dame, him and Dame. This nigga Dame was pulling up from the goddamn logo last night. I don't know what happened, how he ran out of gas. This nigga had 35 at halftime, dog. He was literally, I watched one joint, and he literally, his back of his foot was literally on the goddamn Milwaukee Bucks logo, and this nigga didn't even take a dribble. Nigga passed him the ball, he gave the dude a stutter step, and it just jacked up, whack him. I'm like, oh my God, he is. But again, going back into what we was originally talking about with just the marketability stuff, you can't be mad, though. You have to figure, and this is again what I'm talking about on social media. If y'all really love these people to say the way you do, then make their names completely trend all the time. Find other cool ways to support them, because you cannot sit here and say, I like somebody, and then you never tell people. And I was arguing with somebody on my jump when I posted about the Drake doing the Tupac thing, and they got him, and we're not gonna get into that conversation yet, but I just wanted to put it with this. When like what you like, when he was getting in the comment section, oh, it's corny that Drake could sit here and use somebody else their like whoever, like Tupac. He basically like, oh, yeah, their likeness and using their voice or whatever the case may be. I'm like, bro, it's 2024. You can listen to whatever music you want. And guess what you can also do? You can champion whatever music you want. This is not back in the day where we cut on the radio and they got to play and we only can watch what listen to whatever they play on the radio. If you watch the videos, you can only watch whatever videos is on 106 and Park or on MTV. So you can pick and choose what you like. And you can, guess what? You got a social media platform, just like I do. If you like a certain type of music, guess what you can do? You can sit here and cut your camera on the same way I cut mine on, and you could talk and big up whatever you want. Instead of complaining about what you don't like, big up what you like. If I sit here and feel like that Angel Reese or whoever else supposed to get more credit, then guess what? It was my job to do. Sit here and cut these microphones on, cut a camera on, and sit here and talk and big up people, whatever you like. But it's not me sitting here trying to downplay somebody else's success. That to me is corny, because guess what you're going to do? You're just going to come off as a hater. You always got something negative to say, but what do you like? Tell me what you like. Big up what you actually like, because guess what? It's harder to do. It's harder to build up what you like than it is to hate on something. So it's easy to be a hater, but it's hard to sit here and say, hey, let me build something up that I actually like. And that's when we talk about support and we talk about marketability. Dog, that's what you got to do. If you sit here really like something and you want to support people, bro, get on, stop trying to be cool. And that's most everybody. Y'all too cool to post what you actually like on social media. So you sit here and just throw it up in your Insta story. Bro, that's weak. If you really like something, bro, post it on your page. And that's the thing that blow me the most, because everybody and their mother will post memes all day long, and you will post whatever, you can post it on your page.
But I think more people are now so used to the story, you know what I'm saying? The story situation is a lot more easy to get traction.
Yeah, no, but it depends, because I know for a fact my stories don't do nowhere near as much as my dog. I can be saying honest. But my stories may at max maybe do a couple hundred, if that. Most of the time, probably, but I don't look at them now because I really don't be caring no more because my page do numbers. But let's say at one point in time, maybe like, let's say sometime last year, my Insta stories only did like 50 views. I'm not a woman. I'm not on sitting here posting thirsty stuff or whatever. So, but listen to what I'm saying. So let's just imagine if I only posted on my story. We talking about 50 people who may view it on my story from hundreds of thousands of people who come to my page on a daily basis. What are we talking about?
But I think the stories are more access because you already started and you just going through your friends. Like sometimes your timeline, it won't come. You won't come on somebody's timeline when you just post.
Yeah, no, of course.
So that's why I say I kind of get. I mean, I understand the whole posting it in my story before posting on my page, because
I understand and I agree with you. You're absolutely right. 9 times out of 10, you'll pay attention to somebody's story. And I'm not telling people not to post on their story, but I'm just sitting here telling you, if you're really passionate about something, dog, post it on your page so people can see. Who cares if only 5 people see it on your page, still post it for them. Like, if you really actually like what you like, dog, that's what I'm saying. If you actually like it, dog, really find other clever ways to support it, because I know for a fact everybody financially can't do it. And that was my biggest thing that was blowing me when people were sitting here talking about it on social media, where they was making it like, oh, do you got a jersey? Did you buy shoes? Because let's be clear, the person that y'all all skipped was Candace Parker's guy. Candace Parker has her own signature shoe. with Adidas. And we done talked about them before. Like them Jones, John like 5, she got some crazy colorways. Like and she's with Adidas though. So I don't necessarily, I know the conversation was more around Nike, but dog, she has her own signature shoe. And then people was going back in the day like, oh yeah, and that's I guess that, and I did see a lot of people push back with that was like, well, you didn't hear white people or white women complaining when back in the day when Nike was only black women who had it. Cheryl Swoops had her own sneaker. Not Lisa, Cheryl Swoops. What was the other lady? Dawn Staley had her own sneaker, and it was one more. I'm missing one.
I don't think Dawn. I don't think she had a signature shoe. I think she was under Nike. She had one of those like, because back then I don't think it was too many that actually had a face, unless she was under Jordan.
No, niggas, sure, no, they all had they literally. Listen,
I know, but she was under
everybody
Nike,
named it. I want to say if it's not Cheryl Swoops is I want to say it's Cynthia Cooper. Cynthia Cooper. It was Cynthia Cooper. She got a Jones. Her Jones. Cynthia Cooper Jones looked more like I want to say like. I want to say they almost look like the Duncans a little bit, but she had her own Jones, and I'm sure everybody in their mother, if you could wear that size, but this was like when eBay, everybody in their mother had a pair of Cheryl Swoops. If your foot was small enough to be able to get in a pair, because at that time women's feet they didn't run as big as the shoes do now. Where at that time you had to be on your Kendrick Lamar size 7 type of nigga to be able to get a pair of Cheryl Swoops. But they all had them, and people like that. Nobody complained back then when all of them had one. Because let's be clear, at that time that the WNBA was, and I think that's another reason why, if we've been honest, is why people get so crazy about champion Caitlin Clark, because though for a long time the WNBA was, and we talked about it last week, dog, the WNBA was dominated by a lot of women who looked like niggas, and a lot of them was men. I seen the debate when people was like, damn, I can't wait for the WNBA women to start making hundreds of millions of dollars. How they gonna trick off? And all the women was laughing, and the WNBA women was reposting some of the jokes that they thought was funny, or if niggas was mentioning them, like, oh, I can't wait for such and such to fly me out. I'm gonna be courtside saying go Poppy and all that stuff. And then there was other women like, yeah, y'all gonna be mad until y'all figure out most of these women like women just like y'all do. And that's just how it be sometimes. So it's just like, I get it, dog. Like I said, the only thing I would tell Age and Wilson.
I tell AB, you a wild nigga.
Oh yeah, for people who don't know,
you a wild
I'm not.
Nigga. You deserve to be blocked.
No, you deserve to be blocked. But I'm not gonna lie. I'm sure when he tweeted that, and everybody kind of pictured it, and you looked at Caitlin Clark, you probably was like, all right, yeah. So what's this? Antonio Brown tweeted Caitlin Clark and said Caitlin Clark looked like she got a bush, and for people, of course, a bush on a private part, and she blocked him. I'm sure when you looked at her, like, he probably right, but you can't like, don't. She's still. I'm not. She's still a kid. Let's be clear. You old nigga. Like that's kind of wild. So I ain't mad at her for like, I'm not gonna go back and forth with you. I'm not gonna. And the cool thing about Caitlin Clark is, and what I do want to give her credit is, no, she don't even get on social. I don't even know she got a Twitter, dog.
I don't think she got anything. I had never seen her act
or nothing. That's my point. So it's just like that's the difference. Like she don't.
And you do have to respect that type of level of, because like when we say we got the Angel Reese and then we got the Caitlin Clark, like Angel Reese, she used her personality. She has a social media of course. She got her image that way, and you got Caitlin Clark is, I'm gonna be kind of a little humble. I'm gonna stay chill. I'm not gonna do. I'm just let my game.
Let my game. And guess what? My audience is so vividly rabid and loud that they gonna hold it down for me, and they do. And you gotta respect them for holding it down. And that would be my biggest challenge to any black person that's listening to the sound of my voice right now. And you get upset about anything or somebody not getting the credit that you feel like they deserve, or sitting here you want to champion people more. Dog, support. If you want to support, fine. I'm not sitting here telling you got to spend money, but you have a social media. We all got social media, dog. Use it to support the people you like, because you cannot complain and cry about somebody else getting celebrated more, and you don't celebrate the people you like. Niggas be quiet like you like. I'm not gonna tell people I like this, and I know that's how people be, dog. Especially dudes. Like we never really want to sit here and big nobody up, because you don't never want to sit here and say, "Oh, you dick riding this, that, and the third." All right, well then you can't be sit here and mad if somebody else got a bigger platform or people celebrating. We can get in that too when we talk about Akademiks. I should have mentioned that Akademiks broke the Quavo Jones earlier today. So I mean, it happened. Like I said, celebrate the people that you're supposed to, dog, or the people that you really like. Let that load up. Drop and give me 50. Drop and give me 50. Drop and give me 50. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell another friend. How many? Proceed to get you what you need. Oh, Phillies. Damn, I should have bet with the Knicks tonight. I mean, the Sixers. Did Joel play the whole game?
I know he started it though.
Huh?
I know he started it. I don't know
If he played the whole job. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. All right. So, I mean, of course, realistically, y'all know Drake came back with another one. For people who maybe if you were living under a rock and you didn't hear it, of course, I can't play it because we're on YouTube right now. But Drake put out a joint called Tailor Made. It was a tailor-made freestyle. Real quick, before I even get to the Drake, I do want to sit here and give Akademiks his credit again because he broke another record today. And I like that rappers are going to him. And this is again when I just because I do feel like this can kind of piggyback what we were just talking about when we were talking about marketing and liking what you like. Celebrate the people that you like because for a long time, though, again when I told y'all, I said it last week when I was giving him his flowers. Though for a long time, he just continuously talked about the people that he personally liked. He has built relationships and people know that, hey, he been plugging us or he been talking about us, talking about our music for all the time. He has built up a genuine audience who like to hear about hip-hop conversations. That's how he built his platform. So of course, if I'm going to break a record, what radio station, there's not a radio station that I love the Breakfast Club, I love Hot 97 and all of them, but guess what, they are not. They don't have that audience like Akademiks has because a lot of them have teetered away from it.
Now that's my question. I wanted to see do you think like even now looking at how all these records are getting broken, do you as a radio station like, damn, we don't even record live no more? Like, how do we even get, you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of these stuff is just pre-produced. It's already, and they just play the music. So it's just like, damn, we can't even break. Like if somebody did to send us,
I mean, they do. The great thing is they do still do live radio, but that's just let you know how
But it's more pre-recorded than just like live right now. What's going on? Like,
no, it's live. What's going on right now?
Really?
But the people that you just the thing of it is the people outside of course, the breakfast outside of the Breakfast Club, even Ball Alert, like the Ball Alert, like a lot of them on Ball Alert, they on that Ball Alert show to come on the timeline of people. If you see it, if you follow the Ball Alert page, and they got a lot of them work on the radio station.
But no, and I get a lot of people, but that's why I say because you I guess so many stations now are branching out. You're, in other areas. It's not like you just local radio. You know what I'm saying? Like you like how KYS you might hear the Quicksilver Show, Baltimore.
Yeah, for sure. But
North Carolina, South Carolina. So that's why I'm saying, is it kind of harder now because it's not just like we live. Oh, what's name just came in? You know what I'm saying? Like
no. So Mark, but listen to what I'm saying. It's still live, but what it is the people on the station don't have no real social media presence. They don't have no YouTube presence. So again, like outside of the Breakfast Club, if we talking about just pure radio, Breakfast Club is still have the bigger hip hop audience. But even if you sit here saying like, do they still, again, when I talked about it before, like if you go to Angela Yee page and go to the Breakfast Club page, Angela Yee still talk to a lot of the new up and coming Instagram popular people or the new up and coming rappers from Detroit or this and the third. Like and that's what made me, I think I talked about it here a couple weeks ago, and I was like, damn, I kind of can see that a lot of those guests, they're like people who probably weren't as big to be on the Breakfast Club yet, and they were on there because Angela Yee obviously was bringing them on there, because Cash Dog had been on Angela Yee junk like 3 or 4 different times this year. So that's what I'm sitting here saying. So it's just the difference is, yes, all the radio stations still do have personalities on. Like you can cut on a radio station in the middle of the day, but most people don't. You know why? Because most radio stations are lazy, just like ESPN and just like Fox Sports, where it's like, I'm just gonna get whatever person already been working here for years, and we just gonna rotate them because we can get them a decent, whatever case may be. And most radio stations probably just don't care. But to me, if I own the radio station, so who is the big personality in my area? Like, let me go on social media and figure it out, and can I plug them in? I'm not necessarily saying they got to take the job from whoever, like from somebody like a Quicksilver who already been doing it for years. But should I plug a big personality who can bring me some social media attention and post them on the radio? Or can I help build their voice up where their voice becomes even bigger now? Because I can sit here and, like if you on social media and you're doing you at different, what is it called? Collaborations, where I can do, if this person worked on a radio station and I can collaborate this person with 93.9 or 95.9 or whatever the case may be. Because most of the people that they do that with now, they don't have big social media presence. So people probably think, oh yeah, nobody hit the radio station. They don't even work it, do the radio station. For the fact that you sit here and say, do the radio station even still record live, is just a perfect example of it. You are a regular working class person. So the fact that you don't know that, and you sit here and you in a work truck with a radio station, so the fact that you don't even tap in, that shows how horrible of a job that the radio does of
no, but I see them. That's what I'm saying. It's like a pre-recorded stuff. Like I follow Enjoy. I follow all them. I listen to them in the morning, and that's why I say a lot of this stuff is pre-recorded. It's not like, oh, live breaking news. We just, what I'm saying, I don't feel like none of them, because you don't really talk that much on the radio.
Yeah, of course. They don't talk as much.
It's more than just
a little segment and then play it on the music. For sure.
So I think now it's just because people got so used to just hearing nonstop music, we really don't want to have those. Because even like who was the baby with his little freestyle he just put up?
Oh, he went crazy. I'm gonna play that at the end of the show.
But that's my thing. But like, even is that a radio station?
No, that's LA Leakers. That's on YouTube.
That's just on YouTube. So something like that, like you're breaking a freestyle, and I don't even know like Flex. Like I don't even know the last time I heard a Flex. You know what I'm saying? Like the whatever. The freestyles actually getting played. So that's why I say I just feel like now, just the day and age that going up to the radio, putting your diss track out, doing whatever. Oh, just then blah blah blah, having those drops is not the same now.
Yeah, and I think because people get to, again, like when I talked about Akademiks last week, if I'm Quavo and I'm like, damn, I just seen him get 500,000. Who won that game?
The Knicks.
They came back and won?
Yeah, 104 to 101. Good thing you didn't.
Damn, that's crazy, nigga. I literally just sat down. They was literally down by 4. Damn, and it was like 50 seconds left to go. That's crazy. Yeah, all right. But again, real quick, just now that's the conversation. Philly, the conversation I said about Joel Embiid last week, though. He's literally like going to the strip club and getting blue balls. But anyway, let's stay on the topic that we on real quick. We can talk about the NBA a little bit later. But that's my point of, I do agree with you. I don't know what is, because I want to say that dude who do LA Lakers, I want to say he worked at a radio station because it do say LA Leakers and it is a radio station thing under the joint. I don't know what the number is. Yeah, okay. It's like 10 something LA Leakers something, and it's the whatever the station number is. It is on it, so it is. I don't know if I'm not gonna sit here and say it's still on the radio, but it started on the radio, or he may be recording at the radio station, so he may still and it just do the YouTube thing, like Funkmaster Flex, like a lot of Funkmaster Flex YouTube, like him freestyling on YouTube. The people freestyling on YouTube, some of them don't be live on the radio. Because of course you can't, especially people going up there cussing, you got to be able to, blur it out, and you may play it throughout the week or whatever case may be on the weekend and replay it so people can hear. But people do still go up to flex. It's just no big name person hasn't been up there in a long time to give like a crazy freestyle. I don't even know who was the last person that really was like, I want to almost say it was probably Meek. But even Lady London went on the joint. Cosmic Kev was on the radio in Philly, but now it's on YouTube. That was a YouTube joint. That was literally not at no radio station. Like if you go back in the day when Meek was first coming up, or when the dude who did the No Diddy thing, Quilly, like all of their joints was like Cosmic Kev, like literally in the radio station. This joint that he just put out of Lady London, and again, that's what I'm saying. And I forgot, I promise, because we've been doing the YouTube joint, I've been slipping on playing some of the joints. But I do, before this show when I cut the YouTube joint off, I do want to play Lady London freestyle on Cosmic Kev show, and I do want to play the Baby joint on LA Leakers.
Too.
I did see like Howard 8 or something.
Yeah,
I wouldn't mind seeing her, but I'm just one of those people. I really just don't like going places. Like I literally, I think I even seen Charlamagne got a once. He got 2 dates close to here. I would realistically go to the joint in Arundel. I think he's gonna be somewhere. I want to say in Arundel Mills. I want to say or close to the somewhere close to Arundel Mills. He's gonna be literally on my birthday, and I think he's gonna be in DC.
Book signing.
Yeah, book signing. Yeah, he doing a book signing joint, and I think want to say he's gonna be in DC, maybe it was the 6th. But anyway, whatever the case may be, going into the conversation of, again, I just was giving Akademiks his credit. But of course, like I said, Drake put out a new freestyle. It was and people was on the fence, but I seen somebody literally just in my comments right now, just mad, like, oh, of course, only Drake fans would celebrate somebody using AI. And I think and the crazy thing is, and this is why I know some people I want to use the word
the AI shit is scary.
No, it's scary, but listen to what I'm saying though. The thing
you use the right way.
But listen to what I'm saying. When I'm saying people act like they don't know or using the word that I hate, it's casual because Kendrick Lamar literally did a whole video that Heartbeat 5 was nothing but AI faces. What are you talking about? And we all went crazy like how fire that was when he went from Kobe Bryant to OJ Simpson to Nipsey Hussle. And he literally he did a whole verse rapping as he was Nipsey Hussle. Telling the killer, you know what I'm saying, whatever the case may be, like, go listen to that. Go the Heartbeat 5. Don't even just listen to it. Listen to it and watch the video. He literally did his change. Literally, what I'm talking about, he went from OJ Simpson, Nipsey Hussle, Kobe Bryant, and it was Jussie Smollett. That was AI, dog. What the hell are y'all talking about? He literally, and the reason, and this is again what I'm saying here, Sanford, and I'm not even a Kendrick fan, but I know this. Though on the Pimp a Butterfly, he was doing Tupac interludes in and out of the whole joint.
Mm-hmm.
So you sitting here saying, so when Drake do the Tupac joint, people just like, oh, because he passed niggas. You think Tupac was okay with that trash ass movie that they put out? What are you talking about? Though people use Tupac. There's so many people who use Tupac's likeness on a daily basis to make money on documentaries, movies. Dog, Hulu just put out a documentary called Dear Mama. Literally last year during Mother's Day, Hulu literally just dropped a docuseries called Dear Mama of Tupac. Most of y'all didn't even watch it. So why you stop acting like y'all care about Tupac? Like, you have to stop that out. That's what I'm talking about, the selective outrage when people pick and choose what they want to get upset about or what you care about. Bro, y'all don't care about Tupac voice like that. Like, let's be serious. And it was clever as hell.
I forgot hologram at Coachella.
But still, it was still, dog. You got to think about, I can't even say I get it because I don't get why people are upset. Dog, to me, that was clever, dog. For him to sit here and say, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to put, it's a filter. And that's what I'm saying.
And that's what I said. And I feel like that's why I think a lot of people are getting upset. And I think with everybody, and even in society, we got to forget it's a new day and age. It's different ways to do things. It's a different way to troll people, different way to attack people. Mm-hmm. And a lot of us are caught up in like, oh, why are you cheating? You using somebody, all you doing is typing their voice. They ain't put down the lyrics. It's like you cheating.
No,
but okay,
that's
modern
technology. But listen to what I'm saying though. He still rapped. He just put a filter on his voice.
Yeah. So that's
still saying. Drake rapping. You can hear the way in the cadence of the voice.
And that's why I say I just feel like it's a new generation. You gotta blend in or get out. You know what I'm saying? Like, but
let's screw if it was a new generation. Let's go back to exactly what you said. Let's just sit here and say, would you be upset if he used if he would have? So if Drake would have just sit here and did a meme, if he would have made a meme of Tupac sitting here saying the same exact things that he said to Kendrick, nobody wouldn't care. It's a meme. Oh, who cares? It's a meme. Ha ha. It's funny. Y'all use memes of dead people all the time, dog. What are we talking about right now? You use memes of people, of tragic situations, of people going through certain things in their life, and you turn it into a goddamn meme. What are you talking about? I just watched the Caleb Williams interview on The Pivot, and he was talking about, dog, how so many people then turned them into a meme. Of him when he was crying to his mother. Dog, people do, you don't care, and we don't pick and choose what you want to turn into a meme or whatever the case may be when it's beneficial to us. So for people to get upset, and I seen rappers, I'm like, dog, you a rapper, you use auto-tune. There's no different. What Drake did, he literally, this is still that Tupac verse and that Snoop Dogg verse is still Drake rapping. He just used a AI filter. The same way a rapper who cannot sing and try to sing, you use auto-tune. It's a filter you put on your voice. That's why you can still, if you listen to the actual song and get out your feelings about, oh, it's a Tupac sound and voice, it's still Drake. Listen to the cadence, listen to the way he pronounces words. It's still Drake. It's just a Tupac filter and a Snoop Dogg filter. More people was upset for Snoop Dogg than Snoop Dogg even cared. He made a joke about it and said, like, I'm going back to bed. I don't even know what y'all talking about, and I don't care what y'all talking about.
And it's not like he put it out on streaming apps. So it's not like
he literally just put it on his Instagram. But guess what? You think, so let's be clear. You think the people who own Tupac estates or Snoop Dogg is not going to clear that for Drake? Nigga, that's free money. Why would I not? Mm-hmm. If he sit here and say, I want to sit here and clear and I want to put it on streaming platforms, dog, all he got to do is send Snoop a junk and they can clear it. What the hell are y'all talking about? But again, like I said, so many people, you just, again, like most of these rappers, the same way with them conversations, we can play them in a second, Kanye West jumping in it with the, and let me tell y'all something. And I'm saying this, I don't even know how you can say it respectfully, dog. Justin LeBoy, tell me why he's still relevant. But I mean, you can't tell me this. You can't tell.
This might give him.
Man, it's not gonna give him nothing, dog. Besides from stupid ass females who support this weak ass nigga. He's been weak. I told y'all he was weak for whatever. And the only reason why he probably around because the niggas probably taking dick. Man, no. Did you listen to it?
What? Him? The interview?
Yes.
I didn't listen to the interview.
Well, we can play the clips, nigga. He's cheeks, and he was cheeks beforehand. Because you can make cool meme page. Because you can make a cool meme page.
Don't mean it might get him a little look. It might give him a little look. What happened to that? What's the name? That they used to have on Revolt. Was that his or that was somebody else?
What you mean? It was his, and it was. But Diddy was funding it, and I'm sure Diddy.
I'm saying what happened to it. Like it just died after that. Who was that? Was it G Herbo? I think.
Nah, the last person I want to say he had on there was Sweetie. And the Migos gave him a little bit of straightener.
All right.
That
was it. Okay, that was it.
Oh my!
Because I thought the G Herbo
when we was talking about Chris Brown. Oh my God! How did I forget that? Oh my God! How did I forget that the Migos beat the brakes off of Justin LeBoy? What the hell are y'all talking about, bro? That's why, again, like I don't even want to go back to the Chris Brown. That's why I don't know. I have my break for talking to women about 90% of anything would be just like on a very small limit. Bro, y'all don't know shit. Shut up. Like, y'all really need to shut up. Stop talking. I swear to God.
Baby daddy is like Drake has a rich baby daddy named Lucien and Universal.
Wow.
He's like, like, man, my daddy got it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, my daddy controlled the spins. My daddy got the DSPs. My daddy, Drake has a rich baby daddy named Lucien.
So all of his streams in the number ones is controlled by someone named Lucien.
Or Lucien worked for people who control the banks in Africa. Say rich baby daddy.
It's another clip going. I don't know if I sent you the one. It was a clip going around basically saying that Future hit him up to jump on the song because Future basically trying to get rid of Drake. Basically, that was their thing. That was their whole thing of, hey, we trying to sit here and all jump and get rid of Drake.
And they gonna put that one out?
What?
That Kanye joint. The way they remixed it, that shit was tough.
Oh yeah, I mean, because it's Kanye, nigga. Kanye gonna always go crazy on the beat, but like you ain't really going crazy over a Kanye verse.
No, you're not. But that's what I'm just saying. But would you put it out just to give it more?
Of course. I mean, if he did it and he cleared it, I mean, they took it down off of YouTube, but I'm sure realistically, nigga, if I'm Future and Metro, I'm chasing numbers. Why would I not? Especially realistically, because they saying the numbers for next week gonna come out and Drake gonna beat them. Like right now, Drake got the most even he. And the crazy thing is, he dropped on Taylor Swift and he got the most streamed song this week. It was the push-up jump. So that was just like, and that's again, I listen to him saying, I understand the hate for Drake. If I was a rapper, I probably wouldn't like him neither, dog. This nigga just consistently, he can just get out of bed, he can throw out a diss song, and we had a club smash, and his diss song going outstream and outperform our diss. Like, come on, dog. I get it, I understand it, but again, listen to what I'm telling y'all. He the boy, and I just to see other dude like, and that's the crazy thing is like when most people talk about like sports and rapping, or like even with like, oh, I'd rather listen to a podcast or somebody like, let's say like people like Joe Budden because he rapped before, or even with basketball players, or at least they played in the NBA. But it almost sometimes make me like when I seen rappers that I know get in the comment section and kind of like discredit what Drake did, because no, that was to still, let's take out the Tupac was alive or dead. These are people that Kendrick Lamar has been on interviews and like I said, even on his Pimp a Butterfly and Jump, these are people, people he has bigged up and people he have told y'all growing up as a kid in California, these are people that I idolize and these are the people, the reasons why I even became a rapper. So for that to still be, if that's what he did, and sit here for Drake to sit here and basically rap as them and saying how they are disappointed in them, you letting the West Coast down, was clever as hell. Yeah, so for you to try to discredit it like that wasn't clever. But this is what I'm saying. The reason why I brought that up is so that always make me be like, okay, and this is why I feel like that's why sometimes it's like hard for me to say just because you've done something, it necessarily give you the space to talk about it. Because the first thing I'm gonna say is, well, why haven't you never done nothing this clever before? Before you sit here and take an issue on somebody else or what they have done, why haven't you ever came up with something this clever? And I'm not sitting here saying they got to be mainstream to the level of Drake, but you haven't even done nothing locally to sit here and make me be like, oh, all right, you kind of low-key fire. People may be sleeping on you, but you have done something locally that people can respect. That's my only thing. And for most people, it don't be that, dog. You have locally never done nothing to that capacity where people was like, nah, you was that boy at one time.
He every week, fellas.
And this is what I'm saying. And you know, it's the crazy thing. It's people like, let's just say, let's use people. I could just go and I'm just speaking locally from where I live at. Shy Glizzy don't even get on social media. Locally, he has done it to at the top. It still has nobody. When we talking about top tier outside of Wale, there ain't nobody yet still to this day has put out a mixtape big as Young Hefe. But you ain't never gonna hear Shy Glizzy get on social media and complain about or sit here and talk down on what another rapper has done. Let's even use Lizzo will come on this podcast and y'all won't never. If I don't tell you he rap, you would never know he rap. Dog, and still to this day has to have a top 5 biggest song in the DMV of your fucking life. I don't care if you are 30-something plus years old, however long you've been on this earth, that nigga has a top 5 DMV song and he don't ever act like he even rap when he come on here. But to see niggas get in my comment section and complain about Drake using a goddamn filter on his voice is crazy. This nigga top barely can talk. Probably y'all heard him get on the goddamn podcast. The boy can barely talk in the goddamn mic. And guess what? Listen,
I got ice.
You still do not. And guess what? This nigga ain't going to sit here and do. He ain't going to say if he going to say something. He'll say it in a text message, but he ain't going to get on social media and sit here and talk about it. Like, what the fuck are y'all talking about, dog? And you don't. And guess what y'all niggas don't? You don't even have a I got ice. Shut the fuck up. Y'all be blowing me, dog. I swear to God, y'all be blowing me. Like, you know, you have to create something at a high capacity or a high level for me to respect what you're talking about. And that's the only reason why sometimes when people are like, oh, yeah, basketball, like, yeah, but I'm always going to look at it like with an asterisk. Like, it's easy to sit here and say LeBron ain't done this. Like, well, of course.
But my question is too, I'm liking what you're saying. But then sometimes I just feel like you need that in the spaces to be great. Because even if we just take it back, like not to just to go out off topic, but it's just like when you think about like even those go-go blogs back in the day, when they feud those those battles between the bands, you know what I'm saying, when y'all did those battle of the bands, their fans, oh, you know, what's name such and such, they wax you, that feud. When you see that fuses, so I get like,
no, I'm cool. That's what I'm saying. But listen, what I'm saying, I'm cool with the fans doing. If you have never created nothing at all in your life and you don't care about creating, I appreciate a fan's opinion more than I appreciate somebody who tried it and ain't never got there. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the fans. I'm cool with the fans sitting here hyping up beefs or hyping up or picking us out. I'm talking about if you actually tried to be a rapper before and you couldn't even get to the top of wherever city you from, I can't respect your opinion, dog. I'm sorry, because you tried and you couldn't even get to the peak of your city. We ain't talking about to the rest of the world.
Gotcha.
Like that's all I'm saying. And I don't even want to. It's just I'm shooting. Even when we talk about podcasters, nigga, you can spend all the money in the world on how fancy your videos look. No, guess what niggas don't be caring. Like when stuff is going on, I'm sure you don't ever wake up and people be in y'all DM like, oh yeah, I want to hear your opinion on nothing. Y'all just spending money on equipment and haven't built the audience yet. That's my point. It looks amazing, but nobody care about what y'all talking about unless y'all talking about sucking dick or fucking. What are we talking about, dog? Y'all know the difference. Like, come on, stop playing with yourself. Like, y'all gotta be serious sometimes. And listen to what I'm saying. I understand everybody got to go on their own paths, but sometimes when you watching LeBron do what he do, it hit different. This is what all I'm doing to y'all right now is remember when Anthony Edwards was busting Kevin Durant ass? Oh, nigga, I told you can't do nothing with me. Get the fuck out my way, dog.
Yo, CEO Mikey.
Shout out to Anthony Edwards. I ain't gonna lie, because that nigga said that to KD. I'm like, bro, KD is damn near 7 feet tall. You talking to this nigga like he was Muggsy Bogues. That was crazy to me. The way, oh my God, though, the way Anthony Edwards, and I do in 2 seconds. Well, in fact, I got to call myself. I got to slow down, calm down. I do want to go into a conversation though, and I see. I think the cool thing is for you, you are a fan of two teams, football and basketball. They are like legendary franchises. So y'all gonna always eventually get another player that you can be cool with. But for people who, and I do want to talk about it in 2 seconds after we make sure we finish with all the Drake stuff and got all that, take the Drake, Kanye, and all that. After we get all that out the way, my question to you is, or the people that's listening, how do you know? Like somebody like for me, I'm a LeBron fan, and I told y'all just a few minutes ago I was a Nowinski and a Peyton Manning fan. When do you sit here and say it's time for me to start kind of looking for a new favorite player? And what made me even say that is the Anthony Edwards, the Kevin Durant thing. I'm like, if you've been watching, Steph Curry not making the playoffs this year. So when you kind of watch some of those things, it's kind of like, yeah, we're getting older. So these players who are closer to our age, they are getting older, and you only see it when it's time to get in front of some of these younger players. So it's just like, all right, dog. Like when I'm watching, like even when I was watching Sacramento, sometimes it was like they just look so young and the Lakers look so old. Like you don't never realize how old your favorite player is until it's in time for a young nigga to get in front of them. And when they just running and gunning the whole entire time and they don't look like they need no breath whatsoever. Like when you watching Malik Monk and De'Aaron Fox run up and down against the Lakers and Sabonis kind of move like, yeah, whatever. Like I said,
I think even for you, I think if you're a fan of a player, I think it should be more easy for you to move on to the new look.
But I'm saying, when do you start having that real conversation with yourself? That was the question I'm having. I'm asking.
You still can be a fan of him, but then you can also look in the.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm saying when do you start to sit here and kind of be like?
You can still like, even with me, I would sit here and say, like, even with Dwayne, when I seen him, start going down, you know what I'm saying, downhill, or even when he made that move to Cleveland, it's just like, all right, I'm still a D-Wade fan, but in this other, I can find another favorite player. But me personally, like, I am a fan of the Miami Heat franchise.
Franchise.
So that you know what I'm saying. But I feel like somebody who's just fans of players, you can easily start liking somebody else.
But like, when do you do it? Because it don't. I mean,
I'm not saying, but see, I don't think you just say, well, I'm stop liking LeBron. But
I'm not saying stop liking him. But when do you sit here and start to register your brain and be like, when do I? Yeah, your days is number. Like, dog, you not like he don't perfect. And like I said, I do want to like. I know we kind of all over the place, and I'm super hyped up. But I realized though he had like 20 something in the first half, and he did nothing the whole entire fourth quarter. Barely did anything in the third, and that's when they made it run. He was taking bad threes. He was making turnovers that you never see LeBron do, and you can kind of see in the fourth quarter he literally gave up.
But that's my thing. I feel like with every man and anybody, it's just when do you really, had that talk with your ego. And sometimes you gotta, I feel like for order for you to win or be successful, you gotta make a sacrifice. Just like even when I even say with LeBron when he came to Miami, he made that sacrifice. Well, I gotta, I can't be the man. I am the man, but I can't be the biggest man on this team. Mm-hmm. We all gotta play together. We gotta bite our ego. Sometimes you gotta, and I feel like even right now with the Lakers, I think their biggest downfall is LeBron is still LeBron is LeBron. Instead of you just saying, all right, you know what, this is AD team. AD is the future. I'm just here to, show him the right way. I think that's when you accept it more, and it's just like, all right, cool. I know he at the end of his career, he doing what he doing. But if you still in the front, they interview you. They don't interview nobody else on that team, but you.
Yeah, or they interview them all separately. Like D'Angelo Russell and Austin Reeves, they have a good game. They'll interview them together. But most of the time when they do the interviews, it is Anthony Davis and LeBron together, especially during the playoff time. They'll interview them two together and kind of like make D'Lo and Reeves do their own separate jump. But yeah, like I said, just I guess to finish it up on the Drake jump, I do think Drake is smart by him putting push-ups on all the streaming platforms. Nigga, the numbers is gonna grow up because I listen to it because realistically, like we talked about it, I listen to it on Akademiks jump. I'm not a huge go to YouTube and listen to music. I don't necessarily know why sometimes like when it comes to like Bluetooth, sometimes like it seems like YouTube pick up funny for me sometimes when I'm listening to something or like it don't sound as clear. Like if I got some plug-in headphones or something, it the quality sound as good. Matter of fact, it may sound even louder or better, but sometimes when I'm listening to it like on a Bluetooth in the car or even in my gym headphones, it's like it just don't pick up the same. So I didn't listen to push-ups
after everybody, the way they record it or how they upload, the quality might not sound the same as it if you had it on the Apple, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. So like I said, so even with that being said, I didn't listen to it. I listened to it that day Akademiks played it. Whatever the version Akademiks played, I listened to it on there. So I never went back to listen to it again. until he put it on the streaming platform. And I'm like, damn, I listened to this song like 20, 30 times. And I'm sure for most people, and I listened to it on Apple, and I'm sure everybody was on Spotify listening to it, and the numbers was going up, and that's why I was going crazy. So him putting it on the platform, it was kind of like, dog, this is OD. How, and you know, the crazy thing is, and I guess just sometimes just like, my only thing would be, is just like, it's just different. It's the voice sometimes. It'd be like sometimes his voice is like one of those voices. And I remember, I think who said that before? Timberland. Like Drake and Jay-Z got one of them voices you kind of never get tired of. Because it's not too high, it's not too low. It's just a good monotone voice where it's like you kind of can listen to that voice all day long. And then it's just like you listening to it like, bro, he went crazy.
But me personally, I feel like it's just the growth. Because if you even go back to an old Drake, listen to them old songs, it's like,
for sure.
It grows on like, oh, all right, shit. So like, even if I wouldn't be mad if he redid a lot of his older songs and just kind of, you know, put it more of a modern day, you know what I'm saying, to bring it back, because I feel like his voice and the way he developed.
No, of course, for sure. I totally agree with that. I totally agree with that. One, his voice is 100 times deeper now, and you're absolutely right. If he probably went back and redid something like Best You Ever Had, or some of those earlier songs, or for some of his earlier projects where his voice sound, and now that he found his own pocket where it's not sounding like a knockoff Lil Wayne, like some of them songs like back in the day, it sound like.
But you gotta ask yourself, is it like nostalgic? Like, is it like just timeless effort? Because you do like that part of that Drake where he was in his little pop, and you know what I'm saying, like he was doing those songs. It's like, all right, you appreciate that because now
because you can hit a growth. But I'm just saying, even that move that Taylor Swift hit a while ago when she re-recorded all her stuff so she can own those masters on the new. Like what I'm saying again, when I'm telling y'all about just
that was So Far Gone.
Nah, he ain't do that with none of his stuff yet.
Yeah, I think no, I'm saying because So Far Gone was a mixtape, and then I think when he re-released,
but he released but you missing what I'm saying. I'm talking about I'm talking about re-record, like Taylor Swift record all the music that what's the dude Scooter Braun, all the music that he owned of hers. She literally sit here and redid all of it. All the stuff that he had to publish in and masters to, she went and redid her whole entire catalog where like it was literally like this was a couple years ago, and now she owned all her stuff. So all of that stuff, realistically, her fans like, oh, we're not listening to the old stuff. We're going to only listen to whatever she redid so she can reap all the benefits of it. And that's why I'm talking about how you support your people. And when I'm talking about we going white and black, white people support completely different, bro. They are not wishy-washy with the people they support. They're going to constantly and continuously show up for their people. And I even pay attention to how the blog started to try to pick up like different little stuff that Taylor Swift said. Like I seen people fake outrage with some of her lines.
Shit, nigga, she did 2 mil.
Exactly. And guess what her audience ain't? And she ain't never trying to make her audience. She don't want her audience to be the shade room or the neighborhood talker. Y'all slow. So y'all posting and fake trying to complain about whatever she said. And bro, one, I ain't gonna go listen to her, so I don't care what she said. And two, I know for a fact her audience ain't for me. And she ain't chasing me. So for her to sit here and say she could go wish she could go back and live in 1830, I don't care. I don't even know what happened in 1830. I don't care. And I'm not going to go listen to figure out what she was trying to say. Y'all be trying to be fake outraged about everything, and that be y'all problem. You be all over the place like dog shit. Load up. Come on, Lakers. Y'all can't let them back in again. Hey, can you bring me a water when you come back, please? Thank you. One second. Damn, I can't believe the Lakers let these niggas back in. Howdy. Just real quick, if you're watching right now, like, share, subscribe. Just letting it upload on the podcast app. Right now, the Lakers' the score is 28-22. Lakers is up by 6. They was just up by 10. Like, come on, dog. Like, y'all got to beat these people once, because I'm tired of the way they stomping on the Lakers. Damn. Annie.
Do your best Meek Mill impression.
Get up!
Do your best Meek Mill impression.
Get up!
Do your best Meek Mill impression.
Yeah. Nah, dog.
Do your best Meek Mill impression.
Oh no, Mo. No, 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 Mo. What the hell? Oh my God, I got. Oh no. I'll come in. This is the next clip. Oh no. Nah, they ain't play with Meek like that. Stop playing with Meek like that. That's crazy. Ooh, D-Lo, get him up. Mr. Russell, come on, D-Lo. Can you get to the Yiddy? D-Lo. Get him some. Oh my God, come on, D-Lo. What the fuck? Damn, this nigga be blowing me. Oh shit, at least he playing better tonight. D-Lo. Mo, you gotta listen to this clip. This is hilarious, dog. Oh my God.
Do your best Meek Mill impression.
No, hold on, dog.
Do your best Meek Mill impression.
Get up.
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 Hey Mo, y'all gotta stop playing with Meek like that, dog.
Okay. But it did sound like Meek Mill was actually one asking the question though.
Nah, this was crazy though. Do
If I
your
was
best.
Meek, I would, and see that's what I'm saying. How much can you play into things like?
I don't know if you could play into that one because that one is crazy.
But it's
dog.
funny though.
It's funny as hell.
Because
but
how
dog,
many people, if you made that trending right now, if Meek would start posting those people doing that, you will become trending.
well, you got a point right there. That one definitely would go crazy. If you see, if Meek leaned into that, I think Meek, just because you were, let's be clear, Marcus.
If I was Meek right now, I would use that for a song.
Nah, you can't use it for a song, but you can make it a trending sound. I'm with you on making it a trending sound,
but you still can get on Meek, and then you come in and start spitting.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna just go like on some intro type stuff, cool. Like if you about to just really just rap and go crazy, you could play it into an intro of a song. You can't turn it into a song though, but you could just play it into
a whole song.
Yeah.
But you, that's what I'm saying. Live off of it. No, it's entertainment. That's my only thing. I just kind of get mad and I kind of get frustrated with a lot of people when they just sitting there like they arguing about this shit. But it's entertainment. Like none of this shit is real life. I mean, it's real life for them or whatever they talk.
But
about,
it is still entertainment though.
But at the end of the day, it's entertainment. Just like wrestling, it is wrestling right now.
No, for sure. It definitely is entertainment and real listening. I think sometimes, of course, because some people, if you really are a fan of people, I think some people just be too sensitive and you don't know how to separate the two. But I do agree with you. If I'm Meek Mills, you can lean into that and that can become a trending sound. Excuse me. And I think that's the difference. Of course, we talk about that all the time on here, the difference between women and men when it comes to marketing and just promotion, and why women kind of have more of a free range of it because they don't put themselves in a box. And we can kind of tie that into going into the weekend. I'm sure most of y'all, if you haven't seen the fight, I won't say Javante Davis, the Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia. And this is the only thing that blew me about Ryan Garcia. Oh, you played so much that most people probably didn't even bet with you. Like only people who probably really bet on that fight, you are a real live gambler. Like if you betted on that Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia fight and you listen to the sound of my voice right now, I'm telling you as a friend, you do have a gambling problem because, dog, you was really risking it crazy. Because I know for a fact, and let's be clear.
But he betted on himself too. So
but listen, Marcus, he don't count because he knew he was playing crazy. But the rest of the world didn't know he was playing. No, all his interviews, it was so much stuff for him. Like, there's no way in hell this nigga really taking this fight serious. And that's why most people, and again, that's why even my homegirl, like, she didn't watch it because she felt like leading up to the fight, he was not taking it serious. Every interview he was playing, everything he was doing leading up to the fight, it seemed like he didn't care. He came into the fight, he was 3 pounds overweight. He didn't make weight. So even him winning that fight, he didn't get a chance to win the belt because he basically disqualified himself from winning the belt because he came in the jump overweight.
So my question to you, and I mean, sometimes you play the number games or you get into the numbers, but do you feel like even him playing on the way he played, I drew some attention to watch that fight. I not necessarily like just me talking, you know, pound for pound, whoop your ass. You know what I'm saying? Like I did draw people to tune in. Because I feel like, because I don't even not knowing the David Hanley person. I remember you told me before he got his list of women, but it's just like he's still not an attraction. Like, oh, I'm about to watch this fight. You know what I'm saying? Like,
so okay. I listen to what I'm saying. I get what you're saying, but only reason why I'm gonna say I kind of disagree because I think for people who are really, let's say for like again, y'all know that where people who are diehard boxing fans, I think for some of them it could have turned them off a little bit. Because or even for people who may be casual boxing fans, because you feel like you wasn't going to get a good fight because he wasn't making it seem like was he entertaining people on social media? Yes, he was being very entertaining if that's what you're there for. But for boxers, you don't want to see somebody be entertaining. You want somebody to be like, you want to watch a way to me to promote a fight would be like when Mike Tyson be putting out them spawn videos, because that kind of like, this ain't Mike Tyson playing, or he ain't talking about, you watch Mike Tyson when he hitting that person he training with, it'd be like, damn, I kind of do want to see if Mike Tyson still got it in the ring. So that's the difference between somebody sitting here, you just drunk and you playing into like, no, he literally did, like a couple days before the fight, he tried to sit here and say he was an LGBT person, and Devin Haney, he's what he sit here and say he identified as a woman, and Devin Haney put his hands on a woman. Like he was taking it too far, dog.
But like I said, everybody try to use their tactics a different way. You don't know which way it's going to go. You're going to try to play into it. And then what's his name? I think Cardell just said something. He was like, "You don't want to drain yourself," because then he fought. Who was the one he fought before that? And he got to start getting tired. And he was like that whole losing the weight and meeting the
he fought Tank and Tank knocked his ass out.
Yeah, right. And I think remember because he was in the fight, the beginning of the whole Tank situation, and then later on.
Yeah, I think, but I mean, realistically, if you watch, I mean, I'm sure for most of us, we've been talking about enough Tank fights. You have at least seen 1 or 2 Tank fights recently. Tank is one of those people where he like you said, he'll wear you out and allow you just keep giving you body shots and allowing the fight to go on because he's in good shape and he's a power puncher. And the same thing, and to be honest, Ryan Garcia did it to Devin Haney this weekend. He literally, I waited until the first round he came out, he showed that he was ready. But when that got to like that, I want to say he got his first knockout. I want to say it was like the 7th round. Mm-hmm. And the later that fight got on, he was just pacing himself. He was dancing around. And Devin Haney was doing a lot of holding. But after that first time that Ryan Garcia hit him and dropped him, oh, buddy, you literally seen that Devin Haney was not ready for that. Nigga, that fight literally could have been over after the first knockout. No, because his legs I'm supposed to look like they was gone. He literally looked like he had no legs. Like he was on his walking flocker like, Mom, no hands and no legs, dog. Because I swear to God, Devin Haney, after that first time he got knocked out, the referee was literally saving him.
Did he knock Ryan down?
No, hell no.
He never knocked him
Never.
down?
He didn't even have a clean punch on that nigga to make you be like, oh, damn, this is still going to be a decent fight. Like, no, after that first time he got knocked.
Why did it went to decision? That's why I'm...
Because, okay, let's be clear. Throughout the fight, and that's the thing I think you can see about Ryan Garcia.
The bodies?
No. What I'm saying is, Devin Haney throughout all of those rounds, he was still punching. So let me clear that up a little bit. He was still punching and he was still landing clean boxing punches, but realistically, he wasn't landing no power punches. His punches wasn't affecting Ryan Garcia. Like he was making good punches, but it was just like, all right, yeah, you can box, but you ain't doing nothing to really affect them. And Ryan Garcia was literally, they was doing it again. Like I said, that referee, and you seen, like, I'm on Twitter watching the joint and literally looking at people tweet, and everybody can sit here and say, like, no, the ref was literally like 2 of them times, like he literally knocked him down. After that first time, he literally knocked him down 2 more times. The fight should have been over. I want to say that was the 7th round. The fight should have been over in the 7th round because he knocked him down 2 times after he dropped him. He literally made him touch earth 2 more times, but the ref called it off and said those didn't count. Like he basically was saying that like Ryan Garcia, I don't even know what the ref was calling. I don't even know how they didn't count. But 2 of the other times that he knocked him down, they didn't count. So it was like literally he knocked Devin Haney down 5 times.
He was like, he fell into him, like,
and was trying to hold him up. Yeah. No, Ryan, listen to what I'm saying. Ryan, whoever had the audacity to bet with Ryan Garcia, they made a lot of money. I seen people in the Insta story. I want to say I even seen our little cousin. She betted with him and she clinked up. I'm like, damn, like nigga. But she was one of the people who, if you tell her to bet and she got the money, she gonna go bet. But shout out to everybody who won with Ryan Garcia. If you placed that bet, again, you do have a gambling problem, but I'm sure you happy. You don't care about that. You came up.
You was smart.
Yeah, I'm mad. I ain't gonna lie. I'm kind of jealous. I'm hating. I'm not gonna lie to you because I'm mad that I didn't bet with him because I'm one of them people. If I see a crazy enough like odds in your joint, I'm like, all right, well, cool. Even if you would have placed $1, nigga, you probably would have won at least 80. Like, nigga, the favors was not in his favor at all, dog.
Damn. Shout out.
So you could have literally played something slight and you would have definitely won some bread messing with Ryan Garcia. But dog, the cool thing is that I like about that, and I seen this dude that I follow, and I'm like, he was saying, oh, and then let's be clear, I do, because I talked about this before. I do know, that especially even in the black space, when Shakur Stevenson went in there, when he was sitting here saying what Floyd Mayweather kind of messed up with all the younger boxers coming up under him is because everybody want to go 50-0 like Floyd. Nobody wants to take an L. So that was a lot of the reasons why when Shakur Stevenson was on the Breakfast Club and he was asking him, and Charlamagne asked him, like, what you think is keeping a lot of the good, like the people who are closer into that weight class, like the Shakur Stevensons versus Devin Haney's, or the Devin Haney's versus the Tank. And let's be clear, even leading up to the fight, they wasn't selling tickets. Of course, I tell y'all, I listened to Hot 97. Hot 97 was giving out tickets the whole entire week last week to the fight. Because the tickets wasn't selling. Like, they was giving out tickets. And even I want to say I listened to the Breakfast Club and Jess went to the fight because DJ Envy couldn't go. He gave her tickets. So like, they was giving away tickets and they was good seats. So that's my point. So the whole thing of, even just with that being said, Devin
seats in a boxing match besides you being ringside. Because that
probably up a little bit, like not necessarily ringside, up a little. No, I'm talking about up a little bit where, like, let's say if you maybe like 10 rows up from the jump. I mean, it depends, because if you right there next to all them Spanish niggas, they gonna stand up the whole time. So if you ain't planning to stand up, I don't necessarily know if there's any good seats at a boxing fight. I can't tell you because I've never been to a boxing match before, but I know one thing, looking at, especially when those Spanish, when those Spanish niggas be fighting, all of them Spanish niggas be standing up and the whole entire time. I just going crazy for them.
I didn't know if it was a actual good seat.
But just even with all that being said, though, Devin Haney still is not a draw. So even that conversation, I think we was talking about that maybe 2 weeks ago when Todd was here, and we was talking about marketing, where it's like, no, he's not a draw, and that's why Tank didn't move off. People was mad, like, damn, Tank didn't want to take the 30 million, and he was like, nah, because why? Nigga, I'm the draw. Even going back,
you got to do more work.
I got to do more numbers. You gonna get paid off of it, and I'm not letting you do it. So, even perfect example. So Ryan Garcia said off of this fight he made a total of $50 million, and Devin Haney made. Oh, and it was 20 more than the Tank fight. So he said he made 50 million off of it. He basically made 20 million more than what he made with Tank. But guess what? When Ryan Garcia fought Tank, Tank was still the draw. Tank in that weight class, Tank is still the biggest draw. Tank is realistically the Mayweather, the Mike Tyson of that weight class. Like, people want to see Tank, and that's why even when Devin Haney got beaten, people was like, "Oh, nigga, I hope you don't never think that you could get in the ring with Tank now," because we all watched Tank. Dog, he put Ryan Garcia to damn near to sleep. That video was circling around again, and I was watching that. John, I'm like, ooh, that punch look like it hurt like shit. If you see,
that's the one we hit him with the kid. They stopped because of his kidney or something like that.
That was he did hit him in the jaw. His jaw. You talking about it was the taller Mexican dude he fought, and he hit him in his ribs and put him down. But that's what I'm saying. That power punch from Ryan, oh my god, y'all got. I'm sure if you get on any social, especially if you get on Twitter, today and you put in Tank name, you'll see that video floating around, a Tank knocking Ryan Garcia out. And again, like I said, shout out to Ryan Garcia, though. He literally. No, he shocked the world, because nobody. I was telling you, if y'all, I wish I would have looked at the odds.
I feel bad for him, because even like now, you seeing those clips of him, like, you know, they showing them doing the interviews, how he was dancing and playing. You know what I'm saying? Like, this nigga whooping your ass. Like, I would feel bad for you, because this nigga really took that fight as a joke, for real. If you saying he's talking about, I'm drinking every night.
Yeah, he was saying I was drinking every night. And I kept, and the crazy, you know what would make it crazier, right? So on the Breakfast Club, they interviewed Oscar De La Hoya. Oscar De La Hoya was the promoter of the fight. And the crazy thing is, Ryan Garcia and Oscar De La Hoya, they had their differences, because the first time Ryan Garcia, not for this fight, but maybe fight.
It was the Tank fight when he said the person in his camp was leaking the information or something like that.
Yeah, with him and
I think Oscar was the one who said something about it.
Yeah, so basically Ryan Garcia and Oscar De La Hoya wasn't on the same page. But anyway, so he went up there and he did an interview, maybe like, I want to say, what was that? Maybe on Thursday or Friday. I want to say it was Thursday or Friday. I can't remember. When Envy was like, "Dog, I literally seen him in the restaurant, and I ain't want to put it on him, like, get on the radio station and snitch, but nigga, he was at the restaurant looking like he was drunk." And that's why, and Envy asked Oscar De La Hoya, he was like, "Dang, should he still be out at like 11:30 at night eating a couple days at a restaurant before fighting?" And Oscar De La Hoya was like, "Nah," but hey, he proved himself, like all that. And that's why when he went on there, he was like, "No, I was drinking every day." And I even listened to Charlamagne, he was trying to give him pushback, like, "Nah, I don't believe he was doing all that." But you can still see the difference through the fight. Like, if Ryan Garcia probably really would have came in there proper weight and really was conditioned in the proper way, it wasn't drinking, it wasn't out eating at restaurants or whatever the case may be before that fight, he probably realistically could have ended that fight in the 7th round. or earlier. It didn't have to go all the way to a decision because realistically, you can see he was getting gas. Like, let's be clear. Every time he was knocking Devin Haney down, he was getting frustrated because you can see it was taking all of his strength and energy out of him to knock Devin Haney out. Like, you can see him getting exhausted. He looking tired through the fight. Like, so if you actually watching the fight and you looking at the body language between the two, you can see that Devin Haney was surprised that Ryan Garcia was coming that sharp, but you can still see a lot of that time Ryan Garcia was tired through the fight as well. Because don't get it twisted, Devin Haney was holding him a lot, but Ryan Garcia also was holding Devin Haney a lot through that fight because he was just getting tired and he was just trying to weigh him down, getting tired, leaning his weight on him, and whatever case may be. But like I said, that was a great fight. I'm sure most people didn't expect for it to be that good of a fight. You said they had what?
Any good ring girls?
They ain't had no ring girls.
That's what I kind of I don't understand, even with the sport of boxing. It's just like that whole ring girl situation. You kind of can play that. You can draw more, people to you if you have a better looking, not how it was back in the days, but just a better looking draw, or the ring girl.
I don't know how many people actually even care or pay attention to that. I feel like you pay
But
attention.
you can get another. I'm just saying, like, I feel like you can get another audience to look at you if you just kind of use like the celebrity. Because even like I think what's they said he was mad. Who was that? 21 Savage when he called hell? Was it 21 Savage?
About what?
He went out. Who he come out with? Did he come out with somebody?
He came out with Devin Haney.
Yeah, and I think somebody because I think he was playing Future.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, but he came out.
I think they had it. He was playing Future in the locker room. I think when he was warming up or whatever before the fight.
Oh yeah, that might have been.
Maybe was getting on him. But I'm just like sometimes like they don't feel like that can draw more people to it for boxing. I mean, I just feel like boxing just as a whole is just like that shit is born.
I mean, I guess if you're not really a boxing fan, I feel like people say that about any sport. If I'm not an actual fan of that sport, of course, I mean, that's when people throw in the word casual. It's like, all right, well, I need something to entertain me. Like, oh, I don't watch the football until the Super Bowl. Like, that's for some, because some people may just not be a fan of football. Like, all right, I'm not, or I don't have a favorite player no more, or I don't have a favorite team. So I get it. So like, yeah, if you're not a fan of boxing, you're not gonna watch every jump. Like, I'm not about to sit here like I watch on Saturday nights. I'm wasting my time watching just some random dudes box. No, because nigga, I watch other sports. I like other sports. I'm more of a fan of other sports, but when there are big name people who do know how to gain some attention, and that's when we talk about marketing, going back to the conversation earlier, yeah, some people are a bigger draw because they know how to market itself. You know how some things you can't teach, like even for Devin Haney, and reason why he's not a draw, he just don't have that it. He tried to be too cool, almost like the Asia Wilson thing. It's like, oh, my record gonna speak for itself. I really don't have to do too much promoting. I'm just gonna come here and do what it is. Y'all just gonna buy my fights. That's not how it works, dog. You have to be entertaining. You have to be able to get the casual person to normally don't watch your fights to want to watch your fights. And Tank has that it thing. When Tank, like I said, I've been watching Tank long enough and watching his interviews long enough, I can see he's even getting better with talking on the microphone or doing interviews. He's getting more charismatic when he's doing it. And even on Twitter, though, I seen this dude, is literally this dude I follow on Instagram, and he was sitting here complaining about how people were clowning Devin Haney for losing and saying, of course, this is one of the reasons why, and that was the point I was bringing up that Shakur Stevenson thing, when they were saying a lot of them people follow the Mayweather thing because people don't want to lose fights because people going to clown them. But dog, I was like, so I asked the dude, I'm like, dog, so you don't follow none of these boxers? Because literally on Twitter, I got smack on as soon as the fight was over. The first person to start cracking jokes and trolling was Gervonta Davis. Tank was literally on Twitter trolling Devin Haney the entire night. Dog, you told me this fight was over at like 1 something. This nigga, I didn't fall asleep because I'm watching his tweets and watching him reply to people and having it up on Devin Haney until almost like 2:30. Dog. For an hour, he literally was doing nothing but nonstop trolling. So that's my whole thing of it is, and he just know how, and again, when we talk about learning how to lean into social media and learning how to promote and market yourself, dog, some people got it, some people just don't got it. And he just one of them people who just don't got it, dog. Like, I'm sorry, like Devin Haney just don't have the it factor, and him taking that loss to Ryan Garcia ain't gonna help him sell no more tickets. I hate to tell you that, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that definitely is a wrap.
Let that part load up.
I was gonna say, then you can be mad when Mike and Jake Paul do what they do.
Oh yeah, their numbers are crazy, nigga. Come on, niggas, put these niggas away, dog. D-Lo must be balling because every time I look up, this nigga shooting a ball. Oh shit, he got 15. He got the most on the damn team right now.
Yeah, boy.
Let's go.
Is that joint?
Huh?
The score, right?
On the TV right now?
Yeah.
Or you talking on Google?
I'm just saying, because I know this joint is a delay. It's the OT one. It's not the actual TNT.
I was wondering why the camera angle kept looking crazy.
Yeah, no, it's the TNT. It's not the TNT. It's the
Officer Carrillo, Swanee Police. So the reason I pulled you over today is because you made a U-turn at a red light.
My GPS is taking me to walk past this way, and it took me there.
And it took you over there? Yeah. Okay, so do me a favor so we can get out of this roadway. I'm going to need your driver's license. I'm going to go back to my car. I'll flash my lights at you. Whenever I do that, or whenever these cars pass us, I want you to turn into this turn lane over here, okay? And just stay right there for me. Were you drinking tonight?
I'm not drunk.
Okay, so I can smell it coming from my breath. Okay. All right, when you roll down the window. Okay.
Yeah.
So, in a few minutes, I'm going to have another officer come over here, and we're going, if you're willing, I'm just going to ask you a few questions, okay?
Okay.
All right, how many drinks did you have today?
I'm cool.
You gotta love Glo, though.
Yeah,
I'm gonna wait until this whole joint over, but though I love Glo the way she held it down.
How many drinks did you have, man?
I'm okay.
That's not my question.
I'm okay on 10.
10 for ma'am?
I'm okay.
Not only can I smell alcohol
Should've just
coming
gave him
from
a
your
number.
breath, but I can also smell
What? How many
marijuana
drinks you
coming from
had?
this car.
Wow, she said, "I'm cool. I'm not drunk." What?
I'll be searching this car.
Because that's gonna make me more
Anything that I'm going
attention.
to find in this car.
If you would just gave me a number, like, oh, I had 3 drinks.
Going to register to my name.
The gun? Okay, where is the gun at? It's okay, you don't have to reach for it. Where is
Yeah,
it?
it's in the car.
Where is it?
It's in the car.
Yes, ma'am. May where at?
It's in
Just
my
for
back
my
seat.
safety. Okay.
Yeah, it's in
And
my back seat.
where is it? Like in a bag or?
No, it's just in the back seat.
Okay. All right. Any marijuana?
Not nothing I can go to jail.
That's not what I'm asking. I just want to
Not
know.
nothing I can go to jail for. Shout out to Big Glo, dog.
I mean,
It's maybe like a 2 point something. Do you know who I am?
No, I don't. No, no.
Oh.
Oh, you said
no.
an opening. I don't. An opening where?
No, it's called the club. It's called Opium.
I think I've heard of opium. But I like.
Never heard of me though.
I'm sorry.
You don't know who I am. Okay, well, you're not.
My last name Woods.
No.
From what I just saw. But
Oh yeah,
that's all.
it's all right. It's all right. But yeah, it's okay. I'll wait on you.
Enlighten me on who you are. You seeing me? You
No, cause you still gonna pick on me. It don't matter who I am.
pick on you. I'm not picking on you. You're
'Cause
driving and I can smell alcohol off your breath.
But I'm not drunk. I can tell you this. I can promise you that. Yeah, I'm on your TV.
Would you submit to the roadside?
And what if I don't? What's my right?
The right is to say no.
Yeah.
You have the right to refuse.
Yeah.
It's voluntary.
It was at this moment that Nathan.
It's voluntary? Okay. Are you
You
refusing?
would like to do or you like to refuse?
I would like to refuse.
You would like to refuse? Ma'am, you're cover up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
All right. So do me a favor, just sit right here for me, okay?
Okay.
All right, so just with all that being said, for
Damn,
people,
Glo.
so with all that being said, for people who I guess can't read the room or don't get it, and this is the thing where I've seen a lot of women like, oh, she thought she was somebody ass in the office, or did she see it? I don't care about none of that. My thing was where I like what Glo is, though, she held it down just like a street nigga. Like if you sit here and think about how street people respond with police, and I seen people in the conversation like, oh, we need to leave that hood mentality alone because she was acting like she was getting locked up for a body. It don't. That's what I'm telling you. If you really like that, guess what? It's not. You cannot cut it on and off. I'm sorry. The way you gonna interact with police is just gonna always be that. So for people who like Glorilla because they feel like, because she is from Memphis and she is street and all them her uploading gun pictures and all that, if that's what excites you about Glorilla, guess what's going to excite you? The way she answered and responded to that police officer asking her about, hey, are you drunk? Nah. Oh, how many drinks did you say? She said, nah, I'm cool. I ain't drunk. Like she kept, like she literally didn't answer none of their questions. When she said, do you got a gun? And she was like, yeah, I got. She took a second. At first, she was just like, yeah, I got one, but it's registered to me, whatever the case may be. Shout outs to Glo. I'm not gonna lie, that whole little pullover thing. Again, when I'm saying, of course, y'all know I read the comments and I watch how women. Again, a lot of that was hate. I looked at it like, damn, I fuck with Glo. Like she held it down. Whatever you felt or however you felt about people from Memphis, I feel like Memphis made Glorilla made Memphis proud of the way she handled that situation dealing with those police officers. And again, just to tie that in, and we can kind of even tie that into the Milwaukee Bucks. Damian Lillard, of course, for people who may not know, Damian Lillard is, and I don't think their divorce is official yet, but Dame and his wife are going through, they filed for divorce. So I don't think it's official yet. Obviously, of course, like if you're watching the Jeezy and Jenny my thing, I don't think it's something that can just happen immediately, especially when you're talking about somebody who's divorcing somebody who got millions of dollars and they got kids together. Yeah, so it don't happen that fast. They'll take their time with it. So with all that being said, Damian Lillard, as soon as the picture go up, Damian Lillard's wife right now, baby mother, ex-wife, threw up a picture of Glorilla, her mugshot, and said "Free GloLillard." So people know, of course, Dame Lillard, his last name is Leonard. So she said, and then she put hashtag sister wives. So everybody, of course, it hurried up and pick up on all the blogs. And listen to what I'm telling y'all. And for women who don't know, Dame Lillard is one of the most non-super talking people. He don't talk that much unless like. He don't talk like that. He's mild-mannered. Like, he's not one of those loud, boisterous people. He ain't Anthony Edwards. And I seen people after Anthony Edwards cook. I seen the people trying to float around
Anthony
the video.
Edwards is Lamar Jackson right now. The hard NR.
Oh, for sure. And shout out to the NBA. The NBA, they all voted who their favorite NFL athlete was right now, and all of them voted for Lamar Jackson. But anyway, just going with that, still all that being said is, Dame Lillard ain't one of them people. You really don't know his business like that. So even that whole little situation when him and Glo took the picture at the All-Star game and when the TMZ asked him about it and he said no comment. So I don't necessarily realistically, Damian Lillard's wife kind of brought the situation to everybody's attention because we ain't think nothing about it. She went on Club Shay Say and she said, I don't want, whatever the case, no comment. So people left it alone. So then when she posted it, people was like, "Oh shit, she shot her shot and she scored."
And let's just say, we don't know, hypothetically, we don't know what happened, the reason why they're getting divorced. It might have been some issues where he might have did something where now she just throwing that shit back in your face, like, oh. You know what I'm saying? Like,
he could have done something in his past, and people don't know about nothing. And that's so easy. It's easy to kind of throw back in his face with the Glorilla thing because this is the only because he's a person who keeps his stuff out of the public. He is a clean cut. When you talking about just athlete, he keep himself real clean, keep himself out of this is the closest thing you ever gonna see the Dame Lillard kind of being in any type of news. So this was kind of new. So her posting the GloLillard thing. So then when the next time you see Glo come out to the club, she got her a custom-made GloLillard jersey. And then women was like, "Oh, you so tacky." And how is she tacky? This woman shot at her first.
And y'all did a lot worse than that. Stop it.
Like, what are we talking about? No, this lady literally, she's the one who made the thing. She made it. She's the one who hashtag GloLillard. How are you mad at her for responding with a custom-made GloLillard jersey?
Y'all are doing a lot worse. Just stop it.
And I seen some women in the comment section, they was kind of having it up. She was like, if y'all mad at Glo for this jersey, then y'all the girls who getting cheated on right now by your boyfriend. Cause you just that blind to the situation. So, like I said, though, I'm not mad at Glo and shout outs to Dame wife for being petty. When it's like, no, all right, it's petty. And Glo was like, all right, I'm gonna take it to hell. But again, with all that being said, of course, dudes who watch sports, we was kind of all like, because we've heard, let's be clear, Dame did do an interview. I don't even know. It was probably like with a newspaper or something. He was saying he be kind of lonely. He be kind of miserable in Milwaukee because his family still live in Portland. Like, of course, he spent most 90% of his career in Portland. He probably built him a nice house in Portland. Because even after the game last night, he shouted his son out. He's like, "Man, my son, I just want to shout out to my son real quick." Well, I guess his oldest kid, he stayed up and watched the game. And he was just, he shouted his son out because they still at home in Portland. Because I'm sure, Portland is a nice area to live in. And even the crazy thing is, and I talk about this all the time, I seen a clip of Lil Rel. He was on the Breakfast Club and he was saying how his house got broken into in California. He was like, damn, I guess he was combating where he was saying it was something that they did an interview with Ari Spears last week. And the way he tied the two stories in together about speaking on that, I guess when he was saying all black people not a monolith or whatever case may be, trying to change whatever the narrative he was saying. But even when I'm telling y'all is, why do everybody be so pressed to go run to live in these neighborhoods, especially in California, that they always get broken into? Like people, and he was saying it seemed like they only break into black people's house because he was saying no, I just moved into this neighborhood. Why y'all breaking in my house and not some of these white people who've been living here for years and they've been rich for years? But my only thing of it is no, why y'all be so pressed to go run to move into these neighborhoods? Like, you can still live wherever you've been living at, or you can go live you have the means that you can fly back and forth and travel. None of y'all ain't that lit where you recording all year long. Same thing with basketball players. Like, if I'm Dame, I'm gonna keep that house in Portland. Unless I get divorced and when we get divorced and I let her keep the house or something, and I go move somewhere else. But no, why would I get rid of that house? It's probably 9 times out of 10 in a nice ass neighborhood in Portland. And guess what? Portland ain't a major city. So realistically, if somebody commit a crime there, the same way even with James Harden when he kept his restaurant in Houston, or Russell Westbrook still got stuff in Oklahoma City. Like it's certain cities like, no, why would I not keep a house right here because it's still low key? If I ever just need a break and I still want to get out the way from people.
He's still Dame. People still will come. I feel like my only thing, like I said, we don't know who she is and what she's probably looking for. And I think those might be the kind of scary situations. It's like, even if we just just you put Steph and Aisha, how would she was going through her little, situation. You don't know how people, what their breaking point and how much they can tolerate or what they can do and what they can't do. And let's be honest, Dame is a quiet nigga, just like LeBron. Everybody keep their stuff to, and kind of close knit.
For sure.
So me personally, I would, because you see, you got them kids. I feel like that's the only thing that's just hard for him is just like how much you going to sit here and take, because you also got to look out for the kids too. Because it's like you got a lifestyle, you got this, you got the money, you still got to take care of the kids. And I don't think you can get away with just like, all right, you can't have nothing.
Come on, LeBron, get to the rack. There we go, baby. Let's go. Oh, and he still made it. King James, let's go, dog.
Yeah, I just think that situation, he tread lightly because you definitely, and you keep getting these contracts, and your contract ain't getting cheaper.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Your contract gonna keep going up, and let's be clear. And the reason why we even brought up the Milwaukee thing,
give her whatever she wants.
Yeah, but and the crazy thing is he ain't been talking crazy. Like he ain't talk crazy about her in the news or nothing. And that's what you got. You long as you don't disrespect her, and even after all of this happened, he ain't still said nothing. Like he ain't tweet nothing, he ain't post no cryptic messages or nothing. He probably realistically text both of them and told them to chill out. Even if GloRilla actually got his number. We still don't even know how far that exchange went besides her posting that and making people think about it. But for most people, if you are a sports gambler like myself, or you even just like the NBA, I'm not gonna lie, because again, like I said, I've heard Dame say he be lonely in Milwaukee, even him shouting his son out. I thought this was gonna kind of throw him off his game. And then the crazy thing is, and I made a video about it, and then I was like, damn, you might want to take the pay because Giannis probably may not play this entire series, or he might not even play in the playoffs at all. Because he got a it's one of them alphabet one of them crazy ACL or ML, whatever. It's one of them crazy alphabet injuries.
His calf, and Jimmy Butler's the MCL.
Yeah, so it's one of them leg injuries. So realistically, he may not play. So most people was like, damn, with this going on in his personal life, all right, well, the Pacers may beat them in 5 or 6 games. And then I even seen somebody in the comments say, well, yeah, game 1, Dame may come out and ball out his mind. And I wrote the dude back. I'm like, yeah, you might be right, dog. I'm not even gonna hold you. If I was gambling and you was gonna gamble on Dame Lillard that night, game 1 probably would have been the perfect night. And literally, like we said, maybe a couple minutes ago, Dame came out and had 35 at half, and they was beating the Pacers by like 20.
And if I was on Glo marketing team right now, she should have made a video last night. Yeah, Dame, you should have just did that.
Yeah, but it depends on how much. Yeah, it depends on how much she really want to drag. Because I feel like Glo not really one of those crazy people neither. Because you can't really tie her into like she's not a crazy, not even sports, but she's not even a crazy relationship type of person either. Like this is the closest thing anybody even over her with her dating situation. It's like some artists who kind of don't really.
But I'm not saying necessarily just trying to tie you into them in a relationship, but just to feed off of what's trending right now. Because, of course, your little challenge kind of died down now. It ain't too many other people you can post to them doing the challenge. So I would have leaned on to this just to get some more traction to your music and, stuff like that. Because I definitely would have put out a little clip. Yeah, dang. Just, to play off the
real quick, why we talking about Memphis? Because me and you have both talked on here a couple of times about how we not fans of going to cookouts or stuff like that, where it's kind of like you kind of can't control your environment as much as you possibly can. I'm gonna play this clip, and I swear to God, this clip is just so like listening to it, you're gonna be like, holy shit. And I'm gonna play, and I'll tell you what happened after I play this clip. Hold on.
Girl, y'all, they cutting up.
listen to how long this is. Like, dog, it never stopped. Like, that's not. Like, dog, listen to him. That wasn't 2 clips. That was one whole jump. And this is the shortened version because it was a version that I originally seen it on Twitter. This is the version that Say Cheese Pop posted, but it was the version that I was originally listening to. The girl who had the camera in her hand the whole time. Dog, she was literally on it. You could hear her talking, I gotta get to my gun. My gun. I left my gun in the car. What the fuck? I'm getting. How I leave my gun? Like, dog, this is
4th of July.
No, nigga, this happened this weekend, dog. Listen to how many people got shot in this zone. 8 people got shot and 2 people was killed, dog. 8, dog. Did you listen to that, dog? That was literally shootings for a whole minute. And I'm telling y'all, this is the shortened version of that. And again, when I'm talking about even when I talked about JT going back and forth with Glorilla with the Memphis thing, Memphis is a little bit different, dog. These people, they played, dog. This video literally looked like somebody was at first, like when it first started. Somebody was shooting a music video or something. And they had endless Dracos and people was out there with endless guns already. And that's why the girl who she literally on the ground and she and her camera just kept telling me, damn, my gun in the car. Damn, I ain't bring my gun with me. I'm like, dog, this is crazy. I'm listening to a girl talk like this. So again, like I said, just sometimes when we talk about certain things, you talk about people and they come from different places from us, like somebody like Glorilla, dog. Memphis is different, dog. I ain't gonna hold you. Like, Memphis is super different. Like, watching that, I'm like, dog, you could literally just you can't even see nothing. You could just hear how many shots was ringing off for a whole minute straight. And I'm like, damn.
So, yeah. RP to those that lost their
life.
lives.
RP to the people who lost their life and just, man, that's crazy. I ain't even gonna hold you. Damn, that was crazy, dog. Let that load up on just there. Oh man, I should have talked about them damn kids in Greenbelt.
You can come in on that.
Yeah, I know. This one on music. This was it.
Say fuck them.
John, did you send me that?
You still want to fuck them. I know. But going back for that one more time will just continue to stunt your growth. How long are you going to let the wrong people have access to what you value the most? It's time for us to start reevaluating who we deem good enough to let get close. We all want love, but most of us choose to play the game. A lot of us think it's easier than allowing ourselves to actually change. We tell ourselves that we're good with what we have because something is better than nothing. But I really think that stems from some insecurities we're afraid to start confronting. We allow people to play with our hearts instead of waiting on the one who will pray for our hearts. The one who sees the value and royalty in us from the start. The one willing to put the work in with us to make sure the bond never breaks apart. The one willing to be our light when we get lost in the dark. They say the best sex comes from toxic connections, but I refuse to believe it. I think that's because they never experienced being made love to, so they can't see it. There's a difference between someone lusting after you and someone actually caring about your needs. Someone who takes the time to get to know you so your satisfaction is guaranteed. Someone who cares for your heart, your body, and your mind. I know a lot of us think that person is impossible to find, but God can't send our soulmates while we entertain distractions. I used to think...
Shout outs to her. I don't even have too much to follow up off of that. I do agree totally with what she was saying, though. I do absolutely believe that a lot of us do be just settling just because you just be horny. I said this a million times on here. Like, you just be settling, you deal with a lot of stuff because you be horny, you don't want to be lonely, and it's easy to get distracted with the opposite sex, man or woman.
Is it horny or you just don't want to be judged?
What you mean?
Because I feel like even if I feel like horny is just a temptation, but I feel like a lot of people don't want to be judged on, damn, I got a different nigga, or I got a new nigga, and this, you know what I'm saying? Or I'm back with this person. Dude,
I don't think, because I mean, realistically, how many people, if you're not posting, if you're not especially most people now, y'all so private on social media, who actually know who you dealing with? People don't know. So how it ain't nothing about, oh, I'm dealing with a new nigga. That's why so many people can run through multiple people, because you ain't never really telling people, you don't post nothing. So how do people even know? Like, ain't nothing for nobody to actually know about. But like I said, I don't have too much real feedback on that one. I do want to play this DC Youngfly clip when he was on Cam Newton podcast. He was on Funky Friday.
At the women today, it's a lot of women who have BBLs. So I'm constantly reminded, like, they made it. They go another big booty. She made it. See what I'm saying? I get why women wants to enhance themselves. I get it. But fellas, we have to do more on just continuously telling our women that they're beautiful.
You're enough.
We have to continuously tell them that they're gorgeous. Don't make your woman feel like she has to go do something, even if you fucking with another chick. Like, no. You just love a woman. That's it. And women, listen to your man. Just listen. I'm not gonna sit here and tell somebody don't do what they want to do, don't do. No. People make decisions. You have to live with that as a unit. So I can't even sit here and say, oh, I'm against nothing. Oh, I'm with it. As a unit, I took a loss. If you look at the women.
You can tell by that conversation that DC Youngfly is still dealing with a lot with the passing of his baby moms. And I'm sure that hurt.
Might regret.
I'm sure, because you can hear from him saying, like, fellas, we got to sit here and champion our women. Even so, you can kind of, like, if you're reading in between the lines, you can hear that he probably feel like he should have did a better job at championing and appreciating her and appreciating the beauty that she was. And if he got caught cheating on her, which 9 times out of 10 he probably did, if I'm just reading between the lines of what he said, it just sounds like reassure her, to let her know, I didn't cheat on you with this girl who may have had a BBL because of her body. It may have been just because I'm fighting temptation and going with just being too horny. Like, sometimes you got, like, that's why I'm sitting here saying, like, I understand everybody get to this part, maybe like where I may mentally be at right now, but a lot of times, like, when you just, even when we talked about it earlier, when we talking about beefing with the rappers, and it's always 9 times out of 10 we tying it back into women, especially of a man of a certain age, because what else? We're not from the same neighborhood. What do we really got the beef over? It's 9 times out of 10 it was over a woman. So it is just sometimes that discipline as a man to be able to sit here and show up and be able to just be happy with the woman that you got. And if you're not willing to be happy with her as she is, then don't take her. It's not, I'm gonna keep saying this, though. You don't have to rush into no relationship. Don't put yourself on no time frame or no type of, like, I gotta be in a relationship, I gotta do this. No, it's okay with being single, it's okay with being lonely, dog. You better find a website that work for you and just deal with it, dog. Like, I understand, and what he was saying, I felt bad for him, because I'm like, I know for a fact, just listening to what he was saying, it sounds like he puts a lot of that blame on himself because he didn't show up for her the way he probably felt like he knew he should have.
But then, okay, my question is, and I see both parts, and my only thing is, sometimes you might read into something which is not really, and like we've said on the podcast, just because I like the picture don't mean that's what I like.
Of course.
But in a nutshell, it's just like, well, damn, I keep seeing you under these BBLs, or you in these BBL model phases when we do the, blase blah. And it's like, but damn, am I not good enough for you?
I think, but that kind of go tie into the clip that we just played. Did you send me of even the lady was doing the poetry? I think a lot of those two things can be true. A lot of that could be insecurity, because I can like one thing, like, just realistically. Wow, I wish women use the example of, nigga, oh, it'd be like, oh, you always up under all the gym girls. Is that gonna motivate you to go to the gym more? Yeah, I don't be under no BBL jumps. I be up under all commenting and liking all the girls who work out. So is that gonna if that's the excuse you're gonna use, then let me see you use that excuse, and you go get you a membership to whatever gym and you start working out more then. Use that excuse then if that's the case.
But then sometimes I just value, because even I think the clip I posted today, when it was just like, if I might not be able to tell you I love you every day, but I do care about you. Like, I might say, you know what I'm saying, be safe. You know what I'm saying? Like, this, you might not be able to show your affection or your emotion the same way as you want the other person to. You know what I'm saying? Like, you might want me to be, oh, you beautiful. But if I do say you're beautiful, you know what I'm saying, you might not take it that serious. So that's what I'm saying. I think both sides, it depending on how you're looking at the lens. It's just like, all right, he might have been telling her that she's beautiful, but then he didn't make her feel that way. So I'm like, sometimes you might read it wrong.
Yeah, so of course, so then realistically, as a man, or even women can take this too. Sometimes words ain't just gonna be enough. You're gonna have to show with actions as well. You can't just tell me I'm beautiful. You're gonna have to kind of prove it to me. You're gonna have to give me some type of make me feel like I'm beautiful. Like, don't just tell me, make me feel like I'm beautiful. And a lot of times that is for some people like, yeah, the words sound cool, but what have you done to make me actually feel appreciated or make me feel beautiful lately? And a lot of times it don't be happening, dog. A lot of dudes don't do that. It's easy to sit here, dog. It's easy to send a good morning, beautiful text. But what are you going to go, how you going to go out your way to kind of make that person feel that way as well?
Yeah.
Like, don't just tell me, make it feel that way.
Like I'm the best person.
Yeah, because you can't just, and you know, let's be real. Things that you did. I mean, if you care about your baby mother, for people who listen and they got a baby moms or whatever the case may be, or you dealing with a woman who have kids, Mother's Day is around the corner. Guess what? You can't never get away with. You can't never get away with just shooting a text, Happy Mother's Day. No, you got to sit here and or even if everybody who listening, if your mom's still alive, you still can't just get away with shooting a text. You got to give her something, some flowers, a card, a gift card, or something. You have to put actions behind those words. And that's that's the perfect example to use. The same way when Mother's Day come around, whatever woman is in your life that you care about, who is a mom, if it's your mother, is your baby mother, or whoever, or a female that you dating, you never just sit here and text her good Happy Mother's Day. You always make sure that you show that appreciation with flowers or card or whatever case may be. Do the same thing when you sit here. I'm not saying you got to do it all the time, but at least try to make it a routine thing where at least once a month. Because like I said, even going back when we talk about jerseys and going buying tickets, everybody finances ain't where you can spend like that. But still, when you can, you should show up with you should show up with actions to match your words so that woman can feel just as beautiful as you, not you just giving her lip service. Because all of you giving her just lip service, then she is going to feel some type of way about what you liking and you commenting because you never gave no actions to reaffirm her emotions that she feeling. Because everybody got some form of insecurities. So yeah, if you just commenting on girls' pages that you can't meet and you that's doing the same thing with me and it's just words, it's just text, then how do you separate it? How do I know you really feel like I'm beautiful? Because what you do on social media to these girls you don't know, it's the same thing you do for me every day. What's the big deal? Here's the separation. How do you draw the line? How can you lean on this is just social media, but this is how I show up for you in real life if all you're doing is just texting me and say, oh, you look beautiful today. Oh, I forgot to tell you good morning, beautiful, or good night, whatever the case may be. Like, all right. You can do that to some random person on social media and never seen them a day in your life. So what is going to be the thing that's going to, I guess, separate the two? Well, I guess why we kind of here in this space of relationship, I do want to play this clip from Chingy.
Business and understanding all the BS that can come with this business, far as untrue rumors and just how it be shady characters, whether they artists or executives in this business, and who can tend to try to derail your career and sabotage. Now it's a lot of stuff that go with this stuff, and in that aspect, for us the shady business, I don't appreciate all that. You know what I mean? But far as the music and selling millions of records and having radio hits, I feel like I did a great deal with that.
All right, so you talk about the shady rumors, the false rumors, Sydney Star. You know, that's been well documented at this point.
When that happened, I lost a lot of stuff based off a lie, which was that was the most oddest thing I've ever seen. And when the individual apologized, getting in this business and understanding and it so-called went away, which it took years to blow away. Ain't nothing good happened from that for me. I'm gonna tell you that. When an artist such as my caliber, who sold millions of records, was once one of the biggest artists in the world, they look at that different. If they not seeing you at these award shows all the time, on the radio all the time, they like, well, where's he at? What's wrong? But what was wrong was a lot of sabotaging and bull crap in this industry.
You guys never really made up, did you? Like, you accepted her apology, but you kind of kept it moving.
Yeah. To be honest with you, man, like, it was spilt milk, and I lost a lot from it. That person gained. I'm not gonna hold on to something. It is what it is. Apologize, cool. I'm going this way. Let that it so-called you do they thing and a lot of stuff, man. But that situation, that hurt my career. Like, I'm just gonna be honest about it. It really did. With that being said, what inspired New Beginnings is
All right, so with all that being said, for people who don't know, basically Chingy was blaming the downfall of his career on Cindy Starr. People don't who know Cindy Starr that is a transgender woman. So I mean, I guess what people don't know is she used to be a man and she transitioned into a woman, got all the surgeries done and all that stuff. I believe, and she came out and said that her and Chingy, I guess, dealt with each other. She was lying. It was a lie, but it realistically threw a huge monkey wrench in Chingy's career because this early to 2000s. Though people
when she came out, it was when right there was popular. When she came
it was
out,
maybe
came out like recently.
Nah,
like I know I'm saying recently, like 2000. You know what I'm saying? Like not when he was popping. I'm talking about recently, like
yeah. So
it
was in social media days, but it probably was like the beginning of social media days, like maybe like pre-Instagram, so maybe like when it was just like Twitter and MySpace, Facebook, but it was still like WorldStar. It was like it was on there though. It wasn't like maybe it might have right been before Instagram. So let's just say it may not been when his career when he
was eating off the ringtones and all that. That's what
yeah. It probably didn't happen right then, but it
happened
happened right. But you got to think about it. It happened right after. So even still, for it to happen right after, he not gonna get booked overseas because America be okay with some of this stuff now. But you got to think about it. In some of those other countries, bro, they still don't play that gay stuff and all none of that, all the rights and stuff that we have here in America. So he would never get booked. They felt like, oh, this was a gay man and you was dating a transgender woman and all this and that. I can understand how you wouldn't get booked in Dubai or you wouldn't get booked in Africa or Japan or some of these places where they're super heavy on their religion and their laws are super strict. Like you got to even think about in Jamaica, like they can't play them type of lesson thing. But you listen to the Joe Budden podcast why Flip always kind of be like, nah, you can't play them type of games around me or why I'm right here because dog, I still got to go home. I still got a family in Jamaica and they don't play them gay games like that.
But that's my question is just with him. I hear what you're saying the overseas shows, but was he getting booked for those shows?
I mean, we don't know who the fuck remembers that.
And that's my only thing. Is just like even with him saying that, it's like, well, I took a derail. Okay, if you took a derail, but I'm just like, I don't think you was more of a chilling circuit.
Nigga, you a retarded.
No. I'm saying you was a down south. You wasn't coming
Marcus,
up. He was performing up north
yes,
like that.
Nigga, this is you talking about Chingy right there, boy. That go Google how many records he sold. Are you tripping?
Right, but okay, but I'm saying, but what you saying? This is after that already blew up and did.
Nigga, you gotta think about it. He made Nelly cool down for a second. Nelly went down.
No. But that's what I'm asking you. Okay, but Nelly has a catalog where he still can perform a lot of songs. You know what I'm saying? Like. Chingy ain't had that many songs where he just.
He had two heaters. He had two.
He has heaters, but I don't feel like he has that. Where I'm sitting here booking him world tour shows outside.
I'm not a huge
world tour show is now more of a thing. Like okay, an old act for outside of the country.
I get what you're saying though, Marcus, but you got to think about it. At that, you saying that now because you're speaking in a 2024 lens. But back then, all you needed was one song, and you could do a tour for one song. No, you got to think about because it wasn't as many songs. So you think about that's what I'm saying.
I didn't think it was. That's what I'm saying. I think back. That's what I'm saying. Back then, was it really popular for them out of the country? Like I get it, the bigger artists.
Like Soulja Boy still do shows right now off his old catalog.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Soulja Boy, but I'm saying, but even back then, when you saying that when Chingy was Chingy, was he like I said? I don't think people was getting booked because you still had popular artists at that time.
He was one of the popular artists. What are you talking about, dog?
I don't know. I hear you them two songs, but I'm just. I don't think he was that popular where it was just like, damn, I need him out here in Dubai.
At one point in time, he was though. You're sitting here talking, you judging him now, dog. But we're talking about dog. Right there was huge, dog. I don't care what you talking about. Right there, pulling me back with Tyrese and then keep pulling me back. I was even thinking, I thought Holiday. I didn't even know that Pulling Me Back was bigger than Holiday Inn. One Call Away with who was this? I don't even know who. I want to say this is Jagged Edge or something. No, he got 4 jumps right now that I know for a fact everybody in their mother know. I'm not playing them because we're on YouTube. But Holiday Inn, One Call Away, Can't Keep Pulling Me Back, and I'm not like, come on, dog. And right there, nigga, right? Are you in them jeans with him and Jermaine Dupri? Like, come on, dog. I'm like that. I'm like that. And he had 4 jumps for a fact. He had 4 hits. Like I'm talking about smashes. And I want to say he was on some remixes to some other songs. But nigga, he had 4 jumps by himself. I'm talking about complete. Like nigga, if he was doing a verses, he's smoking them. Rap mix. What else was he on? Yeah. He got at least 4 big, like ridiculous big songs. Them 4 jumps that he got is OD. Though I'm trust and believe. I'm sure. And that came out. What's his? We talking about 03. Keep Pulling Me Back. Why did you say that? That couldn't have been in 1993. That's crazy. So that probably was 03 too. Yeah, all of them was like around 03. So I mean, I get it. Like at that day and age, people was not rocking with the Come on, though. You got to think about how many people just think about that. Just think about how in the time frame of like even with him with Magic Johnson when he first got AIDS or Eazy-E, like people off the rip thought that they was gay and they didn't even tie it into how many women they was actually sleeping with. Like Eazy-E after he passed and then people was coming out on he was just having sex with a lot of women unprotected. Magic Johnson, he recently just started telling those stories where he was like, when y'all asked me how I caught HIV, how you thought I did? He's like, nigga, every time I came to a city, it was 50 women trying to have sex with me. So for Chingy in that time, you got to think about. So just think about for that time for Magic Johnson and for Eazy-E, how people like even when that All-Star game when Magic Johnson came back and niggas didn't even want to play. Like Karl Malone was like, I don't want to touch him. I ain't trying to foul him and like because that's how people small-minded people was. So even for Chingy, let's just sit here and say, yeah, okay, this happened 3 years after those songs was big, but think about for at that time in 03, those songs were big. You could run off of a song for damn near a whole year. So if you had 4 big songs, like look at Fetty Wap more in the recent day and time, like dog, he had shit in a chokehold. He had 5 songs, dog. But people remember the Fetty Wap era, so it's like you can't sit here and say, oh, well, Fetty Wap had 5 songs and he was this, that, and the third, but you gonna downplay Chingy 4 songs? Like, what's the difference? A song? And I can argue that right there is bigger than any of Fetty Wap songs. So for Fetty Wap to have a run or Chief Keef or whoever else, like, dog, you can't sit here and just be like, oh, he blaming it on her. Dog, a lot of people, like, you're looking at it now with people we wouldn't care because, of course, you got your Saucy Santanas and you got your Lil Nas X's. But at that time, niggas was not going for that, just sitting here saying, he like, nah, dog, that wasn't happening. That was a huge hell no on his record, and that screwed his career because you're thinking about how many people down. You're thinking about the labels, probably like that. How we gonna market you? Who we gonna market you to? Because there was no audience for that at that time. Like it's different now. Like I said, it's easy in 2024 to be like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. That probably really ain't slow his career down. But in 03, 04, 05, 06, 07, even all the way to 010, that shit still would have been a big deal because tell me where was another super popular gay person where you could see and say, oh, they got an audience for that. Because think about it, Nicki ain't coming until 010, 011, where she was building her off of women and gays. So, like, who was before then? Who could sit here and say it would have been okay? You could have linked into that and got a different fan base, like a Lil Nas X or like a Saucy Santana. Shit, think about how many people still really don't go too crazy for Saucy Santana. He make way better music than Lil Nas X, but because his stuff is visually a little bit more too in your face, people don't give him no credit or even give him a listen. So I can understand for somebody like Chingy, he's from the South. He is from a Bible Belt state. There is no, come on, dog. He from St. Louis. Look at who is representing Louis right now. Sexy Red. You think people who listen to Sexy Red, like you think people who champion that got nah, hell no, dog. I feel for Chingy. I'm not mad at him. And the ladies sit here, and the crazy thing is, again, sometimes y'all know I'm a comment watcher. She apologized on the neighborhood talk, and she was like, I told him I was sorry, this, that, and the third. Nigga, women was dragging her to hell. And there was even some other transgender women on the joint like, nah, you was dead wrong. Like that wasn't cool. Like you ended his career and you built your career off of it. And people was like, no, Chingy should have sued you. For every interview you didn't got paid for, all that, he should have literally sued you for defamation of character because you killed his career to build yourself up one. And that was corny, and that's not fair, dog. Like I get what you're saying. Looking at it in 2024, like nobody would take it as a big deal now if that was the situation. But then, like, yeah, that's a huge L for somebody, dog. And especially if you're from the South, it's like I can't even imagine how you could have shook that. If I'm the record label, I can't even imagine like what record label gonna want to invest in that. Like just think about like even for his albums, like he ain't even have no. I don't even know if he even put out any. Well, he put out something in 2022. I guess he tried to. But ain't nobody, who the hell, ain't nobody was checking for him then. Yeah, he put out a project in 2022, but I don't know who was looking for that. Nobody. But let's say from that, yeah, that's like he had 2 albums and they came right back to back. Like he had
that's what I was just saying. Like when
he had Chingy. The Jackpot album was his first one, and that came out in 2023. In 2024, he put out Powerball. You know, it don't look like he even had no hits on that one.
Yeah, that's why I was just asking. Like, damn, did it happen like after you already?
I get. Listen, I get what you saying. Where you sitting here saying is like, yes, I'm talking about LA. They almost about a dub. What I'm talking about, baby? And I bet back with them tonight because tonight was gonna be my last night. They ain't get it together tonight. I was done with it. But I get what you're saying, and I can't shoot down completely what you're saying. Is like, is he trying to use that as an excuse, or was he realistically already on the decline of his career and that just put the icing on the cake? But you would never know though.
Yeah, that's how I feel. Like he was already going down, and that just probably
it put the icing on the cake on you. It crippled you though. But let's be. Only thing I'm saying is you can't discredit what he actually probably had to go through. Because the same way with the dude, Dallon, he was like, no, after Dave Chappelle turned that into a joke, it was over for me, because anytime somebody wanted to book me for a show, that was what people kept throwing back in my face. And you told me that was just a joke. That ain't no allegation or nothing. That's a joke.
But my only thing is, when you did that moment or whatever you did, it pretty much was a joke. I get it. You was probably serious trying to make it to the band and try to do stuff, but it's just like, all right, what did you do after that?
I get what you're saying, but sometimes the dog. Let's be clear.
No, I get it, but that's my thing. It's just like the way you take your success and the way you got there. You can't be mad what people create or even use, because, like I said, everything is for a click right now. So even if when Dave Chappelle did that, that was a viral moment or whatever, that was a big moment. If you didn't capitalize or you didn't invest yourself at that moment, you just try to say, you can't say he thought I'm pretty sure he put more eyes on you than Diddy did at that time because of that whole skit.
Yeah,
so you
no,
can't
for
say
sure,
that
for
shit
sure.
didn't hurt your career. You just ain't want to play into the narrative. You wanted to be, I'm a serious rapper, and we ain't heard a rap song from your ass.
I can't disagree with you. You right on that one. I can't. That's one thing. I can't disagree with you. We can't tell people how to feel, but I do agree with what you're saying. You're absolutely right. What did Dallon do at that moment? After Dave Chappelle, and it's kind of, I guess you kind of almost doubling down on what you're saying, and you may not even be realizing, just like you said with the Meek thing, with the get up, it's like, sometimes you kind of got to put your cool to the side and maybe have to lean into the blessing that you may have, not knowing that it's a blessing, or you don't want to deal with it as a blessing, but somebody giving you an extra light, you kind of just gotta you gotta lean into it, or you're gonna allow it to bury you for real. And for both of them, they allowed it to bury them. I don't know, for Chingy it's a little bit different, but for Dallon, you might got a point. Let that load up. Come on, Lakers. Oh my God, this is a bounce back for the Lakers, dog. Ooh-wee. Oh my God, that's a huge bounce back. They needed this bad too, dog. Baby. Let's go, baby.
2007? All right. Where did Young Jeezy hide the rest of the yams? Man.
Oh, man.
What?
You heard what he said? Hey, dog, hold on, bro.
He was white.
No, he wasn't. Nigga.
He was born. Where did Young Jeezy hide the rest
Hold on, bro.
yams?
But I don't know that.
Go ahead.
06.
All right. Where did Young Jeezy hide the rest of the yams?
Shit, I ain't know.
Oh. What year you was born?
2005.
Where the young Jeezy hide the rest of the yams? Where the young Jeezy hide the rest of the yams? Oh my God, man, I'm old. Where you born?
08.
Okay. Where the young Jeezy hide the rest of the yams?
Where do young Jesus hide the rest of the year?
Mm-hmm.
In the Turkey?
Yeah, you was born.
2006.
Where the young Jeezy hide the rest of the yams?
I have no idea.
Rise so low and I'm still.
His stomach.
Oh my God.
You was probably born the same year. Born 2007. All right. Where the young Jeezy hide the rest of the yams? Man.
But I'm gay. I don't like vaginas.
Hey Mo, let me tell you something, dog. It is hilarious. Oh, real quick, because I do want the crazy thing is I don't even think when this story originally broke. When did this story broke like 2 weeks ago? I can't remember when it originally broke. But for people who don't know, of course, we talked about Michael Porter Jr. last week when he did an interview and he let the T word fly in the interview. And I was like, it's crazy that if he would have used it on a bigger platform, I don't think the NBA would have bypassed it like that. But Michael Porter Jr. has had a long week between both of his brothers, from his younger brother, I guess the middle brother and the younger brother. The middle brother, of course, is the one who, what's his brother name? I can't even remember.
Start with a J.
Javante or Jonte or something. Yeah, Jonte. This is Jonte Porter. That's his name. Jonte Porter got suspended, a lifetime ban from the NBA for gambling. And of course, I seen a lot of people who was sitting here saying, and we probably should have brought this in when we were talking about the Ryan Garcia thing, but it's cool. When people were saying, I think the amount of money he was supposedly have made in the NBA was like $2.5 million or something like that. It was close to $3 million. So it was like 2.5 he didn't made, and he played in the G League. He didn't play it overseas. So of course he's nowhere near as good as Michael Porter Jr. He's the middle brother, and then their younger brother just got sentenced to I want to say like 6 or 8 years. I thought I put the joint in there.
It might be 8 years.
It was 8. I want to say it was
attempted murder or something?
Yeah, no, not it was murder. It was with Ocado. It was vehicle manslaughter. I want to say it was 8. It was either 8 or 6 years. I don't
think it's 8.
It was 8.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it might have been 8. So he got hit with that. So again, just going back, I guess the crazy thing is the bigger story is the story of the middle brother getting suspended from the franchise, from the NBA for life for gambling. And people were saying that he was only making like 20. I want to say they offer his gambling. He made like 23,000. And I seen a lot of people, he's stupid, this, that, and the third.
Bullshit. You don't even know about.
Did what he make? Of course he. That's what's on the book. Whatever site that they seen that was attached to him, that's what they seen that it was for $23,000.
Because I think they say he's been doing this for like 2 or 3 years.
And he just finally got caught. And the reason why he got caught, for people who don't know, is because he's like, no, let's be clear. Michael Porter Jr. ain't a huge name. He realistically really kind of just getting in his bag like the last 2 years in Denver. Like, because realistically.
But he had a name. He always had something.
But he had injuries though. But realistically, he's been. But we talking about realistically, be honest, his breakout season was last year when the Nuggets won the championship. He was cooking. He cooked the Lakers he was one of the main pieces. So, but still, he's still not a superstar. We still not complete. Like when we just was talking about, who will be the next player that you may start rooting for. Michael Porter Jr. ain't about to be on nobody's goddamn list of.
But he was a talking piece from when he came out of college.
Even when he came out of college.
I think he was the first one that might have. Did he do like the transporter type of situation? Because that's when he went to like Missouri or something. He had a back problem. He didn't play that much.
You might absolutely
something
be right.
He transferred or he left. It was something. He was in the talking. He was a big talk when he first came out. They was talking about him, but and that was his whole thing. He wasn't living up to his expectations
because of the back injury.
The back injury, and then finally when he started to play, it was like, all right. He ain't it. Then it was like, well, damn, he blossomed as a player 1 minute, and then his next minute is like, who the hell did we really draft?
Mm-hmm.
And I think his running really came, now because, like I said, he been in Denver
his whole career. Yeah, his whole career.
So I'm gonna say, his light really been shining the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, for sure. So again, like I said, so realistically, a lot of people saying how dumb his brother was. What did John say?
He is dumb.
Whatever. But no, listen, I'm not saying he is dumb, but let's be clear. Like the
simple fact that all y'all in basketball now, you gonna bring attention to your father because he's coaching college. You gonna bring attention to your brother. See, that's my only thing is just with what
You
else
bringing
was
attention
betting
to, I guess, to everybody
what
else.
else
Basically,
was
what
you
you saying?
betting
Yeah.
on? Because it's like, but damn, how we know you ain't had no say so in his games where he.
I mean, I get all of that, but realistically, just because I am somebody who gamble, even I have even gambled on Denver games, like, and I think that's one of the red flags. Because let's be clear, if you gamble on, let's say on like FanDuel, right? They only give you a certain amount of names. Like you can't go through all the players, like even if you wanted to. Like they
And
only
that's where
give
he
like
fucked up at.
yeah. So everybody don't get a bunch of playing time. So I'm sure that wasn't even on FanDuel. I want to say it was on DraftKings. So DraftKings may be a little bit different. I use FanDuel, but they won't give you every player. Like you can't just pick a player who don't like. Like let's just say somebody like for the Lakers like Max Christie. Like Max Christie don't get enough playing time. They don't ever even put his name in the option. It'd be just like sometimes they won't even go to Torian Prince, and he play in the game most of the night. So it just depends on realistically on who playing in the game. So that kind of threw a red flag because the person who got the most bets one night on DraftKings was Porter, whatever the Porter brother name is.
Porter.
Yeah, so he was. So they were like, "What? Why the hell is so many people?" No, and let's be clear: the Toronto Raptors is cheeks. They don't got no super crazy major players on their team for people.
They got players, and he's still not the player.
He ain't
they got
gonna be
fucking Dick. Remember we was talking about?
Oh yeah. Pause.
So so that I think that just goes to show it's just like he don't even get that much time, but he made it so obvious.
But the crazy thing is, it wasn't. You can't. I mean, you can't say it was. It was only obvious because so many people. Like I think the person who bet the most. I think somebody bet like 80,000 on his unders. So that's kind of course, going to draw a red flag. Like who going to bet 80,000 on somebody who barely get? Because his unders was like 5. Like was he going to go over 5?
But I think he was averaging more than that. I want to say he was averaging more than that.
Nigga, if his unders was 5, nigga, he don't average more.
I'm saying because like even with his minutes and stuff like that, whatever he was doing. It beforehand that and I think that's what draws everybody's attention because I think it was like he betted the under and the under was kind of like maybe 4 points or something.
Yeah, it was 4. Yeah, it was 4 points.
It was something ridiculous.
It was 4.
A couple of games before that, you had 7. You had more than what I'm saying. You had more than that, and then you didn't play. They just subbed you out, like you said. You got
because he said he got sick. But just realistically, for people who saying it was stupid, all I'm just sitting here telling y'all is y'all gamble. I'm sure realistically for most people,
you had the insight.
No, not even that. I'm saying that most people who gamble, you make more on your regular work paycheck than what you win off of gambling, unless you really are a good gambler. If you're a good gambler, then you may make more than whatever your paycheck is, and you just work your job just to have some type of security. So if you're that good of a gambler, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the regular people who, like myself, you just bet because it is fun. Let's be clear. It's fun, and it's very addictive, dog. All it takes, and listen what I'm telling you, I don't even be doing the crazy. I told y'all, most of my wins be straight money line. It don't even be the parlays all the time. Like, I get lucky on some parlays if I keep it, like, clean and keep it like, all right, let's be real. These 3 players going to do whatever the case may be. And those don't even be the ones that give you no crazy payout. The safer you play it, the less the payout going to be. So when you go a little bit more outlandish with the bet, is when realistically that's when it hit harder. So for somebody, again, for like a person like him, no, he ain't really make a lot of money. Like, let's not make it like he make like his salary was crazy, dog. Like, let's sit here and say, yeah, we looking at it like, yeah, oh, of course, yeah. If this was LeBron or this was Jason Tatum or somebody,
he's still making more than everybody in the WNBA off of that one contract. So that's what you can put in the price. If you look at it, when we say 25, we say 2.5 million. That's more than most of the WNBA players.
Oh, I mean, yeah, but that's more than all of them. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how long it was for. Though. I don't know if it was.
I don't even think it was because that probably was like the minimum.
Oh, that's what he was getting for a year?
Yeah. Because he was under, I want to say he might have been under a rookie contract where he signed on. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like a guarantee.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. But like I said, I just seen people, so everybody kept just saying, oh, how dumb he was and this and that. I'm like, bro, y'all every week you go to work every day and you still do your parlays, you still make your bets. And like I said, most of the time you don't hit. Like I said, I understand how addictive. All it takes is one time. You to hit good one time, you will continue to chase that ghost. It's like chasing your first high. You're going to chase that high forever. So I get what could have happened to him. And especially if I can rig it a little bit, like, oh shit, I ain't getting no points realistically. Nobody don't know my name. They just made it too hot. And realistically, of course, like when we talked about it with Lizzo on here, maybe like a couple months ago now, or like a month or so ago, when we was talking about the Discord situation, that's where I'm sure realistically, I'm 100% positive. I know exactly how this went. And that's how it was easier for them to trace exactly what happened. You sit here and give it to a popular gambler. The popular gambler, 9 times out of 10, he sell picks because that is the thing. People sell their picks, especially if you hit a lot. And that's why that's why a lot of people post their Jones. I mean, Lizzo told you that's why, hey, I show people how much I made so other people want to bet with me. I might not show you the exact amount of money, but I'm just showing you that I won and I did a parlay. So you do it. If you see somebody on a regular, posting a 10 or 5 leg parlay, and you like, damn, he took some wild jumps and he keep hitting.
Mm-hmm.
You would, if the person selling you picks, you're gonna buy them. So of course that's a little bit of a tie-in. So I can understand because I bet and I follow other people who bet, and I understand how addictive it get. I watch people. I talked about it on here before when the dude said his FanDuel account got blocked, and he was like, I can't even watch sports the same because I'm having withdrawals because I can't gamble. Dog, gambling is an addiction, and it was an addiction. But when we even talked about what was that? We talked about what's the singer nigga name when we were talking about
Miguel. I mean the Bruno Mars.
Bruno Mars. Like, dog, it's addictive. The Bruno Mars story is way worse than people. I get it just because people understand how like it's not that many people to get a chance to be in the NBA. But there's no way y'all can be harder on this kid than y'all was on Bruno Mars.
But I think that's just, we always go back to it's levels to this shit. It's different levels to it. Because like I said, we talked about Bruno Mars with that was what, 90 million in debt.
No, he was in the debt 50 million.
50 million,
but
like
but
that.
he make 90 million a year from the MGM.
The MGM. So I just feel like, and that's why I think, because even if we was talking about the baseball guy with his what we said,
Shoney on time. Yeah, his man ended up he took
that fall. He took that blame because you're worth more to the NBA.
Hey, shout outs to D-Lo.
I mean, to the baseball than this young man is.
Hold on, though. How many points this nigga D-Lo got right now? Oh, D-Lo only got 18. Anthony Davis got 32 again. Damn. But anyway, yeah, my bad. So yeah, like I said, it's just that gambling stuff, it don't get addictive. All I'm saying, telling you, I get it. I'm not gonna look crazy at them just because I know regular working people every day who do the same thing. Like literally, your paycheck is more than what you win on gambling, but you still gamble every day. So I mean, it is what it is. Like I said, I'm not one of those people who gonna act like I'm above the judgment. And the reason why I even wanted to tie that story into with NBA Youngboy. NBA Youngboy has been. He got locked up. He got locked up. I think he's facing 69 charges and he's on house arrest. So basically, for the charges was he's getting charged for forging a doctor's signature. And the reason why, and me and Top even argued about this on social media, because he was like, man, that's stupid. I'm like, dog, only again, just because my real life experiences is, dog, it's called busting scripts. And if anybody who ever sold lean or you've drunk lean before, 9 times out of 10 is because somebody busted a script. And for people who don't know what that is, you go get you a thing of prescriptions from a doctor. Some people may even know a doctor, can buy them from a doctor. Some people go into the doctor's office. You at a doctor's appointment. Y'all know how the doctors leave people out. People steal them, or be people doctors' aides. They may sell them to people on the streets. Whatever the case may be, people get the script books. And of course, doctors don't have no super nice signatures or whatever the case may be. So that was easier for a lot of people to be able to bust scripts. So basically, of course, he in Utah, he busting the script. And of course, he do got more money. So realistically, to me, the smarter thing would have been you should just pay the doctor to just keep filling them for you and you can keep it moving instead of you trying to do it on your own. And then when they call them like that, kind of to me would be the only dumb thing. But I'm just sitting here saying is the real conversation is, dog, he's a junkie, dog.
But okay, I mean, yeah, he is a junkie. But I just feel like you already in a fucking halfway or whatever, you in a house, you know what I'm saying? It's not your house. You in somebody's house.
Yeah, you in somebody's house. They're basically treating it like a halfway house.
Yeah, why are you not using somebody else? And that's
two ways you can look at it. I can look at it where it's like, all right, you kind of watching out for the people around you. Like, I know this is illegal. Instead of me getting somebody else to bust the script for me, I'm just gonna bust it for myself. So if I get bagged, which he did, I'm gonna go to jail because I thought the same thing. You was like, damn, he just took a picture with a bunch of white people. You could have let any of them call in there for you, write this prescription for you, but then they will be the ones going to jail. So if you want to give a nigga some credit for being a real nigga, you kind of got to give him some credit for like, all right, well, he took the charges on his own. He filled the scripts. He was the one placing them. But again, my biggest thing to people is I would look at it like more dumb if he was trying to bust scripts like a regular dude on the street and you just trying to sell lean or you trying to sell pills or whatever the case may be. No, he was taking them, dog. He's a junkie. Even that picture where people we just looked at it and you just kept scrolling and nobody made a big deal when he was laying on the floor and there was a bunch of pills right beside him. Well, I mean, that's...
But then my question is, he's the cash cow, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are they getting paid for whatever him staying in and all that?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're still getting a check from him. So, but wouldn't you look out for him? Wouldn't you take that? Even if I did get busted, all right, cool. I'm gonna take that fall for you.
I mean,
I just feel like even with him now, so now he locked up, everything stops, right? With the cash flow, everything you was doing, whatever you was doing, whatever I was getting, the benefits I was perking off of you being here is going to stop once you.
No, of course, no. Listen, what I'm saying. I agree with everything you're saying. You're absolutely right. I don't know what the situation was with the people in Utah. I don't know if they was getting paid from the government or whatever. Because you're absolutely right. That house was not his house. It was him staying with whatever that white family that he was staying there with. It was their property. I don't know if they were still living in there with him or they was just renting it out to him. I don't know how it actually went. But you're absolutely right. And if we looking at it on, I guess, the common sense route would be like, even if he really had this addiction, nobody should allow him to do it on his own, like you said, because realistically, he is the cash cow. So somebody else should have been willing to make the phone calls for him, or if they knew that's what he was doing. But I don't necessarily know how open he was with this conversation. Like we assuming that everybody in the house knew what he was doing. But let's say if everybody didn't know. And you thought he was only getting half a week. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying, but you could have let's be clear. Somebody could have known. One of his men could have known, but one of his men realistically can't. Like how much can they say?
But see, that's my only thing. Is just like you already on house arrest and you going out there to get these prescriptions that you know
he don't got to pick him up though. All he had to do is if he doing it over the phone.
Okay, I thought they called him on. So he just called on the phone. That's
and when he felt, I guess the word he was using.
I thought he was actually in there, and they
no. And guess what? The crazy thing is, listen to what I'm telling you. I know endless people personally. That happens to people. What you saying has happened to endless people if you ever bust scripts before. You sit here going into the field of prescription, they call it in the back, and you like, damn, it's taking a little bit longer than what it's normally taking. And they telling you, oh, we feeling it, we just talked to the doctor, and they stalling you to the police come. And if you're not hip to what's going on and you don't know the real time or how long it's going to take, guess what niggas get back? In there and catch an F, which an F is a felony because you're in there and you're in the CVS or you're in the Walgreens or whatever trying to bust a script because all of them had at the time when the lean was popping, like you can get red from this one, you can get purple, you can get green from this one, or you can get yellow. So people was going to different jumps because different pharmacies had different jumps. But if you know for a fact it normally only take like 5 minutes to fill it, and because you sweet and you just geeking, now you done sat in there for 30 minutes, they done stalled you out for 30 minutes so the police can come. So now you caught red-handed for forging somebody's signature, and now you stole the scripts because you ain't no goddamn doctor. So where did you get these prescriptions from that you wrote? So you forged it. So that's why I say he gets so many charges because one, how did you get the prescription book? Two, you forged somebody's surgery, so that's a felony. And you in here sitting here basically you going into the junk. So he just didn't get caught red-handed in the actual store, but they did it over the phone and they were like, oh, something seemed fishy. They call the doctor's office and they tell you, nah, we ain't never filled this person. I don't even know who that person is. Then boom, that's how you get caught. But I know people for a fact who was literally sat in CVS waiting for them scripts, geeking like a goddamn junkie, and got locked up. And dog, it happens. That's why I can't. It's certain things I can't be too judgmental to because I've lived a life before cutting on this goddamn microphone or before it was a goddamn social media. So I understand how these things happen. And guess what? And I'm talking on the hindsight of people who not even junkies, people who trying to make some money off of it. Because the script only may call you, like, especially if you don't want to get it, it costs you nothing. Or somebody sell it to you for $20. You talking about a $20 script, you can make $200, $300 off of the more popular lean got. Guess what? The more it costs for a line. No, it literally got to the point where now it's so where you barely can get it. That's why you don't even see a lot of rappers rapping about it or even talking about it no more. But at one point in time, though, niggas was selling them jumps for you talking about a line was $500. Like I want to say it was Lil Yachty. He did an interview when he was talking to somebody. He literally nigga was saying he was paying $400 a line, 16 ounces. So y'all do the math. You talking about if a nigga go buy a whole bottle, let's just say if it was just a 10-ounce bottle and he buying them at $500 a joint, you talking about that's 5 bands. 5 bands for a guy. So you talking about that's how bad niggas be strung out on this goddamn drug. So that's why I can't be super judgmental because I'm like, dog, yeah, it could be dumb, but at the same time, he a junkie. Let's take it out of the prescription. Let's take it out of the lean stuff. You done seen crackheads do worse. Y'all all seen Minister Society. What I got these cheeseburgers, man. I suck your dick. Like, what are you talking about? But but it happened though, dog. Like that happened. You have seen, but again, sometimes, and this is what I was arguing with Top. I'm like, dog, you're just judging it because he got money. So you saying it's stupid because he got money, but a junkie is a junkie, dog. You just a rich junkie. That's the only difference. The only difference is you got money, so you're judging him because how much money he got. So you figure he should have figured out another way. But dog, a junkie is a junkie. When a junkie want to get high, he want to get high. I can give y'all a story right now. That's when I used to sell water, and I was selling it out of my parents' house. And a nigga in my neighborhood, somebody I grew up with twice my age, was like, dog, if you don't sell me this joint, I'm gonna tell your mother you selling water out of her house. When a junkie want to get, dog, you talking about a grown man threatened to tell my mother that I was selling him water. That is the difference. When a junkie want to get high, he ain't want to pay for it. Nigga, he just wanted, like, you nigga, no, just dip me a stick right now, or I'm going to tell your mother. Guess what you ain't got no choice to do now? Because at that time, I'm still living in my mother's house. You got to dip that goddamn stick and get this man his goddamn dipper, and you got to take this fucking L. The fuck are we, like, that's a junkie move. But guess what? He got you by the balls. What can you do? Ain't nothing you can do. So that's what I'm saying. And we talking about that is something light. But I'm going to tell you something like realistic. When we talking, especially with them heroin, I remember young and my man father, he used to give so much game, but he was just because the way he always gave the game, it just like on some unk vibes. But he was always telling you facts. He was on, you ever get to selling heroin, you better be careful because that heroin, they a different type of strong. And if anybody ever worked construction, or if you work construction with older men, go look at their hands, especially the ones who, especially, and I remember this when I started working construction, and I just used to pay attention because you always used to tell them, they shoot it up in their hands, and one hand normally would be bigger than the other, or if people really want to hide it, they'll shoot it in a foot. So like one thing about like heroin addicts, their hands, and this is the difference, of course, like for like rappers and stuff, in Percocets and in lean is heroin. And that's why people act like heroin addicts when they when they off the lean, they be talking about they leaning. That's the same stuff heroin do. If you just take people in New Orleans, that's why some of them don't even do all the lean and stuff. They just do regular heroin. Like the Hot Boys, BG, and all them Boosie and all them niggas just do heroin. Even if you listen to some of NBA Youngboy songs, his fans was like, oh my God, he do heroin, but he's from fucking Baton Rouge. They do heroin. That is a thing down there. And people don't look at you differently. Like that is like how niggas smoke boat up here. Them niggas do heroin down there. So that's just my thing. But when they shoot it, and one of their hands will be way bigger to make your hands swell up, and to make your feet swell up, or to make one of your arms swell up. So like when you're doing construction, I used to look at that shit when my man father used to tell me, and I'm like, oh, when you start actually paying attention to some of these construction people, you can look at their hand. Like one of these construction old niggas I work with, his hand was huge, but because he was shooting the heroin in his hand. So like I said, that's why like I said, I'm not as hard of judging people when it's fighting certain addictions because I just know how real it get. I understand, of course, he rich, so we looking at it a little bit different, but it's still the same time as NBA Youngboy. Like we ain't looking at this nigga like he got the greatest sense in the world either. Like let's be clear. Like let's not act like we looking at this nigga like he's some goddamn lawyer or something. Let that load up.
Fuck that money up again. What the fuck? That single digits.
Nothing in this generation. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm like,
though, cause you some fine shit. Like right now? Like right now. On camera.
they been on the floor.
He don't even mind. He don't care.
Do it.
I don't think he's standing on business, man.
I don't either.
I don't think he's standing on business.
Give me a chance.
Security.
Oh my God. What the fuck? I'm finna ask my hands again. Right?
Gloss up, Glorilla homegirl. How to play the band? Huh? Oh, with Jacky, yeah, that joint was on. That shit was straight.
Out of all the bitches that you don't smell in here, would you suck the out my?
Get this bitch. Get this queen out of here, man.
What?
Get this queen.
What you mean?
Get this disrespectful queen out of here.
You smell the Valentino, baby. Come on.
Get this disrespectful queen out of here.
She
Just came in here.
I'm speaking from the heart.
Verbally harass me.
I'm not verbally harassing you.
Get this disrespectful queen.
I think you. I don't think you want to do that.
You're through, baby. And don't have no vendetta with me.
Oh, baby.
She told me Charlamagne a guy do that. She told me Charlamagne.
Yeah, they all do it.
Don't play like
Come
that.
on.
Hey, yo, go ahead on, baby.
I told her it was a New Orleans thing. I think she got it confused.
Yeah.
No, I ain't got it confused.
Go ahead on, Vin.
Who gonna stop me? What you talk about? I'm not through.
Just one more. Go ahead.
See, and she too. We ain't going no more. The last question, get this disrespectful queen out of here. What I do, I'm a professional, man. Sometimes.
Like a professional.
No. You gotta delete that.
Delete this.
Don't play with him.
I don't delete that. Then go to the recently deleted. Delete that too. Yeah. Delete the whole thing. What you sucking for? What video? Everyone got me in.
So okay, so for people,
that's growth.
Yeah, so for people who don't know, I mean, of course, last week we talked about The baby walking out on that 20 versus me YouTube situation, and the dude was complaining about him getting the 20 ban. So that was the backstory, because people were like, oh, what happened? What was so serious that make him want to walk off and not give a dude his bread or take the money from the dude and basically just leave? So realistically, what it was the girl asked him would he suck a fart out her butt? And then he was like, nah, you tripping, you wild disrespectful. I'm not going.
That's wild. But I see, and that's why I thought.
So do you think it was too much, or you think that was just wow, that was out of pocket?
I'm pretty sure it was out of pocket, just from the whole. I mean, no telling what else was said before that. Cause see, I thought it was the video from the dude who had his camera and he was videotaping. I thought he said something wild about, you know what I'm saying. And that's when he was like, "We ain't gonna do that." But for to hear that, like, no, yeah, that's like, and if I already shot it down once and you don't keep repeating it, nah, she was out of line. She was definitely out of line.
Yeah, she was out of pocket. I will give him the credit, because that was a lot of growth in a conversation. We ain't had a relationship
is at least 65% of the relationship.
A little more than half.
Yeah, definitely more than half. I would put 65 on it.
Because when everything else is great, the sex lines up too.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
And especially when there's that, think of it like this. You have this bomb connection and attraction to this person. And then once you choose whatever speed y'all choose to go at, once you choose to meet each other with your bodies, and then it's like womp womp. Are we gonna act like that's not a disappointment and you just gonna go off the fact that they're sweet?
So this happened to you?
Yes. Damn it.
What do you do in that situation?
Leave. X is at least 65%.
All right, so for people, what 65? I agree with 65, probably 70. Yeah, because you know the crazy thing, and the reason why I say you gotta agree with that, because think about even going back to that original clip we posted of that lady with doing the poetry thing. If you kind of pose those two things right beside each other, how many people stayed in relationships or kept dealing with people because the sex was so fire and you just kind of didn't want to get a new body or whatever the case may be? And I'm sure I even talked about this on here before, like staying into a relationship because the sex was so fire, even if the person isn't physically attractive to you, like this is not the best looking person you had sex with, but the sex was just OD nasty and it was always on point. You can get it whenever you wanted to. It's a lot harder to kind of be like, nah, I'm cool on this.
My only question, and I've heard this a few times, and we even spoke or said about it, but it's just like, do sometimes you might get tired of it or tired of doing the same thing over and over. Because like when you first get in there, yeah, you might say, oh, sex is the most important thing. I need that 90%. But it's like your number digress. The older you get, the more you
no. Of course, I do agree with you.
So I feel like do you get that curve of like, all right, yeah, when you first met me, it was at 80%. Now it might be 50 or 40. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I really don't need the sex. Sex is not that important.
So, but listen to what you're saying though. I think that's just, if we can't even tie it into sports, you can't, even though we still kind of do it with LeBron a little bit, but you're not supposed to still judge somebody the way we would at the peak of their career towards after they didn't already put 21 years into it. So if I've been in a relationship for 7 years, yeah, my sex drive ain't gonna be as high as it was from year 1 to year 7. It may not even be high from year 1 to year 5, because realistically, after a while, it probably will decrease a lot. But those first fucking 5 years, did y'all kind of really building a rapport before it becomes repetitive? When y'all kind of still going on trips, y'all still having sex before you go to the restaurant. So on your way home from a good dinner, she drunk and she giving you head on the way. Like when you still keeping it spicy and new, yeah, it's a little bit different. Like I'm gonna play this clip from this other dude. These two kind of go hand in hand.
I used to have this eater that was on demand. She would just pull up and get to work. No questions asked. She didn't really like small talk. She would just get straight to it. And that's rare. And what I like about her, she was reliable. Like I could text her early in the morning. I could text her late at night. And it was always the same response. I'm on the way. One time she pulled up and she did what she had to do and she was about to leave. And I was like, wait, do you ever want to like go out or something? I'm not like the biggest dater. Like I'm not out here taking a bunch of girls out on dates, but if anyone deserved it, she deserved a date. But she turned my offer down. She said she didn't want to overstep any boundaries and she liked the relationship we had. And I can respect her level of professionalism. You don't mix business with pleasure. A lot of people enter an organization or a roster and they try to work their way up through the ranks. You feel me? They'll try to go from 6th or 7th man to starting point guard. She was very comfortable playing her role and did it so well that I was taken aback. It's rare you see unselfish play like that. She played about 2 seasons for me, then I traded her for a complete bust, but I don't even want to get into that. Point is, keep talent around you that earns their spot every day. Every time she came over, she reminded me why she needs minutes. At the end of the night, game on the line, nobody else to call. Who can you rely on to come through? That is your person. I used to have this eater that was on.
So I feel like those two things, I feel like that his segment or what he just said kind of go absolutely hand to hand with what.
Hey, I wish we could cue up R. Kelly right now. I wish. God damn, boy. He smoked. Hey,
no, he smoked it. He smoked it, and that's
I
and that,
wish that was true.
that's the crazy thing. And the girl sent me that on TikTok, and that was just like I was like, damn, I gotta use that clip later. I ain't even think about I don't even know how I even put those two together, but those two definitely went perfect. I mean, he right. Like I said, I think just for everybody, I think it just depends on the time you at, where you at mentally, physically, and where your sex drive at. Because I do think realistically, people's sex drive eventually declines, and I think sometimes people's peak at a different level.
Okay, but then my question is, okay, but now let's stay right there. When we say the numbers, right? If you had an eater, she's on call, all that, boom, 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 give you what you want. How bad the other one, or how good the other person has to be for you to sit here and cut it off for you? How, you know what I'm saying? Like, is it?
I think it just
because is it just because it's new, or is it like, damn, like this joint is? Because like he said at the end, I traded her for a bus. So like,
yeah, but
but
let's be real. 9 times out of 10, I'm sure the peak is just depends on what you want. If you because it's new, it's looks. People go off of, let's be clear. I'm one of the people that go off of looks. So if you sit here saying I got a crazy eater or super freak Joan and she is a 5, and I got a 10 that I know that I'm probably gonna have to go out on a few more dates with, but I just keep gonna hit this 10. I'm just me personally. I'm a little shallow. I know I'm still haven't grown in that part of my life yet. No Diddy. I'm still going to choose the 10 that I don't necessarily know if her sex going to be as crazy as this 5 because the 10 just look better. So mentally, it's just going to be like, mentally, I'm going to make myself think it's better. Even if you get to it and it's not, because let's be clear, I didn't been with some 10s, and I even talked about that time when we talking about the snowed in thing. It wasn't, I didn't have, she is literally an Instagram popping Joan, like 100,000+ followers. I ain't even looked at her shit in a minute. She might be at like 200,000. But realistically, the sex wasn't that. It was mid as hell.
But my only thing with him, you painted a perfect scenario. It's like she was on call. You didn't have to see, and I felt like sometimes when this would come to 10 to dick. Like when you just get too caught up in it, man, he's like, damn, I want to take her out to eat. And it's like, all right, you take that 10 out to eat. That if you want to go out to eat, take that 10 out.
Yeah,
but
no,
see, that's what niggas go wrong when they start attaching their feelings to it. And yes,
but Marcus, listen to what I'm saying. I hear what you're saying, but then sometimes that, to me, with him asking her, does she want to go out to eat or does she want to go out on a date? Because that, to me, speaks on maturity. Because as a man, let's be clear, it's a lot of times you sit here and have women that you feel like you can get over on and you don't never have to put the effort in. And then you still going to regret later on because, you could have took that 10 out. You could say put that effort in the 10, but the 10 don't live up to the hype. And in your mind, you can be like, damn, I'd rather just would have showed some love and showed some respect to the girl who didn't never ask for nothing. And she just showed up and showed out every time.
But okay, but then my question, okay, if you a female, you wanted just some rebuttal on that whole situation. Well, then what's the difference when a female asks you, well, why you'll never take me out? That's my only thing is you put yourself in that situation. Like, damn, now I got to. That's my only thing. Is if a female come to you, everything been good, we've been fucking, boom, 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 and then she be like, oh, well, when you gonna take me out? And flip it on you, you can be like, damn, why I gotta take you out now? We've been doing all this all that time.
I think realistically, I think that just comes into a maturity space. I think if you're not mentally mature and you don't value what that woman is doing, and then when she asks you, hey, why we don't go out? If you don't value what she's doing, then you're gonna feel some type of way. But if you kind of realistically know, to me, I feel like if you dated enough and you have built with women who you feel like I done all this other stuff for and they didn't deserve it, the next time then that's when I will eliminate the looks. It wouldn't have mattered what the next woman looked like if she's showing up for me in ways that this other woman didn't, because then I'm going to appreciate it a lot more. So I'm going to want to reciprocate. And that's when that dude is like, damn, she an eater. But I don't know too many. He looking at it, he judging like, I got all these other women that I may deal with, or I know these other women who shooting and shot, but they still don't show up for her. Before I put the effort into anybody else, let me try to reciprocate the energy that she's giving me. She just shut it down, but I appreciate him mentally in the space that he was in. Like, nah, I gotta show this girl some type of like, I don't want him to feel like I'm just getting over. Because realistically, he probably felt like he was getting over. And I'm sure everybody listening, you have experienced somebody where you felt like, hey, I'm kind of getting over on them a little bit. Like, I know I can be a better human being. I can show up for them in a better way. Now, this the only thing about that woman is she just shut it down. But realistically, you know for a fact that you could do a little bit more for that person who show up and show out for you, however they show up and show out, if it's sexually, if it's financially, or if it's even mentally. I talked about that mentally. Like, if I'm always constantly showing up for you, damn, like, when you gonna reciprocate it? How are you gonna reciprocate it? You can't expect to just me keep like allowing you to pour your shit on to me and I don't never show back. You don't never show out for me.
And I did get questioned about that that whole scenario. And I was saying we not on a talking stage. It was more so because I think she took it as, oh, you just talking about any random chick that's just talking to you. It's more so you've been dating or we've been communicating. It's not just out of the blue. Because that's what she was saying. She was confused that, well, how was it, what you talking about you needed the news for the thank you? Is it just any random friend or type? It was I
don't care. I don't care how soon or how recent it is. If it's soon enough for you to tell me your personal business, how can it not be too soon for you to send a nude? If you're comfortable with telling me like a horror story that you're going through right now in life, if it's your baby daddy or if it's you just lost a job or you short late on your rent, if you can pull whatever your sob story is or your version of a sob story it is, unless it's losing a loved one, then that's a little bit different, because I mean people tell that shit to their timeline all the time, so that don't hold the same. But stuff that you don't complain about on social media, if you feel that comfortable with pouring your heart out to me and you're doing it, like let's sit here and say if I just got your number last week, so we talking week 2, and then you starting to pull your heart out every day, and we done talked on the phone for 5 days in a row, and for all 5 days you literally use me like a therapist. How on the 6th day you don't feel like you can send me no news? You didn't just told me all your whole entire life story. You didn't let me know about this time somebody molested you or something other shit. Like, you done gave me all the extra shit that I didn't ask for. I didn't even sign up for this. I'm not a therapist. I ain't get tipped, so it don't matter if this was if we only been talking for 2 weeks and you felt that comfortable to pour your heart out for the last 5 days. Day 6, I'm looking for a nude.
Oh, my bad. I try to shoot some bears.
No, you ain't gonna shoot me no goddamn bill. I thought this was a news and it had some sound. Well, for people who don't, if you live in the DMV area, because sometimes I do try to serious us out a little bit, just especially when it comes to parenting. Oh, well, 11 teens got arrested. I guess they had a senior skip day in Greenbelt at Greenbelt High School.
Roosevelt.
Oh, yeah, Roosevelt High School. Listen, Greenbelt. And 5. I guess I want to say they said it was a water. It started off as a water gun fight or something, and
a usual senior skip day where everybody word of mouth, you pick a park and you plan.
And then it turned into somebody shooting 5 people, and 1 person left in critical condition.
You know how when it's too many niggas, shit never go right.
Come on, niggas, you can't lose this game though. Y'all been winning the whole entire game. Like, you cannot with the. Come on, LeBron.
It's definitely a sad situation.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I guess like you said, it's some even with this one, I can't.
I'm pretty sure everybody did.
Of course, senior skip day before something.
And like I said, it's just one bad apple just fuck up everything.
Yeah, and you can't even put this, like, this is not one of them situations where you can turn it around and put it on the parents like, oh, y'all need to be better parents, because I'm sure, like you said, all of us everybody, even if it wasn't a senior skip day, everybody has skipped school before or something. So this could absolutely.
And even if you use that as an excuse, oh well, mom, there's no reason for me to go to school senior skip day. Nobody gonna be in school.
Mm-hmm.
It's just an unfortunate situation.
Yeah, and why we talking about unfortunate situation? This lady was at the news report for this Trump situation. Oh my God, though, she went.
An active shooter is in the park outside the court. We have a man he has set fire to himself. A man has emblazoned himself outside of the courthouse just now. Our cameras are turning right now. A man has now lit himself on fire outside of the courthouse in Manhattan, where we are waiting for history to be made. A full jury panel is gone. We are watching a man who is fully emblazoned in the front of the courthouse today. We are watching multiple fires breaking out around his body and person. We have seen an arm that has been visible, that has been engulfed in total flames. flames. There is chaos that is happening. People are wondering right now if people are in danger. I'm looking across the courtyard. There is a man racing to his aid. There's coats coming off to try to put out the fire. We have members of security details. NYPD is rushing to the scene. They are trying to come out. Officers are on the scene. A fire extinguisher is right now present being put on this man to try to put out. People are climbing over barricades to try to separate the public to put out the flame on this man. He is an active shooter.
Again, and you know the crazy thing is sometimes when we were talking about how much WNBA women get paid and stuff like that, dog, how much do these people get paid? Like, dog, she put on, and I listened to her tell you, because you know what's so crazy? Like,
they probably get paid.
I hope they do, because her play-by-play game is better than everybody at TNT. Because I'm sure you be in the house most of the time watching the games, but like I be in the gym sometimes and I'm trying to, like, of course I'm streaming the game and I'm listening to it on my headphones. And like, especially whoever Reggie Miller do the joint with, like on TNT, they do a horrible job at play-by-play. Like, and while I'm comparing it to, because I'm just like, dog, sometimes like her play-by-play game was so on pack because she giving play-by-play like the radio announcers do. Like, if you ever listen to sports and you hear like the radio people who doing the local people, they do a amazing job at it because they live and you going play by play, word for word, exactly what's going on in the game. With basketball, like if you hearing somebody who do it like on TV and they know that you can see what's going on too, they analyze it more than giving you play by play. So they might miss a play or something like, and then be like, oh well, such and such just had a slam dunk. I'm like, nigga, why you wasn't even telling me he was driving to the paint before you? How do you get to the slam dunk?
Because I think it's more so when you watching it on TV, that's because you actually seeing it, but on the radio you're not seeing it. So I gotta paint the image better for you to listen to it.
Yeah,
she definitely did. She did it. That nigga's crazy. Whoever the fuck.
Oh, who did that? Yeah, but again, when we was talking about who show up, like for the Trump people, they show up differently for people. And I meant to play this clip earlier when we was talking about WNBA, but I gotta get my girl her jump.
What's up, the Barbie? The Barbie is a doctor one day, a trainer one day, a nurse one day, and being able to be a jack of all trades. You don't have to do just one thing. And I learned that at LSU. I have teammates, one teammate is a rapper, models. Like being able to do both, you can do that. Like it's okay to do that. And women are expected just to do this. Like I'm going to be outside the box. And I just want to be able to be a jack of all trades and do whatever I want to do and think that I'm best at. So that's what I try to influence to these young girls. I call myself the Barbie. The Barbie is a doctor one day, a trainer.
No, I'm not gonna lie, she smoked that definition. Like that was such a, I don't know if she literally came up with that. I know she ain't come up with that off the fly because that was just too fire. But whoever sat down and came up with that and told her, like, yeah, listen, when the next time they ask you how you pick the Barbie and give it this definition, nigga, she smoked that. Like that was one of them Jones. And while we kind of talking about sports a little bit, just a little miscellaneous stuff, I do want to also play this clip of Wemby when he said he turned down. Oh, and don't let me. Oh, we gotta talk about the Anaconda. Damn, I forgot we talking Yana. Yeah.
I'm immune to like the things people try to tell me, oh, pay attention to this or watch out, all the bad things like,
distractions.
Distractions, exactly. Like partying, like alcohol, drugs, whatever. Like, why would I ever do that?
You're just so focused on what it is that you desire.
Come on, LA.
Yeah. And also, I don't have nothing to compensate for because I choose to face all the like trauma, not really trauma because I've had a good childhood, but like all the things that we have inside of us. I just feel like I'm immune to like the things people try to tell me, oh, pay attention to this or watch out.
So yeah, for people, I guess he's still trying to get his American lingo down a little bit. But basically, for people who don't know who it is, that is Victor Wembanyama. And he was basically two things that came out of that story. He basically saying, I don't have no distractions because I'm not into going to the party and I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do none of those things that people say, hey, you should watch out for so it won't distract you from the season. And then I even like the cool story of like with Drake, when Drake was walking out the players, I guess when he performed in San Antonio, he was trying to get Wemby to come and walk down with him. And he was basically like, if my teammates can't come, I'm not doing it. So I kind of respect that because the way the NBA, we didn't talk about how the NBA has prompted him up, promoted him, and really then crowned him almost the rookie of the year before he even played a goddamn game. Because realistically, last night after my man Chet showed up, I don't know how you don't give Chet. If you don't, I don't know how you don't give, to me, if we being honest, I don't see how you don't give Chet rookie of the year and give Shea MVP. Especially if I'm the NBA and we still here talking about like the faces of the league. Like I'm even cool if they give it to Luka, but you kind of can't. How you give it to Luka and Shea got the best record in the fucking West in the harder conference. Like he is number one. Like how do you give it to Luka? But I mean, again, like I said, shout outs to Victor Wembanyama. Like sometimes for people when you kind of don't really know nothing about him because he is a foreign player, and you get to hear like these little clips and these
I
little.
felt like he take it like, nigga, I'm him. I've been with the women and.
But when you that good at basketball, I don't necessarily know if you ever actually be having time to be him. Shout outs to AR. That's what I'm talking about. You do. When? How though?
It's probably not that hard. I mean, you look how tall he is. I feel like he's just that type of person. He draw that attraction to him. Like when you see him, oh my God, that's such and such. Certain players, like if you're not just an average Joe Blow height or average, look like
because he is like what he like
7'4". Yeah, he's gonna stand out regardless. And I'm pretty sure women have probably been trying him or even tried to finesse him when he was overseas. I feel that's what I kind of took out of that whole conversation. Like, I'm kind of immune to it. Low key. Like, I already been there, done that. I mean, come on, we got to look. I mean, when you think about it, you talking about he's French, whatever the case may be, France, whatever. No, Tony Parker, they're smooth. So I feel like he probably like
already
experienced this. I know what it is. You just ain't nothing over here in America.
And he might be right. Let that jump load up. Oh, good move, Joker. Come on, Lakers. Oh. It was damn near up by a dub, dog.
It was up by that in the third quarter. Again, what was that last week?
No, last week they was up by 12. 10. Yeah, they got up by 12. This nigga's about to blow this shit up.
Damn, dude.
Didn't I send you the Wemby jump with it? I mean, not the Wemby, but Golden Depot jump. Man, what the fuck is that nigga name? Well, he had to shoot free throws.
Yeah. Down one. No, he said we're not. No. You talking about basketball wise?
What that John with when they was talking about? I thought, man. Oh, here you go. I got it. Man, they ain't score again. What the fuck, man? This shit is annoying. These niggas is blowing me. Like, dog, how do you wet the bed in the fourth, dog? These niggas couldn't get a... Come, thank you, LeBron. Push this shit down and dunk on this little nigga, please. Thank you. God damn. Good foul, D-Lo. Oh, they ain't call that as a foul? Crazy. Damn.
Is that the white boy Christian Brown or something like that?
Finesse would get a contract. I would get a contract. And then we were happy. We went back home. We were celebrating. We were like, yeah. And so we got free food, free clothes. We got a ride to the headquarters in Greece. It was me, Finesse, is my mom. And then we walked in, and this guy that we were talking to,
he switched up. He just switched up. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, and all of a sudden I could see his energy change. He was really short with my mom, really short with me. And then he was like, yeah, you guys go to the office and wait. And then we went there for like 45 minutes, was waiting. And then he brought the contract, and then he put it in front of me. And I'm like, okay, great. Where is my brothers? And he was like, we really not gonna sign your brother today. You're gonna sign yours first, and then we're gonna bring your brother in a week to sign his. And I'm like, the contract was like this, and I was like, Finesse will get a contract. I will get a contract.
So for people who don't know what that is Giannis Antetokounmpo, and for people, if you really follow basketball, you kind of know Giannis' brother, what's his name, Thanasis, is literally only in the NBA because Giannis is his brother. Milwaukee,
Shout out to a real one.
So basically what happened was they was at Adidas, and he was originally about to sign to Adidas, and the reason why he turned down the Adidas contract because Adidas didn't want to sign his brother. Now, you talking about being a real brother? Listen to what I'm saying. In our group, we had this conversation in our group chat, and our older cousin sent it at first, and then me and our younger brother was like, "Nigga, please, I'll just buy one of you niggas a good Christmas gift because ain't no way in hell I'm turning down no goddamn deal because whatever." And we don't even know what the money was because we don't.
But to his defense, I do kind of understand it. If we both got a contract in the NBA, and I know I probably got more leverage, I'm gonna have my +1 with me. Because at the end of the day, how that kind of look like, if you don't got, I don't want you eating off of me all this time. You know what I'm saying? I want you to have something. You know, something coming in for you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm listening to what I'm saying. It's cool. Yeah, if you looking at it on that end, yeah, it's cool. All right, I'm gonna look out for my brother. I'm gonna get him out the way. I'm gonna help him get his own bread. I'm not mad at you, but me personally, I don't necessarily know if I would have did that. It depends on what the money was. And if you didn't lose out on a bunch of money, well, I'm sure maybe he didn't. I mean, it is what it is. And real quick, and I guess, yeah, I just went and did it. But I guess we'll be kind of on like it's kind of sports, but it's not. I'm gonna play this clip of Steven Jackson, but I also want to play this clip of Gayle King. So the clip is basically Gayle King was doing an interview with Don Staley, and in Don Staley's face, he said, "Yeah, we wanted to see you win, but we was all rooting for Caitlin Clark." And come on, my man Steven Jackson, he took it home.
Gayle King's supposed to be somebody that's big in the journalism space, right? And I don't consider her black media. Y'all give her all these passes because she fuck with she's Oprah friend. I don't give a fuck who friend she is. They don't do nothing for nobody. But you cannot demean Dawn Staley like that. You talking to her about winning the championship, about going undefeated, and you have the nerve to get on there and say, well, we was rooting for Caitlin Clark and you broke everybody's hearts. Who is we? Who is we? All the black people I know was rooting for Dawn Staley. We all fans of Caitlin Clark, but the way you put it, that shit was trash. Yeah, and I'm glad it's a new day in the media space. You know what I'm saying? Because you so intelligent, you don't even say stuff like that to somebody on the interview. You just demeaned her and made it about Caitlin Clark. That's trash.
Happy for you guys, Coach Snyder. I'm so happy. The game was such a good game. It was so close at times, and in the end, you guys pulled it out. But was there ever a point during the game when you were worried? Because I got worried. We were all cheering for Iowa, of course, and Caitlin Clark. But for so many people, you've got their hearts. Was there ever a point where you were worried during the game?
And you know what's so crazy? And I guess Beyonce got a whiff of this conversation because then Beyonce sent Dawn Staley like a big bouquet of flowers and sent her like, hey, you are our team, you are our coach, whatever case. Basically shitting on everything that Gayle King said. Oh, I was about to say they ain't score again. Yeah, but so she basically was shitting on everything that Gayle King said, and I was just like, bro, why would you? But that's again where it's just like, just because we all black, we kind of not all the same. And that was one of those comments when I talked about on the Breakfast Club when Ari Spears was on the Breakfast Club, and he was kind of sitting here saying that was like, dog, we gotta, as black people, sometimes we gotta stop acting like we don't know what we mean when we sit here and say some people just, oh, they black, but they ain't black. Oh, they gotta stop or they ain't get a buck. Oh, they gotta stop. What the fuck? Come on, dog. Hold on, I gotta watch this part. Let me pause that shit. Come on, dog. Oh my God, I can't believe y'all did this. No. Oh my God.
Good night. Good fucking night. Good
no way, night. Dog.
Daddy's home.
Oh my God, dog. What the fuck?
Now, who shot it? LeBron shot that last shot, right?
I don't even know. I ain't even see. Come on, dog. Get the fuck out of here. Damn. I can't believe that's some bullshit.
Oh, I had a joint. I was gonna send to y'all, but I was like, no, we wait till the game over. Because it was talking about the first game.
Oh my fucking God. God damn. Before we downstairs. Oh yeah. But yeah, we're just saying a situation. And I apologize for that little snippet break. The Lakers just broke my goddamn heart again. Like, come on, dog. They was up by 20 and lost. Oh my God, dog. What the? Oh my God. I can't believe it. Like, and the way they was playing, like they was just, all right, whatever. That shit just blew the fuck. I mean, like that shit just made me. Oh my God, I hate the Lakers right now, though. I'm done. That was my last bet. I bet it today and they lost, and I'm cool. I can't do it no more. And I should have, you know what I needed to start doing sometimes? When they was up by 20, I should have just cashed out. I'm sure that the jump was like, I should have just, oh my God, that shit blew me. But anyway, yeah. So that whole Gayle King situation, and this is one of the conversations like me and a homegirl of mine, we be having a conversation about, and we always joke, I could say it, smart blacks. And I think sometimes some black people be so too intelligent where they kind of like, they tap dance a little bit too much, leaning towards trying to please two different audiences. And that's why I think and that's why like when people get mad, or like when Charlamagne was talking to like Candace Owens and we talked about that, it was like, because it's some people who just know how to like, I'm gonna reach another audience just because I'm that polarizing, or I'm just that good at what I'm doing, and I don't have to cross over where it's just nasty and it's just bad work. Like that sitting here, like who is, again, when he was like Steven Jackson saying like, who is we, dog? Who was the we where we was like, oh, we was all rooting for this person? Like, huh? How did that happen? Like, where did that happen at? So again, like I said, y'all know I'm cool on her. I've been cool on her, and I be cool on the super black people who be trying to like sound like they too educated or they get too close to doing that tap dance. But I do, especially for all the women who was giving me pushback on the stance with Deion Sanders and his daughter getting pregnant by Jacquees. I do want to play this clip of Deion Sanders. He was cooking this nigga.
Look at her little man, little baby.
Look at, see, he shorter than her.
Dog, he can't take that kind of picture, man. Dog, Jacquees, come on, dog. You don't be in the family. Come on, man. You gotta stand up, dog.
Look at this photo.
It's your sister.
We was all on the phone with Pat Man last week. And he was talking about his football highlights. And Pat Man said, bro, stop.
Look, y'all had a little baby. Look at her little man, little baby.
Look at, see, he shorter than her.
Again, and it's not the first time. It's another clip I don't feel like looking for, but Deion is definitely not a fan of his daughter having a baby with Jacquees. Even by the name, he even didn't call him man his right name. He called him Jacquees or whatever he called him. But and again, she's 30, so it's like, I mean, she grown, but it's just still is like. And I think a lot of times when I see women even say that, I kind of do be like, though, I don't think a lot of y'all understand how men or fans of football value and look at Deion Sanders. So for her to get pregnant by Jacquees is that's a lot, though. And shout out to Jacquees, I do like that song, did him and Gloss Up, and people who don't know who Gloss Up is, that is Glorilla homegirl that signed the QC. I like the song that they put out. That was a cool song. Like, it was straight. Like, I liked it. It was a good song. It was one of the better songs that came out this Friday, but still, it's just like, he ain't supposed to be in that conversation with them, not in that room. Like, that ain't supposed to be a part of their legacy. So I know he kind of heartbroken. Shout outs to Mattel. Mattel is doing a joint collaboration on barbecue sauce with Heinz. And it's basic. And the crazy thing is, I don't know if y'all remember how long ago. This is probably when I first got on TikTok and I was talking about the girl with the pink sauce. So, and the pink sauce was, it basically looked like it was supposed to be like a mayonnaise knockoff, but it was pink. But she got it wrong and people started to complain about it. So maybe like a year and some change later, voila, here go mainstream America taking something that they seen somebody fail at on TikTok, and they figured out a way to do it where they gonna have pink mayonnaise. So that's literally what that lady was selling. She was literally trying to sell y'all pink mayonnaise. So she failed at it, and then they waited a year and some change, let it die down. I'm sure most people probably completely forgot about it until I just said something about it. And now they gonna put out a pink barbecue sauce for a limited edition, and it's gonna be vegan. So they calling it's pink mayo, and they saying it's vegan.
Oh, so because see, when you say Mattel, I'm like, ain't that the one that make Barbies?
Yeah, so they make Barbie. So they doing it with Heinz to make barbecue sauce and ketchup and mustard.
Shit, they actually collaborating to make a
pink barbecue sauce. I mean, not a barbecue sauce, but a pink.
Man, it's too late. Barbie already came out. They should.
Nigga, it's how? What you mean? Mattel still sell Barbies all year long?
No. I'm saying I would have did that more so with the movie came out.
I mean, yeah, you could say that, but nigga, they made endless. I mean, that movie done swept up off all the awards.
Yeah,
no,
I'm just saying, like now, just to come out with it, I was like, damn, I would have tied it in with that.
And shout out to the rock band Kiss. They sold their whole entire music catalog for $300 million, dog. And I think it's only like 4 niggas in the group.
And guess what? You probably.
I mean, we just know what they look like, but that's what, again, when we talking about marketability and just talking about for the average black person who don't know nothing about them, we know what they look like. Even if you don't know a Kiss song, I don't know not one song from Kiss. I know what they look like.
Face paint.
Yeah, you know all the face paint. You know them kicking their tongue out and all that. So that's a shout out to them. But that's a hell of a.
But that's a come up though. God damn, because you think about what you probably sold back then to now. That's a hell of a come up.
Nigga, 300 million. Shout outs to fucking. I ain't gonna say shout outs. I'm kind of cool on the Neo situation. Neo, Neo basically he was walking, I don't know where he was at, but he had 2 girlfriends and basically was like, everybody should try out a poly relationship. I'm cool on that one. I'm not gonna lie to you, Neo. I don't think I had a mental capacity to try to be in a relationship with 2 women and they know about each other. Like, I can't even imagine. I feel like that's just a rich man game. Like, if you ain't rich, mind your business and stay out of that stuff. I'm cool on that one. That wouldn't be something that I would be running to sign up to. Shout out to 50 Cent. I don't even know how we got this far into the episode and didn't give 50 Cent, because 50 Cent did release his it's open. I don't know if it's like they actually about to start shooting on there already, but he basically did a reveal of it. The ribbon cutting of it, and it's a 956 foot square feet where he gonna be shooting film at. It like, and I was of course because I listened to the Breakfast Club.
Is it G Unit or is it?
It's called G Unit Studios.
Okay, all right. I didn't know if it was the green light.
And it's in Shreveport, Louisiana. And of course, 50 Cent and DJ Envy are real good friends. And of course, Envy do a lot of his, brand endorsements and stuff for his liquor and stuff. But he was saying that like 50% was outside of just that space right there. Around it, he was looking into buying into clubs and restaurants. So when he started to get actors in there to be able to have something for them to do, like different hotels, like buying out hotels or getting people that he know that like, all right, you in the real estate, buy a hotel here. So people, like we can sit here, one hand gonna watch the other. People can sit here and these celebrities can stay into these hotels if I'm doing a big movie or the case may be, or even restaurants. So like you said, like little mini clubs for after hours when people have been shooting all day and they just want to, go get a drink and relax or something, where people know like, all right, hey, this place is, secure because 50 own it or 50 homeboy own it or whatever the case may be, where they can kind of still keep everybody in that area, but then you can give more people in the area jobs as well. So I think even the mayor, I want to say the mayor of that city, I think they giving 50 cents a day or something like that.
And for put it in perspective, and some of y'all might not notice this, and yes, it was a talking point with the whole Dreamville Festival, J. Cole apology and all that. But at the end of the day, he bought North Carolina.
Yeah, what is it, 143 million? Yeah, 143 million off the
from revenue wise. Shit, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. When I seen that, I was like, yeah, J. Cole can literally absolutely do whatever he want. He can do whatever he wanted in North Carolina. North Carolina is not going. He can apologize to everybody.
And that was in Raleigh. This year was in Raleigh. It was a much bigger space.
Yeah, I don't know what it was, but it don't matter. 143 million just for a city, and then maybe whatever the cities is like directly connected right to it. Nigga, that's huge. I ain't gonna lie. He can literally do whatever.
Apologize every year, guys.
Nah, for sure. Yeah, shout outs to J. Cole. I ain't gonna lie. That nigga, that's a lot of bread, dog.
So
in one weekend. That's a weekend, dog.
That's why you can't be mad at 50 what he's trying to do. Like I said, sometimes I think you just gotta hit. It might sound like a wild dream or a wild catch, but sometimes you better jump aboard.
You just gotta bet on yourself. I can't believe it. Somebody fucking mentioned them. He's like, don't mention me in shit. Fuck y'all.
You know they look
to get invited to the cool person parties. I was there.
Did you ever
right?
hear anything?
Not those parts. So not me directly, but it's my ex-wife actually she was a model in New York, and like she was really good friends with Kim Porter, who was Diddy's wife, the one who died at 47 from pneumonia. And I was like,
that's what
when that happened, she called me, and this is a couple of years ago now, maybe not even, a couple of years ago, and she called me like, something's up with that. I go, what do you mean? She's like, oh, dude, Kim used to tell me like it was a bad, like there's a lot of weird shit that I didn't even know that like, but they were like, they'd do photo shoots together or whatever. They were sort of friendly. Like they'd hang out. Like we'd see them out downtown, and like I'd hang out with her. Not so much with, I think it was already sort of over there, but like she was really afraid of him. And it
really,
like this goes back years. And so like, and she was having these conversations with my ex. I was like, I don't know what, like
a lot of people believe that whatever happened there happened with the woman afterwards, which was Cassie. And supposedly
like I said, like you sort of don't think about these things until now. You go back and you're like, holy, like I distinctly remember when Vanessa was like, calls me, was like, hey man, Kim Porter died. I go, what? Like we saw her like a couple of weeks, whatever it was, and she goes, yeah, man, she was sort of always in fear of something happening. And I was like, maybe it's natural, but like not a lot of people die at 47 of pneumonia. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, wow, especially people, obviously good shape.
There's a shit ton of rumors.
Again, and I'm actually not trying to fuel any kind of rumor, but I definitely like that. That's a conversation I had. Like, someone who knew her well, was like friend, like they text, like was like something. She was like she's like, something.
So for people who don't know who that is Donald Trump's Jr. And shout out to Akademiks. Akademiks pulled off that interview. And again, when I was just talking about how some people don't have to do I'm super smart, I'm super woke, I'm kind of just being myself and becoming popular on my own 1-2. Akademiks sat down with Donald Trump Jr., went to Mar-a-Lago's estates and did the interview with him. And like I said, for some people, I mean, of course, if you're a super Trump person, you don't like Trump, you're not a fan, that's not going to do nothing to you. But just somebody just watching somebody learning how to create your own media spaces, your own platforms, that's a long way from interviewing 6ix9ine, doing interviews with Kodak Black. Like, that's a long way. I don't care how you feel about Trump. That's a long way for Akademiks. So I do kind of want to give him some credit for that one. And then again, I do feel like people are not going to let Diddy off the map until it's just like literally Diddy is behind bars facing a long time. And I do want to play this clip real quick because they do go in with Shyne, and then we can get into BMF in a second.
Accusations, he says that the gentleman confessed to the shooting. And that is what stands out to me the most because, I've done my best to put it behind me and to move forward. But it certainly reopens the wounds that I've been saying this all along. Everyone knew all along that I was the fall guy. Everyone knew that I was a young kid that took the falls until I got
court and never really pointed the finger at.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that was a decision that I made as a young man. I'm not going back on that. I'm not about to point the finger. No, I'm not going to get into that. But the victim is telling you who did what. And I understand that there are other witnesses.
Is she accurate, sir?
I'm not going to get into that. Those accusations.
Okay, one shout out to Shyne for basically dry snitching, but not snitching on Diddy. Because he realistically, Shyne did 10 years. He did 10, I believe he did 9 or 10, but I believe it's 10. He did 10 years behind a shooting in 1999 in the club. And of course, people who don't remember, it was in the club. I think Diddy was in there, Shyne was in there, and J-Lo was in there. And I think that's when J-Lo called it off with Diddy after that night. But it's a lady recently, I'm not looking for the clip, but it was a lady who recently coming out and said she's willing to, because they never took the bullet fragments out of her face. And like, I'm willing to let them take the fragments out of my face so they can sit here and lock up the real shooter, because Diddy was the one who shot me and it wasn't Shyne. And of course, some people could be like, oh, it's crazy to find time and everybody piling on Diddy right now. I mean, it is what it is, dog. After sometimes we talk about the algorithm game, after you open yourself to get on the algorithms, nigga, it's going to be a tough one for you.
But that's my only thing. It's just, all right, Shyne, you was cool. You laid low. You did whatever you did. You had your little interviews from the jail and everything. You ain't speak too much about it. And then even you did the little BET award shit you did with Diddy. Now that's my only thing. If you really stood on him, like you didn't do it, you was innocent or whatever the case may be, you should have just separated yourself from. I feel like you accepted his gifts, you did everything, you appreciated him. But then now, like I said, everything is dried up and ain't what it is. Oh, it's
yeah, but I mean, still realistically, he still ain't snitch. He just saying that I've been told y'all I didn't do it. He still ain't snitch on him, so it ain't like he ain't really turned on him, because he could have easily said, "Oh yeah, the victim right. She telling y'all what happened. That's what happened." He's still kind of like, I'm indirectly telling y'all what happened, but I've been told y'all I didn't do it. They just rushed the case, and of course, I'm young, I'm broke, I really ain't got no money. Diddy probably realistically was funding everything I had going on, so I'm sure. Let's be clear, I'm sure Diddy paid him a lot of money to take that charge. And I'm sure if you're a young street dude, you sitting here saying 10 years, all right, cool, I can take the 10. You about to give me a couple million. Why? I mean, I'm sure like he might have looked at it like, all right, if I snitch on Diddy anyway and he go to jail, my music career gonna be over anyway. Because one, I'm gonna be labeled as a rat. And back then, it ain't wasn't no 6ix9ine. It wasn't no Gunner. You wasn't getting away with snitching on, especially not on Diddy back then. Ain't no way in hell your career would have been over anyway. So if you sitting here saying I can go sit down and Diddy gonna put up some M's for me, I'm sure I can understand, and I'm sure most of us can realistically see why he would have took that charge. Because if you would have snitched on Diddy in 99, your career would have been over anyway, and you would have never seen no money. So if Diddy offering you, hey, you sit down for 10 years for me, or I give you $1 million for every year you sit down for me, all right, cool. Take it then. I'm sure most people don't. I don't know how old Shyne was then, but I'm sure most people would sit here and say, if I could do 10, I do 10 years, and I get $1 million for every year I did in jail. Let's say if he gave you $2 million for every year you did.
Then that's my question: is where do you? Is it really a loyalty right there? Or is just whoever put the bigger buck in your face? Because let's say, all right, you took all them payments all these years, he took care of you, but then somebody came to you and say, hey, well, I want you to sit here and, talk to me, interview, say what you got to say, blah, 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 and I'm going to pay you this amount, which probably will add more up to it if you tell the truth about everything.
I mean, I don't think realistically. I think he's running for. I want to say I don't know. He live in Belize, and he is a. I don't know what their politics. He into politics, so I think people even bringing some of this stuff up because they're trying to, like when you get into politics.
He already won the office, right? Like
but I think he's trying to go for a high position now. Okay. So the higher you go, the more people will dig up on more information. So I don't think it's necessarily had nothing to do with the pay situation for him, but I'm still sure. I mean, I don't know though. I ain't never done 10 years in jail, so I can't tell somebody how to feel. Like that's the only thing. Like sometimes I get it. Like we play the game of hypotheticals, but I don't necessarily know. Like maybe he even took the money, and then even after you did the 10 years, you probably sometimes may question yourself now. Like, yeah, all right, I got this money, but shit, was it really worth it? What could I'm sure you have a lot of what ifs. Like, damn, what if I didn't have to sit down for 10 years? Could my career have been differently? Of course.
I think that probably is a bigger factor right there. Just like, well, damn, how would it have played out if I didn't take this?
Yeah, so I mean, it is like I said, it is a lot of what ifs to it. So I mean, I'm not mad at him for kind of probably even pushing out the what ifs in his brain. And then shout outs to Ashanti and Nelly. They finally came out and announced and confirmed their pregnancy and engagement now. So for a lot of people that spend the block season, it look a little bit differently. Nelly spent the block, got her pregnant, and now they are engaged to get married as well. So shout outs to Ashanti and Nelly. But on the other hand, when we talk about people getting curved, Adrian Bronner was shooting his shot at Coyle Ray while she was on Instagram Live, and she shot it down. And the crazy thing is, a lot of people try to drag her and say she needed to be humble because of the way she shut it down. I'm with you. I don't.
No, she fucking don't.
One, I don't think she was harsh or nothing. She just said it was corny. Like, nigga, you trying to shoot your shot on Instagram Live? Like, nigga, that's just not my bag. And realistically, to be honest, for as sexual, let's be clear. For as sexual as Coyle Ray comes off on her social media, she don't. One, you don't know. You only know that one little dude that she was dating for a second. Like, you really don't. She's not a huge like. I'm out in public. I'm dating this person. Like, she's not Sweetie. Mm-hmm. She's not even like, she ain't even Meg if you want. You know what I'm saying? Put it in that situation. So I kind of get her. Like, nah, nigga, that's going. Like, if you really want to shoot your shot at me, you're not about to do it on my Instagram Live. Like, nah, we not doing that.
And everybody gonna see it.
And he tried to play it off like, guess what? I'm a smart genius because everybody know that I got to fight on May 31st now, or whatever the case may be at the Hard Rock. I ain't gonna lie, that nigga fall off is OD. Like, his fall off is crazy.
You think the fame got to him before he?
Of course, yeah, of course. The fame got to his head, and he started to live realistically. He already started to he started to smell himself, and he started to spend the money before it cashed in. He tried to celebrate being Floyd before he actually put in the work to become Floyd. Partying, having sex with a bunch of women, drinking, and all this other stuff, like stuff that Floyd wasn't doing. Not saying Floyd wasn't sleeping with the women, but Floyd wasn't doing the partying and Floyd wasn't doing the drinking. And I don't care what nobody say. Let's be clear. Like, even with when we just talking about the Ron Garcia thing, that drinking and fighting stuff don't do two things don't add up. Those two things don't work in each other's favor. So that is a hard task to try to put off. Like I said, and like I said, Coyle Ray, she slightly apologized. Like, bro, I wasn't trying to be harsh. I just don't like it. It was corny to me. Like, don't shoot your shot at me on Instagram Live. And I'm not gonna lie to you though, I do feel so bad for Coyle Ray. A lot of times when I see her videos, and me and Top talk about this all the time, I'm like, I feel sorry for her because it's like, even when she was performing at Coachella, like in her performance, and I seen a lot of people like, damn, what song does she have that she got to be that sexual performing on stage? Like, she literally looked like she was having sex on stage. It wasn't nobody with her dancing, but how sexually she was performing, it was like, what's the song that you got to do this to? And I feel sorry for her because every time you see a picture of hers, it's like her putting her hand over her coochie and like her cheeks hanging out, and she definitely half naked because, I mean, it's cool and you can kind of get off with it because you don't got no boobs, so you can kind of let that thing do, but it's like, it don't translate to the music. And that's when I feel bad for us, because like you're over sexualizing yourself. You always half naked. You always trying to like sex sales, but it don't. It ain't returning into the song. Like, it's not making your music no bigger. So it's like you over sexualizing yourself for no reason, because that's not making people go run and listen to your music.
It ain't, but I feel like that's the calling, because even the other day came on my timeline and I meant to send it to you. I seen freaking Scarlett in the thong.
Oh, she was on the beach.
She was promoting for her show she got coming up. But that's what I'm saying. I just feel like,
but Marcus, listen to what I'm saying though. No, and nobody don't. I don't want to see that though. Scarlett, nothing is sexy about Scarlett. I'm sorry.
You are absolutely right. But I feel like just some people read too much into the comments and get caught up in too much what everybody else is doing, and you feel like, oh, well, I got to do this. And even like I said, even with Coyle Ray, I think she might get more audience the more sexual she is in her music wise. She's not more kid pop, all that. She's not the pop type. She kind of, want to be a grown woman type of shit. then I think she might get more of a older audience.
I hear you, but I extremely disagree with it. I don't think that her doing this over sexualizing herself, and every time she feel like she got to get on social media, got to be half naked. Dog, it's not transitioning to music now, so I don't feel like if it hasn't converted over to music, it's never gonna convert over to music. And we can tie this into Ruby Rose. Everybody love Ruby Rose every time she posts her ass on social media, but realistically, it's not making people go listen to Ruby Rose music. I seen a dude post today, Erica Banks she gotta go down in the BBL Hall of Fame for female rappers. But I'm like, no, I can't name you 5 Erica Banks songs. So yeah, she got a fire BBL, but you better put her in the Hall of Fame for Texas BBLs, but not no goddamn female rap because nobody don't care. You got a BBL, you got a fire body, but nobody don't know your music. What's the point?
That's the one had Busted Baby. Right?
Yeah. And shout out to Druski. I don't necessarily know how real that is, but Druski and Ruby Rose took a picture together, and it was like they was close to each other, and it made it seem like, and the little captions, and they was flirting with each other in the comments, like, oh, boo, whatever the case may be, I love you, such and such. And of course, social media going around with it, and people was like, oh man, if Druski could pull Ruby Rose, that let you know you could be fat, all you gotta do is have some money and a little bit of personality. And then women was coming to Druski defense, where women was saying, oh, y'all just sitting here saying they don't got nothing to do with money. Druski's a nice looking dude, and he got a good personality. I hear what y'all saying. Druski looked like a goddamn a pug, whatever was a Frenchie bulldog. I ain't about to go for what y'all talking about. Druski just got money. He's funny, but he's skit funny. He ain't like you heard a funny. You can't tell me a Druski joke. You can tell me a Druski skit. Like, let's be serious. Like, let's not drag it. No, Druski got bread and he's popular. And Ruby Rose is one of those people who is an opportunist. If this is real and this is not just like a photo and they just leaning into it and getting themselves some traction and getting a moment, then cool. But let's be clear.
Because real talk, who is right now, he is famous.
No, he's OD famous. No, he is famous for real. Like, you can't knock that. He is famous. But let's be clear. I mean, and let's be honest, we don't know Ruby Rose type. We only other dude we know Ruby Rose ever talked to was DDG. So I don't know her. We don't know her. That is night and day between them two niggas, though.
Is it?
Nigga, what do you mean? DDG is skinny as hell with dreads and Ruby. Druski is fat as shit.
I'm saying you comparing you comparing the actual physical look, but I'm just saying, like,
personality wise.
I feel like they both probably like the same type of person, kind of corny, not, I'm gonna do my little funnies, make you laugh type of situation.
For sure. Yeah, they might be the same. Personality wise, I'm with you. Yeah, personality, they may be the same person, but look wise, no, they absolutely are definitely not. So I mean, like I said, shout out to Druski, and I'm not gonna lie to you. Ruby Rose was kind of mad. She like, I'm never gonna forgive y'all for talking about how small my titty was and that little pudge that I got. That picture was not a good picture of her. Like, and I understand why she kind of always turned it like that. Though, you seen the picture? She don't even look like she don't got no titties at all. Did you see the joke? Oh no, I gotta show it to you. Nah. Look at her. She got a little, like a beer belly. But like I said, I mean, let's be clear. Let's be all clear. Ruby Rose, every nigga who even made a joke about you or trying to downplay that you ain't got no titties, niggas was still hit. Niggas who talking about you got a little stomach in that picture, I promise you will still lick you from the rooter to the tutor without thinking twice about it. Niggas would have sucked the sand off them toes if you allow them to. So let's be clear. Nigga, Ruby Rose ain't no slouch. But that's why I say, like, this picture, like, it's just like, it ain't like, I gotta see some tongue exchange for me to really believe it. Like, it's like, it's just gonna get people talking. And of course, like you said, Druski is famous right now. This nigga, every time you turn around, he's on a goddamn commercial.
Shout out to Google. God damn that nigga.
Yeah, no, they keep him on the TV, John. And shout out to Ruby Rose. She's still top 5 dead or alive. So I ain't even. And matter of fact, before we get into BMF, happy 44th birthday to Bernice Burgos. God damn. She make 44 look good, dog. Remember that Jay-Z song, the 30 is the new 20 or whatever the case may be, bro. 44 for Bernice is 24 for a lot of motherfuckers. I'm sorry, dog. Bernice Burgos is just different, dog. She is not the standard. She is the bar, dog. So shout outs to Bernice and shout outs to Ruby Rose, dog. And shout outs to Druski. Shout outs to Druski, dog. All I'm gonna tell fellas is don't go chasing that waterfall, though, because I don't necessarily know if that's a guaranteed slam dunk all the time. Let that load up and then we get in the BMF and get up. Damn, I can't believe
No, I seen a recent picture. They did like Lucille and all them. 50 Cent doing them justice.
Who?
50 Cent doing them justice.
Who?
Who he got casting for the BMF.
Oh, why you say that?
Real people.
Oh.
Because I'm like, damn, like the lady, even assistant, she fat, I don't know what in the face. Now the lady who is playing Lucille definitely resembles Lucille, but the rest, I'm like, damn, you could have clear.
I ain't seen you the clip of that girl sitting here when she I thought I had the joint.
What she was talking about?
Oh, when she was saying that she don't want people to call her about
Watch the show. You're now following me.
I thought it was one more clip I had. I wanted to play before. I played that. Gee. Oh, this lady right here.
And I'm not going to jail. Hello, I'm at the IRS, and then they talking about they taking us to jail if we don't leave because 2 women had a fight, but they taking it out on all of us. All of us need our millions, and it's not right. People got kids. Anything goes. Yeah. How long were you waiting in line? I've been waiting for hours. You feel me? And we want our millions. I ain't going nowhere back for my return. I need my money. Real talk. And this ain't right what they doing. And that's gonna be a bad disrespect. They better know it today at the IRS. Yeah. I need all mines. All 7,000 of mines, baby. All of it. All of it. I ain't doing no plan. This is the second month I came out here. And I'm not been playing with the IRS. I'm not and go to jail behind me. Yeah. We need our millions.
I need our millions. We need our millions. I wanted to make sure I played that clip before we got here. But let's get into BMF. And
niggas, boy, I tell you.
The crazy thing is, nigga, she look dirty as hell, but she told me she about to get 7 bands. I understand how niggas be sitting here just trying to lay up and get them a little piece of change, dog. Niggas, I wouldn't hit that, but nigga, she was giving. It depends on how she giving all that bread. Because I'm sure for 7 racks, I mean, she got some kids. So niggas, somebody hitting that.
Watch the show who are now following me. Just want to let y'all know I'm not a woman. Please stop calling me that. Please stop saying she, her. It's in my bio. I use they, them pronouns. Please stop. Following me. Watch.
So for people who don't know who that is Henry to play on BMF, who plays the lesbian drug lord or whatever the case may be, or whoever she's supposed to be. And she basically like stops calling her she or her, whatever the case, whatever you may be calling her. She says she goes by the pronouns they and them. I'm not gonna hold you, Henry. Everybody is waiting for you to get killed off this goddamn show. Ain't nobody trying to get to know you or give a goddamn about your pronouns, bro. We are sick and tired of looking at your silly ass. We want you to get the entire F off the show. Let's keep it a buck. Ain't nobody here checking for you. Ain't nobody care about seeing you again. And then real quick,
I gotta get that kill.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm Brian. I kind of want to know. I want to know, did Brian kill her cousin when he was beating the nigga to death? Because back then they be making it seem like you could beat a nigga to death. So I kind of wondered if that's what happened. But yeah, I'm cool.
Yeah, I wonder who gets.
I want to know why Henry owes you so much money.
He smoked this.
It's because I'm putting her out of business with what I got. Your product is great, and so is mine. But right now, it's not about the quality. It's about the quantity. I'm a gambling man, and I would bet this house that the only reason why you're so hard-pressed on Henry paying you back on time is because you have limited supply.
So what are you proposing?
That I will supply you weight at a better price, of course, and that way you could make up for your losses with pure profit. But all I'm asking for, that you guys cut Henry off for good.
Listen to what I'm telling you real quick, and this is a conclusion I had, especially with social media, and not social media as much as Twitter. But Twitter is a space for nerds, and let me tell y'all something, dog. You cannot have conversations and you cannot take the opinion of nerds on street stuff. And the reason why I say it, because everybody be so hard on BMF and keep talking about the acting. Again, I always say here, let's go to storyline. Dog, that phone, I'm gonna tell you what sold me on the show, and I even tweeted this out when I seen this. I'm like, dog, I never want the opinion of a nerd when we talk about BMF. After that conversation with Meech and Terry be on the phone with each other, and they be talking in code and actually having a real dialogue and know what they talking about. Dog, they was having a conversation about food, restaurants, and chefs, and they literally was talking about moving work. I'm like, dog, this is so goddamn genius, so smart, and it's so tight that they knew exactly. Like, he didn't have to explain it or lean into so you can catch on to what he was saying. He literally, you got to think about it. He live in Detroit and they live in Atlanta. I don't even know how they even picked up for that to be the lingo or how they was going to talk. But that shit to me was so fire. That's what I'm judging it off of. I'm there for the storyline. I don't care about how good somebody as an actor is. For somebody who you watching to be like, do you know how hard that is? No, let's think about how many conversations you be trying to have around your kids and you don't want them in grown folks' business and you trying to be discreet and talk to the person on your phone and they be like, what the hell are you talking about? And you be like, girl, my kids right here. I'm trying to put their bad asses to bed. You can't have that regular conversation, but y'all sitting here trying to be super hard on sitting here telling me that this show is, man, y'all crazy as shit. That fucking play that Terry was running with the lottery jump when he was breaking it down to La. I'm like, dog, you are a nerd. If you can't appreciate this storyline and how these niggas was getting this, cleaning their money up, dog, go watch Sesame Street, nigga. You are a nerd, you soft. That's why you can't relate to it, and you looking for Denzel Washington to come on the screen and act. This show ain't relatable for you. You know what's not relatable for me? The housewives of any city, nigga. I don't know none of them. Only ones that I know is the ones that been on the Breakfast Club, and I still probably don't even know who the fuck they are. What are you talking about, dog? That's my point, because that show ain't for me. So I don't watch it. It's okay to sit here and know, hey, you ain't never lived this life. You ain't never been close to this. So you ain't going to be able to relate, and you're not going to be able to appreciate the dialogue that what's going on in this show. So take your smart, nerdy ass somewhere else and go watch what's relatable to you. Go watch Grey's Anatomy or one of these other fucking soft ass shows. Get your soft ass out of here and stop commenting on shit that you ain't got no business commenting on. Mind your soft ass business, though. Because anyway, for people like me, I appreciate this. That goddamn phone conversation, I was like, oh, y'all niggas is different, though. You got it. And you ever want, like, sometimes when we talking about excellence, and I don't want to sit here and make it seem like I'm talking about like this is a cool thing to do, but this is cool that the fact that this will let you know why they were at the top tier of their game that they played. Because when you can get away with plays like that play that he was explaining to Lala and that goddamn phone conversation, I was like, yeah, these niggas is different, dog.
No, he whooped Vince ass, whatever his name is, Vince, the cop. When he came in on him,
he scared the entire dog shit out of that man. When he told that man that he literally broke down his whole entire day from when he started his shift until when his day was over and when he actually went in the house and watched TV. That without me telling you, that let you know, nigga, go find somebody else safe to play with.
Yes, sir.
Because I'm not the one that you want to sit here and play with. Because you thinking you sit here knowing my business, you really don't know what I got going on, but I know exactly to the detail of what you got going on. So you should absolutely see yourself the other way. So he kind of let you know, like, yeah, I ain't nothing to play with, homeboy. I'm mad. I wish they had that Terry when he went crazy. I ain't gonna lie to you though. I'm Lucille. She was petty. She was playing though, because she didn't bring the dude to the joint. Like, I ain't gonna lie to you. I thought realistically when she asked, could she bring the doctor to his performance, I was like, oh, she about to drag this to hell. But I do like, and one thing I do, I like the one that Pop sucked this. No, that he put his pride in his pocket. He sucked it up and sit here and took the money from Terry so he can sit here. And again, when we talking about, we're using the word beautiful. When we sit here saying, yeah, it's easy to sit here and tell your woman you beautiful and this, that, and the third, but it's about the actions that step. You talking about this is like the early 90s. And still Terry knew for a fact, like, man, here, I'm cool. Like, and he, the dad trying to explain, I'm only taking this money for you because I want to keep the family right. And Terry's like, yeah, that's why the only reason why I'm giving it to you, because I want the family to be right. Like, take this bread. And but again, it's when he like, do whatever you got to do to make mom happy. And that is just like, and his mom, of course, she's still working Wendy. She ain't no super materialistic woman, but she do still want to feel like a woman. She still wants to feel wanted. She still wants to feel like she's alive and she's not dying in this marriage and being a mom.
But then my question, do you question because like, I guess even with her, the way she preach or get on him or even, point out little things. And he always say, well, I want you over. You love me first, and blah, blah, blah. He gave her the bare minimum. Some would say, that's what made her happy. And it's just like, all right, now you got the doctor. he doing whatever wine and dining you. And it's just like, well, damn, which one do you really appreciate? Because even him offering that money, that put a smile on your face, but you kind of know he ain't, what the hell he doing that he getting that kind of money to take care of you? So that's why I'm just like, well, are you really, like, which way are you really trying to go? Because I mean, at the end of the day, are you just there for the money because he took care of the bills? He paid.
I don't never think that was the case. And I even think even if you kind of listen to her conversation after he performed at the concert and after that man entered, and I'm not gonna lie to you, that dude interrupting them was like super fire because the timing was perfectly him praising Charles' musical abilities. And even for her, I think it's just a lot of sometimes, I mean, it's regret. Like you had kids not even early, but and probably older than they were. So they probably had, like, even when that lady was preaching, and you seen how it affected Wanda when she was saying, I had my kid at such a young age and it made me regret a lot of things. And I think even when she asked Charles about, like, hey, do you regret sometimes us getting married and then having kids right after getting married instead of chasing and pursuing our dreams and actually loving each other more than actually having the kids? Because of course, I'm sure having kids, I mean, y'all all say that when y'all sit here and say, oh, how did you have kids with somebody and y'all broke up, and y'all say, oh, well, people change after they have kids, or whatever case may be. So all of that still for her, like, they stayed together for so many years. You gotta think about it. Meech and Terry, at least both, 18, 19 in this show. So it's like, they at least kept it together for 18, 19 years, but they still probably had where, like, even look at Charles, like, damn, like, we didn't know how great of a musician he was. And of course they tied it in. And that's why I'm like I say, sometimes with 50 Cent shows, you got to allow it to play out from that, when they went and they had that little music thing that was in the land and he was talking to the dude and he was so happy. And him and Meech was having that moment from even at the beginning of that episode when they were sitting here showing them playing the musicians as kids. And even when him and Terry had that moment, I forgot what episode that was. And then him and Terry was talking about, like, there was always a thing where you could see as kids, they still see that their dad had passion to play music, but he put all that to the side to still be a good dad and still to be able to provide for his kids. And I'm sure she understood that. And that's why she said, I wouldn't sit here and not come to your thing and ruin your day. I wanted it to be as perfect as possible, because realistically, I'm sure she had some dreams as well. And that's why, even, like, just pay attention to, and you got to pay attention to the small details, even that conversation when she having with Wanda. And Wanda was saying, I want to be able to go, I want to go to go to school to be a college mythologist. And because I like that feeling of, after I'm finished getting my hair done and having a conversation with the women, how relieved I feel after having it. She's like, I want to be able to give people that same relief after they sit in the chair with me. And then that's why they had that moment, because it's something that's relatable to her. Like, she was telling her, like, of course, I want you and Terry to have a family and do whatever the case may be, but I also still want you to be able to prioritize your dreams and goals for yourself, because realistically, she's speaking out of experience. And that's why I do kind of like the way when we talk about character buildings and allowing the characters to go through, like, their ups and downs, and even allowing the characters to have emotions. And I know it's hard for people to understand that, because the show is supposed to be based around drug dealers, and most people, if you haven't never lived in that life or you never been close to it, you living in the fairy tale, like everything is supposed to be ups and daisy, or all the days is supposed to be shootouts, and that's not the reality to it. The reality is these people are still human beings. These people still do have emotions, and that's what I like when they showing those little peaks and valleys. And if you actually paying attention, you can learn a lot from some of these conversations, because even the conversation her and Charles had, or even that conversation when Wanda was in there when the lady was preaching and giving her testimony, and you see Wanda in there tearing up. If you somebody who don't got kids, or you may be a little bit younger, because I do know it's people in their 20s listening to this show, pay attention to that moment and be like, damn, if you don't have kids already, sometimes take your time. Even if you're thinking about dating and you're on a break right now, you're thinking about, oh, I just want to be in a relationship, I need somebody, I'm getting lonely. Dog, just think about sometimes the effort that you're gonna have to, one, if you're having kids, you're gonna have to pour into your kids, you have to show up for your kids, even in the days when you don't feel like showing up for yourself. And that's a lot, and you see a lot. That's a lot of the stress that Lucille have on her. But then even for Wanda, again, where it's like you got to keep pouring into Terry. I'm keep trying to be there, make sure I'm the best mom for the kids and the best girlfriend for Terry. I'm kind of losing myself. You got to be careful, because when you want to be in a relationship, you want to be in a successful and a happy relationship, you're going to eventually stop showing up for yourself, and because you're going to be consistently trying to show up to make your person happy. So realistically, if you know that you got goals that you really want to achieve, it's okay to be lonely and put your goals first, because people still gonna be there. It's gonna be always somebody single, and you're never going to sit here and be able, like, one day you're gonna wake up and everybody gonna be married. That's not gonna happen, dog. So you're gonna always have time to be able to revisit things that you may feel like you missed out on, as long as you really actually chasing and pursuing your dreams and goals. And that's, to me, one of the biggest things I took out of that relationship. Out of that episode. And I do love the way that Terry, the crazy thing is that the way that little liquor store played out with Nicole.
Ask you who was out of pocket in that scenario.
Nobody
was out of pocket.
No, who? What you mean? Who would you feel like was out of pocket? You talking about Terry? You talking about for Terry when he was in the corner store and the little boys was buying condoms and he overheard them talking and he seen his sister in the car. Now go ahead.
Right. Yeah. So in that scenario, I feel like Terry's not wrong because that's his little sister and you've done whatever. You know what I'm saying? You've done that thing. But I'm just because you know how Nicole is with her mouth and she do say her little slick shit. So I'm just when you point that because she can be like, oh, but now all of a sudden you care about.
Yeah, but you see he put his foot down and she knew he wasn't playing.
But if I'm just saying like who, you know what I'm saying, in that whole scenario, like, would it be wrong? Like, oh, well, you did the same thing when you was.
No, because guess what? Sometimes as an older sibling, I mean, even think about I guess we could tie it into our real life situation. Like, you watched me get high and completely, I'm talking embarrass myself high in front of you, but I sit here and still, no, nigga, I think you was old enough to drink at the time, nigga. And I still didn't want you smoking around me or in front of me, didn't want to know that you was smoking. Like, nah, nigga, it's not cool. And I'm telling you what I'm saying. And I kept telling you, like, nigga, you seen drugs get the best of me. Don't allow somebody to peer pressure you. Don't you sit here and have to go fall down that same stuff. So you absolutely, that to me, that's a scenario I could take it for. Like it don't have nothing to do with, like, of course, yeah, Terry had kids at an early age. He's young. Him and Nicole maybe only a couple years apart. But so what? Just because I made that mistake don't necessarily mean I'm going to let you make that same mistake. No, I'm going to step up as your older sibling and put my foot down. Like, nah, this shit is not rocking. We're not doing this. You can do this shit on another time, but not on my time. Not when I'm literally here watching you and I heard the little boy. Now, let's be clear.
And that's why I said you judge the book by its cover because the little boy didn't say, "Oh, I'm."
But he heard the conversation. He heard the little boy, but that still don't matter. You still.
I didn't think he heard the boy. I thought he just heard the dude.
No. He heard him when he heard him when he sit here and say he was like, and when the little boy sit here and say, "Man, you need these condoms," and then the little and then Nicole little boyfriend was like, "Nah, we taking it slow. I don't need them." He heard that whole conversation, and that's what made him look in the car when he seen them going to the car. But he's still like, nigga, even still, it don't matter. She trying to make it like it was innocent. Oh, we just in here studying, we just kicking the bubble. And he like, all right, then what y'all got these beers for?
Yeah.
And then he threw the nigga key and everything. Like, I ain't mad at Terry. He ain't overreact. He did exactly what he was supposed to. Because like you said, I'm going to step up because Terry still was realistically supposed to still be in high school. Like he's still a kid for real. Like of course he making grown man decisions, but he's still a kid. So yeah, I'm not rocking for my sister to do this. And everybody knew in that situation not to give him too much lip back. Because they know, like, all right, yeah, I mean, that's cool as your brother. You could talk to him however, but nigga, he's still Terry. Like he's still like Southwest T. Like we can't say but so much. So they took that ill. I do like the way he stepped up. One of the things that I guess I hated out of that whole episode, it's just Lala, dog. And I'm not talking about her acting. I'm talking about her character. I hate the way that she sit here and keep trying to divide Meech and Terry. From them little, like, and let's be clear, that when Terry told her that whole little play for the lottery, it was top tier. I swear to God, it was Michael Jordan excellence. But listen to what I'm still saying is, I don't care about that. You cannot sit here and sit here and try to put it in his, like, he don't need Meech. He still need him. Like that's still my security blanket. Yeah, I can move freely, but Meech laid down this foundation for me to be able to move and be able to do whatever the case may be. Like, nah, like, dog, I'm not sitting here like you. It's cool. Like you trying to make me feel like I'm on top of the world or whatever the case may be, but I'm still like, nah, that's cool. I don't like that of her. Like, I don't like that. Like her character just be giving me, it be blowing me though. I ain't gonna hold you. I'm cool on that. Like she be throwing me off.
She was in Power with Tommy.
Yeah, she kind of is. She honestly is. Like it's just like you kind of keep trying to like you try to put that batter in his back to kind of make him like, dog. Like I don't understand even the purpose of it. Like, why do you want him to be so like he's like, no, he can still provide as he want. His real draw from you ain't the business. It ain't him running behind Meech. It's him still wanting to be with Wanda. So it's like, I don't know why you trying to sit here and separate, like making it feel like you got to divide him and Meech when realistically the only time he really pull away from you is for Wanda, is not for Meech. So it's like, I don't get that play. Like that shit was corny to me. Shout outs to Brian for getting his lick back. The Asian lady, I kind of like, I mean, I like how she kind of finessing it and she moving the pace at her.
To go back to when you say he got licked back, that was the one who took the security off.
The security detail officer, yeah. That was the one who took the security.
Okay, all right.
He beat the brakes off that nigga.
Because I was kind of confused because I thought it was the man who was just talking to Meech with the one with the glasses that look like nigga from damn, the way the glasses that be talking to Meech with the little hot top fade. That's who I thought it was.
Oh, no. That's dude. He in Atlanta. No, he in Atlanta.
That's who I thought it was at first, because I'm like, they went from the scene with him and Meech talking.
Oh yeah, no. That's what I thought it was. No, that's Henry's cousin. So the man who bought her the money to pay that bill that she owed, that was that dude's father. So that, I mean, just for people who don't know, like that dude that Brian beat at the end of the jump, that is Henry's cousin, and her cousin's father was the man who bought her money at the beginning of the show. And I'm not gonna lie, I do like, even again when we talk about character emotions, like none of us don't know the real backstory between why her and her dad really don't see eye to eye. So her even telling the what's the name, Jenny, what's the lady named Jenny, her telling her past, like her mom dying when she was having the kid, like we didn't know that. So that even that little beef between her and her dad, and it's saying that her dad blames her mom's death on her, like, okay, now it kind of makes it a little bit more understandable. We understand where they may be drawing a wedge from each other. So okay, that kind of make a little bit more sense. Well, again, what I'm saying, allowing the characters to have emotions and to kind of understand, okay, this is where this character comes from. Like, it makes it a little bit, to me, it makes it a lot more digestible when you allow the show to completely play out and understand who these characters is. Like I said, and then even, and shout outs to Murray. I mean, I said Murray. Shout outs to Meech for that play he ran with the police when he put the fake coke inside the door to see if, saying, like, if they was going to pick it up, and which they did. Because he felt like, yeah, I think the police still gonna know that this door plate, and they did, and they opened it, and they opened that side door with the dude he paid. He thought that, so it was supposed to be like a trick door, whatever case may be, so they could hide the coke inside this door.
That shit was awful desperate.
What you mean?
I feel like Slim was just being desperate to find something. Because I feel like
the police officer, of course, for sure, he was desperate, he was geeking, but still, the point is, it don't matter. Even if they that desperate and they doing that dramatic, because realistically, you think about it, that's who they're trying to avoid. So realistically, even when that late, think about when the Red Dogs ran into that apartment complex and they was raiding everybody's house, and they raided the little boy house who got shot, and his parents was in there like, dog, we don't even sell no drugs. Where was y'all at when my son got killed? None of y'all wasn't here even that fast to come in, and that's when the female police officer kind of, she had her emotions and kind of showed that she was a human. It's like, come on, dog, let's get the fuck out of here, because they had a point. Like, if you wasn't here this fast or this aggressive when my son got killed, why are you trying to be this aggressive now?
And what's name still having to address the nephew getting killed, right? The one that's locked up. Remember the one they took down? I forgot who he locked up in the jail, and they was like, damn, he was a player. I can't remember, because it wasn't Lala. It wasn't Lala baby father. It was another dude. Was it dude?
I know what dude you're talking about, but I don't remember who was his nephew.
It was somebody. He was like the rapper or something. I can't remember who he was, but he was somebody.
I mean, I can't. I know who you're talking about, but I just can't remember who his nephew was. What else was another big takeaway from the show this week? The girl sitting here throwing meat, and I respect Meech for not judging her too much, and she trying to give Meech the heads up, basically, because she kind of playing both. She's not even playing both sides. She's just telling Meech like, "Dog, this don't have nothing to do with you. I'm just trying to survive." And Meech kind of even told his man that when he seen her in the club, and he was his man, the dude you talking about with the hot top fade that Meech always talking to, and he was kind of like, I get what she doing. She just need bread. Like, she trying to figure out how she could survive. She needs some money, and her. Basically, and Meech kind of introduced her to a different light. Like, you ain't gotta sit here necessarily be a prostitute. You can kind of get you a street dude who really got some money. You can kind of just be messing with him, and he gonna look out for you. And which she did, but with the dude that Meech beefing with. But of course, she in the car. He overheard him talking what he was gonna do, how he was gonna line Meech up. So she give Meech, oh damn, you still got my hoodie on. She's like, yeah, because it still smell like you. Now that's crazy. Did you with dealing with another dude? And if I'm the dude, like, nigga, Meech from Detroit. Well, I would never let her wear that hoodie around me if that's the case. Why she still even got the hoodie, but. She gave Meech the heads up, and I kind of knew that was going to happen when they invited him to the hotel room. I was like, "Oh, this dude got to them," and I'm glad one of the girls got shot.
Now that when you say the whole acting or whatever shit, like that shit was just so damn. I knew this was about to happen. Type, like it.
I mean, that part was predictable because of course we see it, but realistically that happens all the time. We talk about that all the time, like how so many dudes get set up, or when they call it quote unquote, the words of the youngest use, they call it getting backdoored. You got backdoored because realistically you was thinking with your dick. Like, yeah, of course we know you the man, Meech, and then even the way it kind of lined up where he probably realistically he thought it was genuine because you got to think about it, the girl earlier in the episode just gave him some head because he was, she trying to like basically replace the girl Angel. Like, nah, I see you, let me help you get over him, give him some head, and he kind of just still play her carrier. So in his mind, he may think that all the girls in the strip club now trying to throw me some cheeks because they heard how I took care of Shorty. I put her up and she didn't have to work every day no more. So I get it. That was him allowing his ego and his pride to lead him where he wasn't thinking straight. He was thinking with his head. Y'all know that juvenile saying, you think with your other head, you will come up short. And he did. So, and that's kind of, he just got lucky there. The dude ain't have good aim. And then, of course, you're going to get your classic Meech one punch out of every episode. Every episode, Meech going to get him a punch. And that punch basically helped save his life. He threw dude out the window.
Oh, my God. He didn't even hit him with a shot.
Nigga, that's his signature. Nigga,
shots. God damn! But you punched this nigga.
It's a signature. Nigga, that's his signature. John, Meech. Every episode, Meech got to get one good punch off every episode. So that's his signature thing. It come with the show. But again, to me, that was a good episode of BMF. And like I promised y'all before we get out of here, we will play that the baby freestyle on what is it, LA Leakers, and I'm gonna play that Lady London Joe from Cosmic Cab. YouTube, cut YouTube off.